ועלי משל ונקבי חליל שמחתי ידי במוזן ספרנה השי הסלחות לחסה תחת אלון ולחן ולח בן של עצים אלה יריעו לך שירים עלייך נפתייך פחית תעלנה כי בנו הגדולת אשר ומלאך הכל אלוהים לחם היית לארץ ענן מן האדמה פירותייך נותן יודע שבכל לב יספרה כל נפלאותייך צועדת היפים ונקת תהילים צועדת על הים נוצרת צפנים פורצת חר ושקיעה עונה יום וליל המלכה היכלתי ודורות חלקות לחלייך אך נשלח עובר ונתרע ונחל לפני פרדנו אילנות מכאן נתמודד מפלצות הסלע נשים ירו בבית שרייך בקודש נשים אמורייך ויראייך וצאן ימי לחם היית לארץ ענן מן האדמה פירותייך נותן יודע שבכל לב יספרה כל נפלאותייך It's been a long journey. Appalachia has changed. I don't know if you've been following the rumors, but there's something in the mountains. People from outside are coming in, and they're coming to stay.
You're from one of the local vaults, right? All of my people are at risk.
I'm willing to pay good money if you put an end to this for me. We ain't gonna let anyone stand in our way.
I need you, all of you, to do your part.
Honey, you picked the wrong time to get a drink.
Someone made a broadcast about some kind of treasure buried in Appalachia. With people as desperate as they are, it's meant everyone's come back to get a piece of it. You're neck deep in these so-called settlers. Cultists, bloodthirsty bandits. Don't forget, Appalachia belongs to us.
First, we need to make sure the newcomers don't get infected. If people become scorched, we're all as good as dead.
Hey there, vault dweller. I need you to do something for me.
How will our next competitor stack up? Let's bring him out! All right! Let's get it cleaned up.
Everyone's here. Y'all ready to rock this joint?
It's been some time since Vault 76 opened its door. And we all discovered that Appalachia isn't quite what it used to be. We encountered a lot of things. Overcame a lot of things. I don't think any of us expected for people to actually come back.
Are you from that vault? Can you help us? We've traveled pretty far. Heard there's hope here in Appalachia. Folk rebuilding, fighting back. We'll fight too, right by your side. We've been everywhere and seen everything. And the one thing we've learned is this. You gotta claim the wasteland before it claims you. The question is, are you with us or with them?
So, welcome back, everyone. I actually didn't realize, I don't know, I think I kind of did, but I don't know how much I realized that this is kind of like what comes immediately after the main story quest. And, well, we would have finished the main story quest, but unfortunately, someone completed it when I was in their group, and so it did it for me, and there's no way to really, do it. I guess technically what we could do, because it's, I don't know, at some point I'll launch a nuke, but it's not really relevant to what I want to do tonight. But I guess in the meantime, maybe I could just find that, so we could at least watch it real quick while I'm getting ready. But, let's see, Fallout, I am become death. Let's see.
He should do his duty. And he should do his duty. And to impress him, takes on his multi-armed form and says, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds."
Launch procedure complete. What's up, guys? It's Widgeon TV here. In our last video, we explored the White Springs bunker for the very first time. We met Modus, the multi-operational directions and utility system. It told us about the secret society called the Enclave. In order to join, we had to run a few errands for this AI, including reconnecting the White Springs bunker to an Enclave satellite called the Kovac Muldoon. At the end of that video, we were instructed to earn commendation credits by killing high-level legendary enemies or completing Enclave-related events in order to become general in the US Army. That's where we pick up in this video. After earning 10 commendation credits and becoming the US Army's newest general, we finish the Officer on Deck quest. That rewards us with a few items, XP, and a legendary armor piece called the Last Bastion. After quest completion, we're instructed to return to the White Springs bunker and again talk to Modus.
Welcome, General, to the Command Center. This space served many purposes. Armory, archives, education center. But its most critical role was its connection to the local nuclear missiles. A short training regimen was added to help new generals familiarize themselves with the nukes, their capabilities, and their dangers. If you wish to acquaint yourself with their intricacies, you're welcome to approach the posters against the wall. If you'd rather jump right in, you may speak to any of our command terminals to move on to the next step in your personal nuclear arms race.
It looks like everything we need to know about launching Appalachia's nukes is reduced to these 4 posters. Let's give them a listen.
Greetings, General. Welcome to your nuclear launch training session. Over the course of the next 4 posters, you'll be taught everything you need to know about utilizing the Appalachian automated launch system. During your briefing, you should have been issued a nuclear key card. During an actual launch, you will need to insert the card into the designated slot before entering your launch code, at which point the key card will be consumed. Additional card drops will be brought in by automated convoy should the DEFCON rating continue to worsen. You may speak to your logistics officer as to the location of the pickup for your additional cards, should the circumstances arise.
And oh, have they arisen. This DEFCON rating the General speaks of has been pegged at its maximum for some time now, due to the hazardousness unleashed by our earlier guests. The silver lining of this is that one can often find a keycard convoy en route somewhere in Appalachia. We're happy to use our restored surveillance tools to help you track them. Access any of the surveillance system terminals to initiate your hunt.
So it sounds like in order to launch, we're going to need a nuclear keycard. We can head over to this terminal and activate a search for a nuclear keycard convoy. Using the Kovac Muldoon satellite we helped reconnect earlier, Modus can mark its location on our map. For me, the convoy was located around the top of the world ski resort. These drones are pretty difficult to shoot down by yourself, especially if it's supported by vertibots, which it normally is. But it's certainly possible if you're persistent like I had to be. In the dropped crate, we can find some supplies, along with the nuclear keycard that we need.
Unauthorized access of secure transport container. Starting self-destruct countdown under dropkick protocol.
Returning to the bunker, we can check out the next poster.
To prevent misuse of Appalachia's automated missile silos, security measures for the region's nuclear arsenal have been increased well beyond any of our existing standards. Each silo has its own 8-digit launch code, which is valid for a single week. These codes are broken into 8 individual number-letter pairs, each carried by a designated officer who is under strict orders to guard their code piece with their life. The order of numbers has been encrypted using a series of methods to prevent improper deployment. The bunker staff of specially trained code decryptors will provide the officer corps with the code when it is renewed each week.
With the decryptors deceased, it falls to you and your compatriots to crack each week's codes. We would suggest starting your hunt with the archives on this floor. All the remaining information we have on the nature of the codes is stored there. And if you'd rather get busy collecting code pieces, simply step over to the surveillance terminals. That, at least, we can help you with.
So now you, as a player, have to decide between 2 options. The first option is to head over to this terminal and request it to locate the first of 8 code pieces you're going to need to find in order to launch the nukes. After picking up the first one, you hear from Modus.
You've acquired your code piece. We mean sincerely that the officer is almost certainly now in a better place. If you require additional code pieces, in a better place. Mean sincerely that the officer is almost certainly now in a better place. If you require additional code pieces, please return to the White Spring, and we can aid you in finding the next. If this was your last, well, we look forward to seeing the fireworks.
Like I said, you have to do this 8 times in total if you're going to do it solo. This task can easily cost a couple hundred caps from fast traveling everywhere, so keep that in mind. Then, you as a player will have to boot up your computer or phone, look up how to decipher launch codes in Fallout 76, find my video that I posted at the same time as this video that explains exactly how to do this, plug your numbers into the algorithm, forget how the English alphabet works, and do a little bit of math, and then pray you did it right, because if you didn't, you will lose any progress you made in the high-level silo and have to reacquire a nuclear keycard. Like I said, I have another video where I do exactly that if you want to learn how to do it. But there is also another option. Because the code word is the same for everyone, you can just look it up. It only takes a few seconds, and as long as you make sure the code you find is up to date, you should have no worries that it isn't going to work. Regardless of what you do, you now have the launch codes. Let's continue to the next poster.
The missile silos of Appalachia are equipped with an advanced robotic construction system, allowing them to rapidly rebuild their arsenals in a matter of hours. The silos themselves are defended by a robotic task force and staffed with a contingent of special clearance human missileers. Security protocols require all silo entrants, regardless of rank, be escorted by a missileer at all times. Entering a silo without escort will be treated as a hostile act.
Said missileers are almost guaranteed dead. You will need to soldier on through the silos without them. We recommend bringing friends.
So heading over to Site Alpha, we can find a very unassuming shack. Inside we can find an elevator that looks very out of place, and a holotape by the Overseer about Site Alpha.
Overseer's log, Missile Silo Alpha. No one's here. Not even any military survivors. It might be for the best. I don't think Vault Tech asserting jurisdiction over the nukes would have gone over well. But also means I'm locked out. Access is restricted to the highest-ranking officers. It's not going to be easy to fool. If we can't secure these sites... My God. The automated factory in the silo? Just how many nukes can it make?
Now, getting through Site Alpha is for a whole different video. It is both complex and rich of lore, so I'm excited to cover it. For now, though, we will skip to the launch room.
Alright, here, let's see, how do I do this? Present, share screen, window, where is it? I guess I have to do the whole screen. Alright, so we're doing this event real quick, and then, honestly, I'm thinking maybe just launch a nuke for the sake of it. Because then we'll, like, even though I already finished the quest line, I'm like a completionist. You have no idea how much it bugs me that I wasn't able to actually do the quest properly. Like, I know there's probably a lot of people who would be like, oh, you know, what is it? And even though I know it's probably, like, it's easier on me, I'd rather just do it. I don't know, it's kind of weird. I feel like I'm missing out, so hence why I'm doing this. But, yeah, I'm trying to think. Should I, when we do nuke it, should we nuke the Cranberry Bog, or should we nuke the new place, which causes the, like, radioactive storm?
Oh, I was going to say the radioactive storm sounds cool.
Yeah. Also gives me a chance at some pretty good weapons.
My rule is good weapons are always better than bad weapons.
That is true. Oh shit, I think it's going after me. Oh, it's going after me. Wait, why are they both going after me? I'm not the only one here, am I? Holy crapola. Please don't close. Please don't close. Shit. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Wait, where's this last one? Oh, shit, I'm out of... Let's see, where is it? Weapon. It's called the Endangeral. Holy crap. That guy's really good at melee. Holy crap, that guy's name's Rat Milk. I don't know why, Rat Milk just sounds really gross. Wait, what did I get? What did I get? No. I got the plan for a weather machine. It's not that great. Okay. Let's see. What else I got? I'm just going to have to get rid of some militia because I don't need it. But it's always good for script. Okay, how am I going to do this? 405. So then I will just take some buff tats and drink a bourbon. You know, it's kind of funny. You're not supposed to mix drugs with alcohol like that. Especially because the buff tats is basically a mix of probably speed and what's the word? Steroids. So that's not a good combination. Alright, here we go. Now I can fast travel to... Well, we need to go to White Springs anyway, so we'll go to White Springs Mall. Alright, in the meantime, while we're loading in, I think they should work because, yeah, it's full screen, so here. I'll be right back up.
You are instructed to protect some funny-looking launch assistants.
I don't know why it looks so funny.
After completing that, you are free to activate the launch computer. Here is what it says.
Access denied. Please insert nuclear keycard in the designated receptacle.
So we are now to insert the nuclear keycard.
Keycard accepted. Keypad access granted.
Now let's head over to the launch code input pad and enter the launch code we got earlier.
Access granted.
Now it's time to pick your ground zero. Every Fisher site will have a different abundance of high-level resources, and if you hit Fisher Site Prime, it will start an event called Scorched Earth. This event gives you some of the best gear in the game if completed. For me, I chose the one near my settlement. It gives you about a 3-minute timer, allowing you to fast travel out of the silo and set yourself atop a hill so you can watch the show. When the nuke finally arrives, it completes the quest, I Am Become Death. But wait, we still have one more poster. I will play the audio over me running.
Due to the region's advanced missile installations, there is a high chance of a retaliatory nuclear strike touching down somewhere in Appalachia. The intense radiation released by such a blast can have devastating effects on the local flora and fauna, mutating them into hideous monstrosities fit only for a quick death.
As mentioned, our evidence suggests just the opposite.
For a quick death.
As
monstrosities fit only for a quick death.
As mentioned, our evidence suggests just the opposite. The material samples our previous residents collected after the initial nuclear exchange are impressive things. Versatile and volatile. But with proper stabilization, their uses are many. The region's fissures appear particularly intriguing as targets for transformation.
So it sounds like the Enclave was experimenting on radioactive materials right after the first nukes fell on the United States. Some of the materials are even required to make some of the things like the Enclave Orbital Strike Grenade and some of the power armors. Minerals like ultracite may even be the cause of the Scorched Plague, but that's for a different video. Alright guys, that's all I have on the I Am Become Death quest. I hope everybody enjoyed the video. If you did, make sure to like and consider subscribing.
Interesting. So, I guess the answer to... Wait, I'm not muted, am I? Can you hear me, Gro?
Nope, I can hear you.
Right. Perfect. So, yeah, actually, now that I think about it, not really that significant. I could always do that again. I mean, we just did the event that I would have, nuked that site. I would have caused the event that we just did. So, it doesn't really matter. Where is, especially if I want to save time and get to what I actually wanted to. So, let's see. What can I get rid of? It's actually, wait, I know I also put some other heavy stuff there. In weapons, they were both 1 star, so that's how I can find them. Yep, here. Oh, no, dang it. Wait, by value, maybe. Alright. Mutants, Gatling Plasma. Instigate. No, I like the Gauntlet. Instigating Broadsider. Actually, there's another event. It's actually... How close is it to where I need to go? It's not that far. Might as well. Okay. Oh, wait, there was also some armor. Right. Armor. Here. We'll see what we can sell and what we can't sell. We'll scrap. Scrap. 102 for 3 stars. 56 for 1 star. That's worth it. 102 for 3 stars. Meh. Not worth it. 31 for that now. No. Oh, what about armor? How come it's not here? That makes no sense. I totally... Did I forget? Oh my god, what? It would be by value, I think. Here, let's see. Auto... Here! Yeah, how did I forget about this? Heavy Raider arm. Don't need that. Heavy Raider left arm. I think that's it. Oh, here, wait till I'm never going to use that. So let's see, now we have 11, 4, 31, 8. No, we're going to scrap that all. Oh god, what? This guy is like in some glitch with the power armor, and now he looks like some weird mutant cryptid. Alright, so we only 21 left for this, so that's going to be a lot of legendary modules at some point. Is there anything left that we can still sell? Correct. Here. And then we'll just scrap the rest. Um, 364. What can I get rid of now before we start this? Do I need the shards? I could always use them. I'll get rid of them. How much does the fixer weigh? It's not that much. Ammo. Maybe there's excess. So strange. Not really a lot. So I'll just sell some of the excess. Okay, by weight. Sorry about this. I hate to play inventory manager right as we get into this, but okay, I could get rid of some glowing mass. It wouldn't really do much, but they each weigh. Yeah, it's not really going to do much. Canned dog food, maybe? This whole thing, I don't need all that dog food. Maybe aid. Stim pack. At least 35. And that's, yeah, I'll sell 100 maybe? Or so. Okay, that drops it down a bit. Rat away. I don't need so much. That weighs total 12. Maybe get rid of that much. I guess, let's see. Oh, sweet, I can buy some excess stuff. That'll actually help out. So, I need a lot of crystal. So, it's 1,800. Oh, wait, what am I doing? I should be selling with my, where is it? Hard bargain. Need to take the grape tats. Ooh, grape mentats. It's not called grape tats, but I actually like that. You know, a nice portmanteau. Crystal shards. How much does it save me? What was it before? $13.95. And without the... It is... Let's see. $13.90. Oh, it's a pretty good saving. Okay, where is it? Hard bargain. Alright, we're actually buying it this time. Crystal shards. Some gears. Oh shit, that's a lot of bulk gear. Do we need it? No, I'll just get. Let's see, it was 5 of the other stuff, so I'll just get 5 of this. Let's get some bulk spraying. Let's get 500. I mean 5. I don't know what I'm talking about. Loose screws. Why are there so many loose screws? Okay, we'll get 80 of those. Some ultracite scrap. We'll take it all. Okay, so they're back at 11. Okay, perfect. So now we can get rid of some more stuff. Glowing blood. That weighs a stack with. Holy shit, that does weigh. Let's see. So we don't need all that rat away. We can get rid of some more. Okay, nice, nice. Let's see. Where is it? Frag grenade. Let's see. We can get rid of some of these pulse. Oh, that's funny. I sold 218 caps worth, and now they have exactly 218 caps. So they must have had. Wait, 218 and 218 would be 436. Interesting. Didn't notice that until after I sold it. Okay, so we're at 351. What is taking up so much space? That's what I don't understand. You know, I'm a horrible hoarder in video games because it's like basically the cost-benefit analysis of hoarding in a video game isn't as bad as real life, if that makes any sense. Because it's like you can just, you know, if you're ever overwhelmed by it, you can just log off. And I feel like the fact that you don't have to actually do any physical work in order to clear it out makes it easier to do so as well, in a way that like you have to expend all. But then again, that's just me, because when I expend energy, I get tired easy. Let's see. Radix diluted. Okay, that's stack weight of 12, so we have 400. So we'll sell that should get rid of 3. Oh yeah, you don't have enough for me to do that. So 4, so we can do 50. Maybe 60? No, too much. 50. 42. 168. Alright, 50. So 10. Wait, 10, 12. Okay, perfect. Now what can we buy in order to get more? Let's see. Lead? Ooh, I think we have enough lead. No, let me deposit this first. Holy crap. And then how much does this even weigh? So they each weigh 1, so that'll also get rid of some weight. That's not a lot. Oh, didn't get rid of it because I need to scrap it manually. Oh, this is nice. I think once I get down to 340, I should be good to go. Let's see. Well, crystal shards. 345. Just a little bit more to go. You ever like when you play games, you like playing inventory manager?
Nope, I'm like you. I'm a hoarder.
Yeah, unfortunately I am too. Okay, let's see. Well, then I could also, now that I think about it, there's always beer and meds. But I also have notes that I could probably stash. That'll probably also help out. Oh wait, I could just sort by weight. Perfect. Perfect. Oh, that is so nice. Am I forgetting anything? This. Weight in stash. So stack weight would be 1. Yeah, I don't think it changes. Yeah, it's not bad. Ammo. I don't need all these fusion cores. At the same time, let's see, are there any that I can just drop? Because, oh wait, 25. Oh wait, no, I don't need that. I'm just going to drop that. Forgot what I was talking about. Okay, so let's see. 20. It'd be kind of interesting as it lose. Actually, this would be really interesting if it lost weight as it dispelled charge. Then it would actually make it where there's really no point in dropping the like almost empty ones, because relative to the other ones they weigh the same. Whereas without that feature, it basically makes it where there's no. Once you get past a certain point, it's kind of pointless to continue to hold on to one, because it just is dragging you down relative to what it can give you. It'd be like carrying around the weight of a soda bottle, but there's no soda in it. But like if it weighed the same amount, whether it was full or empty. Let's see. You know what? Yeah, so someone else can have this. I'm not throwing it away. I'm giving it away. And what someone doesn't want, someone else can take. I'm a charity. No, they left. Too bad I can't just stick up a sign. So actually, hold on. Some of these are pretty full. Yeah, don't mind if I do. A 336. It's pretty good. And then I also need to get fusion cells. The whole stack weight is only 2. I'm going to just take it all then. So let's see. No ammo for this. I have enough ammo for it. Maybe I'll get a little bit more plasma. Stack weight. Oh, that's a lot. Okay. How much plasma do I have now? 2015. It's not bad. I could use some more shotgun shells, though. Though I think I might have taken the... No, there's still more. Total 4, so I'll take maybe half of that. And as I use it, it'll lose weight. Anything else I need? So let's see, 7. I need stuff. Okay, updated. 2238. 1756. Okay, yeah, this all looks... Yeah, this is good. Perfect. Alright, so... And I guess, yeah, since I'm doing the main quest right now, technically I wouldn't have access to this vault gear, but at the same time, who really cares? I mean, like, because this is from the new quest line, or rather the new zone. But I guess it doesn't really matter. I mean, the whole theme. The theme is vault tech, and I guess from the vault. So, actually, you know what? Let me get costumes. How could I forget? Okay, this guy really freaks me out. So I'm going to take a picture of him. Remember, in public, there's no reasonable expectation of privacy. Okay. Apparel. Let's see. So we have assault gas mask. Sure. My bathrobe. Probably won't need a bathrobe, but why the hell not? Blue Devil outfit, Blue Devil pelt hood. Okay, Blue Scout outrage stuff. Different types of Brotherhood shit. Burnt. I don't need the burnt stuff. Communist commander hat and outfit. Sure. Cowboy chaps, cowboy duster, cowboy hat. Cryptid hunter boonie hat. Not gonna lie, I'm not going to use that, and it does take up a little space, so I am going to get rid of it from now. Cultist incarnate helmet. I'll keep the enclave stuff. I have raw. Apparently, you need the Mistress of Mysteries regalia, so it's not going to help right now. Fashionable raider outfit. Not gonna lie, it kind of looks ugly, but it could come in useful. These different masks, these 2 masks, sure. Fire breather, yeah, I'll keep that. Flyboy, not going to wear it. I'll keep the Garhan employee shit. Gas masks, of course. Hazmat suit. These 2 backpacks. Imposter sheep squatch. Insurgent outfit. Oh, the insurgent outfit might... I think I know what it might look good with. I don't need this tactical helmet. Probably not going to use these 2, but I'll keep it just in case. Wait, Insurgent, where'd it go? So the Insurgent outfit is this, and the Mountain Scout... Hold on, that's the same base. Oh, wow, I don't know how I didn't realize it before. This is like the same outfit, it's just a different skin. That must have been why I liked it. And then the helmet, that might actually go good with it. Then we have these Ranger outfits. I wish there was like a more like color neutral helmet for this. Otherwise, I would totally use it more. I'll keep that in. Yeah, this. Sure. Nah, not gonna lie, that looks stupid as shit. I'm not going to wear that. If anything, I would wear the other one, which actually looks like intimidating. Here we have a treasure hunter shirt. Trilby hat, not going to wear that. White Wolf fedora, I might wear that. Worn veil, that's part of a quest. Can I? No, I have to have it on me. So now let's go through what I didn't take. Brotherhood lab coat, I could use that. Spacesuit, I could use that. Ranger outfit, probably not. Doesn't really fit in. Sheep squatch, I have that. Golf, marine, no. Civil engineer armor helmet, no. Realistically not. Spacesuit helmet, perfect. Responder police uniform. Not going to wear that soon. Shielded urban. Oh no, I'm already wearing that. I have some of these, so I don't have to worry about them all. I have that. Oh, this looks kind of cool. I might have that. Field Scribe's uniform. I think I have that, but I don't really. I'm not going to wear it. Arctos lab coat. I'll get that for when we have to go there. Wait, did it just reset? Or is this... Okay, that's weird that all of a sudden it's like... How it's... If it's by value... Oh, it's because they all weigh the same... Or they all have the same value. So now it's by alphabetical order again. That's actually really cool. I don't know. I don't know why, but I find that really cool. Wait, but then why is there the Cryptid Boony Hunter hat? I already said I didn't like that. I don't know. Maybe Ogua Hunter hood. Okay. Wait, is this everything? Explorer outfit. Bloody Chef outfit. No. Asylum worker uniform, no. Ratty skirt, no. Chally Moo Moo. Sure. Wait, Chally the Moo Moo, where's the mat? Must weigh be less, I guess. Clown outfit? I'm not going to wear a clown outfit. As much as some people might like me to. Yeah, I guess I'll just get... Okay, let's see. I'll just get all the different masks. So I don't have this one. 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 I have that one. I have that one. I don't have this one. I don't have this one. Okay. Grill Master's hat. No. Sorry. Okay, here's a Chally Moo Moo mask. Green hood. I don't really see where a green hood would come in useful, to be completely honest. Deathclaw Hunter hat. That doesn't have... How does... Oh, I guess these are not airtight. That would be it. Okay. So on that note, I think it's time to start. So, where are we going first? I totally forgot where we're going first. Okay, so Raider Cache. We have to check the terminal at Blackwater Mine. Negotiate. Sol's transmitter. So that's... Well, we're right by here, so we'll do this first. We will... Yeah. Fast travel there to the Blackwater Mine. Unless is there no one showing up for that event. And even if, don't need to do it. It's just my ADHD. I see something pop up, I'm like, must do, must do. Of course, if only I could use that to my advantage, but unfortunately, much to the detriment of myself, it is to my detriment. It's about learning how to ride that wave rather than be knocked out by it. Let's see. All right, we got 2 comments. One spam one and one from Baron. Hey Baron, I don't know if you're still watching. I should be able. 2 people are watching, so you could be. You like Fallout? I have. Oh well, you don't like coming on stream because you mainly type out. But if you are actively watching and do want to engage, in chat, I'll get my phone out so I can see chat. Just let me know. I'll check in a few minutes. All right, are we loaded in? Let me also adjust the sound settings on this. Oh, wait, what did I just do? System. Oh, shoot. Did not mean to do that. Sound settings. Here. Shoot, how do I... Mixer. Oh, shoot. I do not... Volume. Oh, volume mixer. There. Alright, here we are. Oh, I feel so stupid. I thought there was Rose's Raider Radio and then Raider Radio. No, it's Pirate Radio and Rose's Raider Radio. Let's get at least... Yeah, one... Actually, let's see. Do they have any other wines? We'll drink this one. Oh, by the way, I've actually kept up the cannibal perk because it makes it easier than to go into your inventory to eat. Because you can just, you know, it's like it's fast food. Of course, this isn't part of my character, in character. This is just convenient.
You just don't make a great dining companion.
I'll have you know that to some people, that they would consider that the perfect one, like Jeffrey Dahmer and that one guy from Japan. But, you know, personally, I don't think that they're great dining companions. Like, I think I'm perfectly normal. Like, for given, it's just my character. It's not me. But, like, for someone who has any sort of, what's the word, adjacency to cannibalism, I think I'm, again, because it's not me, it's my character, and it's not even in character, it's literally just in a video game. I don't think I'm too bad. At least relatively speaking.
Yeah, but it becomes an open question when you're asking somebody over for dinner just what your motives are.
Maybe to play Fallout, and then we could just eat Malbashi together.
Better to eat the Mubashi than to be the Mubashi.
Oh. Ow, 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 ow. I think I'm going to need to trick these guys. They're not too bright, so well, I have to get rid of this guy first. Where'd he go? Let's see, I'm going to switch out. Here, this way I'll get more or more food, rather. Alright, where? I should probably scrap these weapons. Junk. Weapons? Yeah. Missile launcher. Alright.
Hey everyone, I'm getting pretty bored. Get off the line, let me know you're thinking of me. I'll be sure to find a way to thank you. Of course, don't get your hopes up. What do you think I loaded up here? Just ready to give out presents like I'm Santa Claus or something? No. You'll get the mild appreciation of a psychotic
Okay,
robot.
so we're going into the Garahan employee.
Pretty much everything and everyone.
Here, I think we'll fit it. Oh, shoot! No, but we need a.
Just be glad I'm not out there murdering you too.
Wait, what? That's not nice. Rose, I'm helping you, Rose, and you're threatening to murder me? That's, or at least joking about it? I don't think that's very nice. I don't know why I'm helping her. Alright, backpack. Standard backpack, level 50. And then mods, standard backpack. We're going to go with the ore basket backpack. And mod high capacity. I'm going to add.
A little outburst earlier. These guys are putting me through the mood.
Let's see.
Speaking of, here's another help.
Now we'll just use that and Ultrasight Titan. Actually, yeah, it's perfect because it is a mole, so we'll use that. So this is steel. The arrowhead is steel. The bottle is plastic, but it's not a real bottle. So is the cap. Even though this should be glass if it were a real bottle, and this would be steel if it were a real cap. The Jersey Devil's shoe backpack flare should definitely be steel. Marshall Mallow. How is this steel? This should be plastic. And then this is plastic. I mean, I guess it makes sense, but maybe like cloth or leather. I'm trying to apply logic to this freaking game. I don't know what I'm doing. I should have known better. Okay, so we're going to switch to that so they can't tell. And again, if only that worked. But it doesn't, so they'll still be able to know that we're not a mole miner. Unfortunately.
Great day.
Okay. We are going in. Also, I harvested one of my plants today, so I would have started streaming earlier if it wasn't for that, but it was getting to the point where, like, I definitely needed to harvest, otherwise I risked it losing a lot of its potency, potentially. Nope.
Shock to your system. What's it like crawling out of your safe little underground bunker and getting a nice big dose of reality, huh? While you were all having...
Oh shit, Well, I want to hear the audio, and I think I didn't realize it was, alright, so let's see, it's, Rose's Quest, Blackwater Mine. What did I just get the notification for? Oh, someone joined the team. Okay. Let's see. Wait, no, not that. Rose's Quest. Let's see. Alright, here.
Your game.
I just want to use you to further my own goals. I may be going soft on you. This tinsel. Nothing personal. Bring your entrails up like Christmas tinsel. Nothing personal.
She likes me. She really likes me. And I'm not convinced that that's a good thing. Once I reached Blackwater Mine, I met with glowing mole miners between me and the entrance. For the sake of brevity, I run past them and straight into the mine itself. Making my way into an office of some sort, I find the Blackwater Bandits terminal.
Alright, now let's see. I am more full. Let's see. for the audience, just convincing myself it was. I don't hear it. I might have just been gaslighting myself.
That was all holotape to record on you. Okay. No, this is stupid. Can't hear me. Not anymore. Maybe this is more for me. I just miss you, Lucy. Why you couldn't imagine that I can't help but feel responsible. Somehow. They were fired up so many years and I knew you didn't like skiing, so I didn't even mention I was going. Thought I might be talking you out of it. I wish I had told you though. The hard-headed, the worst stubborn asses would have hated it.
Oh shit, I think it accidentally. Oh, whatever. Wasn't that important. I really don't care. Wait, but actually, maybe they do. Watch it. Let's see, do they? No, I think it just goes straight to it. Alright, whatever. Pretty lame songs. Let's see, what am I looking for? Check the performance reports. Wait, I think I found it. Password is pumpernickel. Oh, but how does that help us?
Rose here. Not that I'm a creep, but I was watching you through the viewfinder again, so I pictured the mine. Can you still hear me? Whatever. It's not like you can radio back. Anywho, I recall we completely lost track of the Blackwater Bandits back in '96. Radio wasn't looking too good last time we saw her alive. Not her usual bright and spirit itself. Real sick. Her hair looked awful. Something happened in that mine hideout of theirs. Not sure what, but if you can figure it out, I bet you'd be able to track down that key fragment. I'll catch up with you when I see you crawl out of that cave. Again, slight video back. Anywho, if I recall, we completely lost track of the Blackwater Bandits back alive. Not her usual bright and spirited self. Real sick. Her hair looked awful. Something happened in that mine hideout of theirs. Not sure what, but if you can figure it out, I bet you'd be able to track down that key fragment. I'll catch up with you when I see you crawl out of that cave.
I'm surprised she didn't say, if I see you crawl out of that cave. Alright, so I guess that means it is in here somewhere. So they have a scrap bench that we can use real quick because I don't want to have any extra weight going in. Nah, probably find one deeper in. Alright, let's listen to Rose's radio. Don't mind me, I'm just a cannibalistic mole miner. Oh! Oh, shit. I should probably turn down the volume.
Just checking in with all my listeners in the Appalachia Wasteland. I feel like I need to educate you some more about all the kids out there. You might know what the breeding line out for it. Now, maybe you were too young before the war, or maybe you were one of those late weirdos who was too good for kids. Well, buckle up, because it's a new world out there. Maybe you're going to need all the help you can get. Take that, for example. You came fresh out of the box, your body is probably weak and infected from all those years of living in luxury, eating your canned crap. Like this, take yourself some Baalout, run longer, and hit harder. You'll be a star athlete in no time. No training required. Just look at how strong I am. I can crush a human spine with a single metal claw, and it's all thanks to Baalout. Be careful though.
Where are they?
It's incredibly addictive. Don't blame me for any side effects.
Oh, shit. Shit. Alright, time to get out the bad body. Ah, dang it. Wait, what the fuck? Is this the key fragment? Oh, this is Freddy Lang. Shit. Hi, Freddy. I have your holotape. Sorry, Freddy. Oh, shit. This weapon's called the Pepper Shaker.
Honestly, I'm hoping someone out there survives because I've been thinking a lot about starting a brand new render game. And we're gonna need some easy pickings when we're back in business. Maybe someone would be willing to help me out, and maybe I'd be willing to let said someone live when the Raiders rule again. Maybe not, though. I'm a fickle mistress. Rosa!
Okay, so we got what we needed now, so just need to scrap this extra weight. Let's see, weapons. Here. Alright, so did that. Let's see. Where's my weapon? Sheep Squatch Shard. Let's use that. Okay, where are we going? Go outside. Oh, wait, that's literally all we need to do? Shit. Well, whatever. Okay, now we just exit. Wait, where'd the Sheep Squatch Shard go? Oh, shit, I'm almost dead. Oh wow, that's actually pretty effective. Wait, where'd it go? Because it bounced back at me? I don't really know what's the implication of that. Okay, either way, I could always make more. I don't... It's like, the fact that you can even, use it multiple times is kind of wild. Wait, wasn't I... I was here before. Did I... I'm like so turned around. Well, I mean, of course I was here before, but... Wait, so is this... No, this is where I thought I was. That's why I was confused. Let's drink some company tea. Do you have any company tea? Sweet. I'll regen my AP a lot. Huh? It's broke? No, it's working. So I actually, truth be told, I mean the what's it called? The perk that I have or it's a special perk. I forget exactly what it's. Okay, where is this locker? Anyway, the special perk that I have, so it's not a regular perk. It actually made it so I lose my radiation automatically, but it also means that what am I trying to say? Also means that there's really no functional reason for me to use those like the radiation showers or like anti-radiation showers, because I lose it anyway, so there's no reason to. But truthfully, it's a lot of fun, so just because of that alone, and also the fact that I could have an extra slot, I might reassign that slot. I don't know, it's like, yeah, I could probably, I don't know, it's more convenience than anything, and I really don't mind. I mean, reminds you that you're playing a game that takes place during the nuclear apocalypse. Whereas without it, you could easily forget. Okay, maybe not so easy, but you can forget. Let's see. Any comments? No comments. Alright, so should be loaded in a few seconds, and then I think Rose is going to butt in on our conversation. Alright. Now she can see me.
Hey, you're back! I guess you found it, huh? I'm just gonna saunter and move on. Let's check with the trappers next. They had a camp out near the Devil's Backbone, so they could keep an eye out along the road from the southeast. We never did find out what happened to them. We were spread pretty thin by the time they disappeared. Someone or something probably got to them. Maybe they left a note behind, or some other clue. They were real outdoorsy types, like camping and hunting, so be careful searching the camp for their piece of the key. If it wasn't obvious, they were really into traps.
Okay, so yeah, I have the Devil's Backbone here, so I can just fast travel there. So that's quick. And while we wait for it to load in, we will listen to, Rose lore Fallout 76. I think we already listened to some stuff about that, but let's see what. Oh, that was odd.
Hello.
Oh my god, that's too loud. I need to lower the sound of YouTube. This may be fine. Oh, okay, no, we're loaded in. Okay, so interesting, there's an American flag here. Oh wait, I'm not amongst them anymore. So let's see. Armor, what's good for this? Maybe mountain scout goggles and uniform. And then we'll go with which backpack? Secret Service backpack, maybe. We need a better hat. Let's go with the, what's a cowboy hat look like with this? Nah. Maybe the Blue Ridge. This looks good. I think we fit in kind of. Blue Ridge. Oh, it's. I feel so stupid. I just realized that the Blue Ridge is referring to the Blue Ridge Mountains, right?
Yep, Blue Ridge Mountains.
That's kind of embarrassing. I should have realized that. Let's see. So what can we wear to... Do we have some goggles? We have a gas mask. And a gas mask with goggles. I don't need it. We're not in a hazardous place. I guess, so for this, because it's already similar colors, I'm just going to wear the Voltec Survival. But yeah, this actually looks really good. Wait, but... That's weird. Looks like there's some issue with the proportions or something. Like, what's up with... Whatever, I mean, I'm not going to wear this for a long time. And I'm going to go into... Oh my god, this is bugging me. Whatever. Don't mind us, we're just a Blue Ridge trading company scout. Don't mind us. Don't mind us. Is there anybody alive here? Oh, fuck. I probably should have checked for mines first. Yeah, it's going to just impede my escape. I'm going to get rid of any mines now. I think they're all dead. There's nobody here. It's kind of eerie, honestly. Do you have a workbench? I could scrap some stuff. That would help. What are we looking for here? Not gonna lie, it's kind of underwhelming. But hey, I mean, it makes it easier. Oh shit, now we have to read the note. Those mutant bastards attacked us, Thorpe. We told you we needed help from your guys to hit him first. Thanks for nothing. They took Walter and some of the others back to Huntersville. Don't know what they're going to do with them, but I ain't sticking around to find out. Walter's probably dead now, and he's got the tape, so there goes the cash. This is on you. You want to back check Huntersville for Walter's body. He was last seen wearing his crazy camo duds. The last of us are abandoning ship. We're done with this, Chuck. Alright, so let's take that. So now we need to go to Huntersville. Oh joy, Huntersville. Where mutants abound. Super mutants, rather. Because technically I'm a mutant. A double mutant. I don't know, like, how many mutations you have to make you a super mutant. Actually, technically, it's a FEV mutant if you want to be technical. They're not regular mutations. Okay, so what's in here? Pulse mine. Wait, what's this? Down here. Bivouac. Wait, what's a bivouac? I forget.
It's like camping kind of thing.
Ah. Well, let's see. So Huntersville. Travel here to Caps. Oh, I hear. Boing, 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 boing.
I want to go back to West Virginia. I want to go back to the land I love, where the skies are blue and the birds sing too. Take me back to West Virginia. We recently completed.
Oh, wait, I think we're loaded in. No, not yet.
This series on the full story of Fallout 76 Wastelanders. Towards the end, we finally raided and explored Vault 79. That episode was over an hour and a half long, and most of it focused on the heist itself. That is to say, post-war lore.
Is it loaded? Yep. Here we go. Alright, here we're going to have a bit more resistance. So we're going to start by going up here. Oh, shit. Need to get full. There. Yeah, let's eat some food. Sort by spoil. Here. Crispy squirrel bits. Company tea. Sweetwater special blend. Spoiled fruit. No. Beer. Some mac and cheese. Some Cajun beans and rice. Some canned coffee. Some canned meat stew. I don't need a weight booster, so here, this should be good. Cotton candy bites. I'm just eating a little bit of everything. Candy boy apples. See how many effects. Ooh, that's a lot of effects. Okay, let's see. Can I get on top of that water tower? That'd actually be perfect as a sniper's nest. Let's see, how am I going to start? Okay, here. Step 1. Oh, shit. Shit. Too bad I can't just climb up. Would be too easy. Oh, no. Ah, shit. I will get to a better height than this. I just don't know how. Actually, do you have a stealth boy? Hey. Perfect. See, what am I going to use for this? Let's see, weapons. I have Big Birdie now. Maybe the Fixer? That's good for sneak damage. And we're going to switch this out for Covert Operative. And then we are going to go to... Oh, this is actually perfect. Oh, shit. Switching to plasma grenade. There. Fire in the hole. Oh shit. You want to test me, boy? Oh shit. Well, that did it. by making your shots like not so fast, it lets your AP build back up. And that way you don't have to get out of VATS and wait for your AP to regen. Actually makes it take a lot longer. So just kind of, what's the word? Rationing, or not rationing out, but regulating your speed of fire, I guess. Okay, where is there anyone left? Or are we good? I think we're good. Your keen eyes notice something odd about the nearby corpse. Its belly is strangely distended as if someone has tampered with it. You should investigate it more closely before proceeding. You think someone trapped it? I mean, they are called the trappers. Let's see. Interesting. You can't examine closer until after you eat him, at least if you have the cannonball perk attached. Examine closer. Just underneath the corpse's clothing, you notice crude mechanism. Wait, I want to make sure I'm not. Yeah, perfect. Just underneath the corpse's clothing, you notice crude mechanisms designed to arm a mini nuke, which has been roughly shoved into the corpse's stomach cavity. Ugh. It appears that trying to take the trapper's key fragment from the corpse will arm the bomb, which will likely explode after a short time. Or what do you do? Safely disarm the bomb. Just grab the trapper's key argument from the corpse and... Oh, leave it alone for now. Leave it alone. Okay, you know, honestly, just for the memes, I think I might end up... Should I use my intelligence and safely disarm the bomb, or you think I should just grab the trapper's key fragment from the corpse and run away before it explodes? I mean, worst case, I can just respawn, so I think I'm going to do this.
I see some commotion over in Undersville. Gotta be you, huh?
Yep. Oh, just wait.
Sticking around when they found out the town was running up with those big dumb galoots. Why don't you go figure out what happened to the diehards next? Probably just plain starved after Margie vanished. Such useless old selfies. Margie had her own room with the Southern Top ski lanes because her last known location. See if she left anything behind.
Honestly, I'm glad I went for the... I wonder if I disarm it, whether it gives me a mini nuke, though. Well, too late to find out. I just need a scrap. Here, I'm gonna continue with this video.
Lore. But within that video, we stumbled upon a lot of pre-war Vault 79 lore. And so with this video, I'm going to focus like a laser beam just on the story of Vault 79. And it starts sometime before 2072. By this time, the Sino-American War had been going on for just over 5 years. And at the time, the United States was worried that the war might end in nuclear annihilation. And so they decided that if they were going to save anything, they were going to save the nation's gold. They commissioned Vault Tech to build a vault to house the nation's gold reserves in the event of the nuclear apocalypse. As we learn by watching a slideshow presentation while exploring the ruins of Vault Tech University that Vault Tech had put together to inform members of Congress and high-ranking members of the armed services.
Of Congress and our armed services to a very special Vault Tech presentation. Gold. This rarefied metal has been the backbone of trade since time immemorial. And in the event of nuclear war, this precious resource will once again become invaluable to rebuilding America's economic future. That is why Vault-Tec has been commissioned to build a different and very real vault. Named for the atomic number of the metal it will guard, Vault 79 will be the new home for all of America's gold reserves. Fort Knox will secretly be retired and emptied. Its gold bullion transported to the new vault, where it will be safe behind Vault-Tec's top-of-the-line automated security. Biometric recognition to verify authorized personnel. Sophisticated laser grid fields to ward off intruders. And, in the unlikely event of a breach, military-grade defensive turret systems built in partnership with our friends at Robco. All of this, along with Vault-Tec's signature lead-lined containment walls, airtight.
One moment, so I'm going to take a dab real quick, so I'm just going to switch it to where I can have myself muted, because unfortunately you can't have it if it's full screen. If you do, then you don't hear it. I don't think you hear this. Actually, wait, do you? Entire screen, sure audio. Oh no, that would work. I don't know what I was thinking.
Isn't that what most people do?
What?
I said, isn't that what most people do? Full screen share?
Well, yeah, but no, this is like my entire screen, not just a window, because I can't. I'd have to change windows every time if I did it that way. But also if I had it specific. Well, interestingly enough, I can't share just the window of the game. I have to share full screen, though. I guess I could probably run it. I might actually try that. Well, but either way, it wouldn't make it easy to transition back and forth. This is actually just the easiest way. But I could probably set it to like bordered or windowed mode, and then I wouldn't have the same issues. Anyway, so I'm going to mute myself real quick while I take the stab. We'll listen to this, and then we'll continue. Actually, I think I like this. I like listening to commentary as we're playing. That way, we kind of it makes it less monotonous, both for me and
you. It works either way. I was just didn't know. Okay.
And automated manufacturing facilities. Vault 79, a golden future for the America we all know and love. Brought to you by Vault-Tec.
It appears Vault-Tec tried to be secretive about this, but despite their secrecy, somehow rumor of a great American treasure hidden in Appalachia began to make its rounds. A pawn shop owner in the town of Grafton named Flavia Stabo must have heard one of these rumors, for she began her own investigation into the treasure. And she was quite the sleuth. Many people at the time dismissed her as a crazed conspiracy theorist, but much of what she uncovered ended up being accurate. For example, we learn from an interview holotape that we find in the home of Madeline De Silva that the U.S. government used eminent domain to buy people's land so that they could build Vault 79.
So those soldiers, they drove onto my land and started fencing off the north part of my farm 2 years back. Well, I ain't one to take that line down. Before I could carry on too much, this man in a black suit comes over, says it's eminent domain, and he gives me this check with more zeros in it than I've ever seen.
So there's no evidence of anything suspicious?
No, truth be told, I almost forgot about it, except for the noise.
Noise?
Yeah, you could hear trucks coming and going every now and then. At the damnedest hours, too. Couple of times I heard a train whistle, too. But that's about it.
Flavia Stabo uncovered a lot of evidence concerning the construction of Vault 79 and uncovered
But that's about it.
Flavia Stabo uncovered a lot of evidence concerning the construction of Vault 79 and uncovered some of its early history. For example, we learned from 2 invoices that Stabo sent to Sam Blackwell inside the Charleston Capitol building that Vault Tech used a company called Holland Chase to source the concrete they used to build the vault. It was shipments of this concrete that Gladys Filcher likely heard being delivered via truck and train early in the morning. And then after the vault was complete, it was likely shipments of gold from Fort Knox she heard being delivered. And the government pulled out all the stops to make building this vault easier. Flavia discovered that the government was waiving fines generated by trucks heading to Vault 79 that were overweight. As we learn when reading the way station logs she sent to Senator Blackwell. But perhaps one of the most interesting pieces of history related to Vault 79 is the story of Shanghai Sally, who led a crew of mobsters in the first gold heist of Vault 79. Flavia Stabo uncovered the story and sent her findings to the Monongah police station. The story begins with the Charleston Herald newspaper clipping, Shanghai Sally, Casino Shootout. Volume 201, Charleston, Thursday morning, July 14th, 2072, number 14. 5 slain in mob shootout at the Ultralux by Luke Hogan. In a dramatic scene on Wednesday night, police stormed the Ultralux Casino in Las Vegas and engaged in a protracted battle with mobsters. Hundreds of bullets were fired, all mobsters were slain, and 17 bystanders were injured. Interviews with eyewitnesses indicate complete chaos and contradictory stories. Some witnesses report the mobsters tried to surrender twice. One eyewitness claims the firefight started with a sniper round killing one of the mobsters. A cashier claimed the mobsters were winning until soldiers arrived and used a missile launcher to blow 2 of them up. The chief of police claimed this as a major victory. It's time for us to send a clear message that no one in Las Vegas is above the law. At first glance, this seems like your run-of-the-mill mobster shootout in Las Vegas until we connect it to things here in Appalachia in the next clipping, Shanghai Sally, chapter closed. Volume 201, Charleston, Sunday evening, July 17th, 2072, number 17. Shanghai Sally's Reign of Terror Ends by Norman Pennywise. Vertibirds still circle the piers in Galveston, hovering over the charred remains of the getaway boat the U.S. Navy barraged Sunday afternoon, thus ending the crime spree of one of the most notorious Chinese spies in U.S. history, Shanghai Sally. Although it seems like a lifetime ago, Shanghai Sally was only identified on Thursday. Initially, Shanghai Sally was discovered barricaded in one of the high roller suites in the Lucky 38 in Las Vegas with over $20 million in cash stuffed into several duffel bags. Before she could be apprehended, she allegedly used bed sheets to climb down to the ground floor. In the 4 days that followed, reports of Shanghai Sally eluding police came in hour by hour as she made her way east. She was sighted in Flagstaff, Albuquerque, and El Paso while carjacking vehicles from innocents. One unconfirmed report indicates she even infiltrated a U.S. Army base and stole a fully armed vertibird. Early Sunday morning, Shanghai Sally was identified by a Red Rocket gas station attendant in Galveston. As she sped off to meet her Chinese handlers in a stolen speedboat, the USS Wade barraged the boat with salvos of heavy ordnance, dramatically closing this terrifying chapter. And Flavia Stabo connected Shanghai Sally with Berkeley Springs here in Appalachia in the next report, Shanghai Sally, Berkeley Springs. Berkeley Springs Police Report, case number closed, date July 15th, 2072, reporting Officer R. Miles. Detail of event, C. Rutkowski came into the precinct around 9 a.m. He had the Charleston Herald article about Shanghai Sally. He said that the woman in the picture wasn't Sally Smith. Instead, it was Catherine Montgomery, a U.S. Army sergeant. Rutkowski said that Montgomery had been missing for 3 weeks. They were apparently in a relationship. Before the interview was concluded, 2 other people, D. Whitby and J. Seymour, came in claiming they knew Shanghai Sally's real identity as well. My partner and I went to interview some soldiers on R&R at Mike's. They indicated Montgomery was in charge of the motor pool, and they recognized her from one of Rutkowski's photos. When I showed them the Herald with the picture of Shanghai Sally, their demeanor changed, and they excused themselves quickly. Actions taken. Notes were gathered from this, and the chief said they would be passed along to the FBI. They have claimed jurisdiction. We were told it must be a look-alike. Apparently, it's pretty common in high-profile cases. The resemblance, though, is truly remarkable. Summary. All notes, records, and testimony has been boxed and sent by military courier to the FBI. So a U.S. Army sergeant from Berkeley Springs disappeared. She emerged 3 weeks later in Las Vegas, Nevada, with over $20 million. She's killed in a shootout. The press call her Shanghai Sally, and the FBI takes all evidence related to her true identity. This sounded strange to Flavia Stabo as well, and using this evidence, she pieced together a story which she shares in her letter Shanghai Sally Conclusions. Doing research into the conspiracy in Berkeley Springs, I came across their own connection to Shanghai Sally. Sally was a summer news sensation, so I had heard of her, of course, but locals identifying her as Catherine Montgomery made me curious. The more I researched, the more oddities I found. Rutkowski reportedly went back east to deal with the family emergency the day after he gave testimony to the police. He has not been heard from since. This is despite his many close friends trying to find him. There are absolutely no records that a Catherine Montgomery ever existed. Yet almost a dozen people claim to know her very well and recall her chumming around with other off-duty military personnel. Several other soldiers, regulars of bars and houses of ill repute, went missing around the same time frame. Two of the Ultralux mobsters looked very similar to those missing soldiers. But given the number of bullet wounds on their face and bodies, it's hard to make a positive ID. The streets of Berkeley Springs have more Army military polices on them than a military base. They've been here so long that the citizens don't even recognize how strange that is. So connecting the dots and posing a theory, Shanghai Sally is Catherine Montgomery. She and several accomplices somehow made over $20 million and went to Las Vegas. Then the government found them and used any means necessary to silence them permanently. I can feel it in my bones. The treasure of Appalachia is real. Montgomery found it and died because of it. I think we can conclude that Catherine Montgomery was one of the U.S. soldiers hired to guard Vault 79, or guard some of the trucks transporting some of the gold from Fort Knox to Vault 79, thus partaking in the first gold heist of Vault 79. Due to all of her research, Flavia Stabo knew what happened to people who looked too hard for the treasure of Appalachia. But as the years went on, fossil fuels continued to dwindle. The country was ravaged by plague and a weakened economy. The war with China waged on. Flavia decided that it was time, and so she gathered all of her evidence and put it in a post office box in Clarksburg. There she had a friend nicknamed 999 who set up an automated system that would automatically deliver these packages to prominent people, friends, reporters, even senators at a certain moment. And then Flavia disappeared. We don't find any of these packages at the post office box, which means the automated switch fired, which means Flavia never came back. We know this much when we visit her pawn shop. On the ground, just on the other side of her door, we find a note. Flavia's disappearance. Dear Flavia, where are you? The pawn shop has been closed for months. You said you were going away for a while. I keep replaying your farewell dinner, and the way you talked, it didn't feel right. Are you okay? Is something wrong? If you need money, I'm sure Robert can give you a loan. You know he always was sweet on you. Everyone's suffering, but you have friends and loved ones that will look after you. Please, just come back. And when you do, for God's sake, clean up. The whole place may be condemned if you don't...
Something tells me she's not coming back. So we'll continue with the commentary in a moment. I just want to get back on track with things. So it's interesting though because oh shit. I totally forgot that we were on the wild. Okay, I think are we hidden? Oh. There we go. But yeah, Graham. What are your thoughts on that? I mean, obviously it's a video game, but there's a lot of echoes, like eerie echoes with reality, you know? Let's see, how do I do this? Effects. Wait, am I muted? No, I'm not. No pressure, Graham. Just, when you get back, I'll ask you again. Who let this, super mutant have a laser gun? Graham, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Did you hear what I was talking about before?
Nah, I caught bits of it. I missed it. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, no, just that it's kind of eerie how, you know, that wait, why is my guy walking so slow? Oh, he's injured. With that that story, it's kind of eerie how, like, obviously, you know, it's a fictional story, but how some of it really echoes, like, eerily with parts of reality where you have these things where it's like things don't just add up, but like when they do add up, or what they do add up to is like you don't necessarily, you know, at least from your perspective, you might not know what it is, but you know that it's, you know what it's not.
Definitely. I was going to say the game that got me the most on the eeriness was I played The Division. And that was the one where you had this biological plague that, you know, basically a pandemic that swept the world that broke out at Christmas in the shopping center in New York. And it was way too much like COVID ended up being.
Well, luckily it didn't end up turning out like. Luckily, it was more that that the game was kind of like reality rather than reality being kind of like the game. Because if it was like the game, shit would be bad. Well, worse. Like, does society in New York City basically collapses in that game, right?
Oh, it ends up being pretty much a worldwide collapse.
So
New York just goes first.
Oh, sounds like real life. Anyway, wait, let's listen to this tape.
This is Margie McClintock of the Die Hards. What a joke. We deluded ourselves into thinking our victims would fear a name like that. But now, everyone out there is as desperate as we are. Every confrontation could mean life or death. People take their chances.
fight back. So you have to kill. You have to murder innocent people. Well, not me. I don't care what this world has come to. It's not down with it. The whole idea of the Raiders is sick. It's inhuman. I'm storing that stupid key fragment.
Uh-oh. No.
Bastards don't deserve their treasures. Unless they return their senses of this murderous power keeping flame. If that ever happens, Vincent knows what to do. Maybe he'll be more successful than I was. As for me, I'm leaving. I'll find some cats. And I'll go out that way. Peaceful. Without pain. I'm done. I'll see you soon, Harlan, my love.
That's sad. So, read Vincent's terminal. Is it this one? Let's see. Traces. Beaten. Temple? No. Dead removed. Maybe sudden. Perfect. Safe control. Disengage lock. Where's the safe? Huh? This like makes no sense. It unlocks the safe, but I don't know what's safe. Is there a safe in this room? What? There's not a safe in this room. This is insane. Unless this guy died on the safe. You know, I wonder. You'd think that all this Malbashi would get my outfit kind of stained red with blood, but guess not. Alright, let's see.
Good to the last drop.
Yep. He didn't even see me. Oh, but somebody else did. Where is this? Skiing outfit? Nah, I don't need that. Alright, now we go down. Wait, what's this? I'll eat that. It's not. There's no whiskey in that bottle. Take that per skull. I can be like, what? Who is it? Hamlet? Is he the guy who talks with the skull? Let's see. Yeah. Oh, sunglasses. That'd be good for my outfit. Is this anything in this? Yeah, I can drink this. Here, let's grab some of this. Charging there. Minigun. We have a hunter. There. Let's see. Actually, wait, can I make any goggles? Let's see what I can make. Headwear. That was the wrong one. Here. Helmets. Let's see, what do we got? Nope. Headwear. Wait, what? That's a helmet? That looks stupid as shit. Do we... shit, I don't think we have anything for this. That looks good with this. No, whatever. Whatever. I think I look... Actually, wait. Let's see. Modify the backpack. What can we make that look like? Yeah, it looks the best for it. Here's the terminal. What's in here? Oh, here we got a bobblehead. Vincent Fried's terminal. Let's see, important notes. Maybe inbox? Admin password? Okay, what's the password? Oh, it's just telling us where to get it. Okay, so the Palace of the Winding Path. Here, we'll continue with the story.
Do something about it? IF. When we finally find Vault 79, we discover a shallow grave in the ground just before the staircase leading up to the door. In the grave is the skeleton of a woman with a single bullet hole in the back of her skull. Here lies Flavia Stabo. She found America's great secret, Vault 79, all the gold of Fort Knox. But when we arrive, the door is still sealed tight. Who killed Flavia Stabo? And are they still inside? We learn more about what happened to Flavia Stabo and whether or not there are people inside by examining the Vault 79 entrance terminal on a table just outside the door. Warning! U.S. official personnel only. In the first one, operational security, it is imperative that all external-facing terminals are wiped and restored to default settings every day. No exceptions. All of us know what we are protecting, so do your job. Remember this, any and all intruders are to be considered hostile agents. Treat them accordingly. So this is what happened to Flavia. They thought she was a hostile agent. Looks like another case of curiosity killing the cat. At the end of each shift, package all daily logs and deliver them to the
Well, but see, that's the eerie thing with that. It doesn't matter whether they considered her a hostile agent or not. They just treated her as a hostile agent because, according to that, they were legally allowed to. Or more so, they were legally obligated to, according to that. I'm sorry, what dresser am I able to... This doesn't make any sense. There's no dresser there. What on... Am I... Is there maybe like a underground portion that I'm totally not realizing is there? This is bugging me because I feel like I should go the proper way. Yeah, I was correct. It's weird that you can glitch through some of the walls. I don't like that. Come a little bit to the right. I got a surprise for you. From the hip. What's this?
officer of the watch. Activate the contingency plan immediately when ordered. You know the drill. Stay out of sight. No smoking up top. Use the designated smoking area. They were supposed to wipe the terminal logs every day, but something happened on the 23rd of October, 2077.
Wait, the Transcendent? Is that like the Den of Transcendence? Transcendenigma. Wait, Transcendenigma. Okay, yeah. Duplicate the diehard's key fragment. Okay.
That made them abandon this terminal quickly, which is why we find 2 logs still intact. And of course, we know what happened, and it happened early in the morning. In the first log, 1:03 in the morning, October 2077, relieved the previous shift, patrolled the exterior. It's dark and quiet, not too cold. Saw an owl hunting, beautiful creature. Looks like it may be a peach of a day come sunup. And then just a few hours later, at 3.
So actually, on that note, are you there? Just before I start talking about this.
Yep, I'm here.
What do you think it is? I mean, obviously, it's not like you could say, oh, this is the symbol of, the elite or whatever. But what do you think it is about, like, the owl and its association with the occult or with, Oh, holy shit, I did not realize this guy was frozen. Wait, I just shot the head off of him, and he's like, that is weird. Anyway, what I was saying is, what do you think it is, like, with this association of the owl and the occult, or like kind of like the elite, whether it's government, artistic, so on and so forth? It's just associated with a lot of elite institutions.
Well, fully speculating, I'm coming up with it has something to do with the whole, the owl and birds of prey are very much almost like mammalian, in essence, almost like spiders, where they're looking out, they're taking much more of a passive role, observing and then striking when the time is right. And it very much seems to be sort of a hallmark of the elite and all that. And that kind of speaks of wisdom and experience as well. What do you think?
Interesting. Also, like, you have some of, like, just the savageness of that. I mean, they'll rip animals apart.
Some of that's the whole animal kingdom, right in tooth and claw.
No, but I mean, like, they're vicious, like, beyond other animals.
Oh, I know. We have some owls out back that we fed for a while. They come around. They'll fly down in branches to stare at me for a while. I consider them friends.
Yeah, just make sure you feed them. It's like, feed the elite. Don't. I'm joking. Let's see. Record new. Error. Duplicate from archives. Can I do any of these? Pillars of Transcendence.
Hey, I kinda lost track of you out there. I was, busy doing some stuff. And my stuff, finding kids. I almost feel bad for all the Margies. Marge was a but never did like to get her hands dirty and couldn't hack it when push came to shove. Anyway, did you find her key? Let's pretend you did and move on. I don't have all day to watch you putter about. Hey, speaking of putters, I'm not sure what you'll find at Golden Greens, but I am sure that whatever happened to the Gourmands, it was as grisly and inhuman as they were. Good luck!
Oh, yeah. So the Gourmands, they're fellow Malbashi eaters.
I thought they were like more Melbashi aficionados. They're definitely experts on it.
True. But I mean, they also eat it. They're not just aficionado. Then again, I guess you can't be an aficionado if you don't eat it.
Right, and as a gourmand, it's a matter of, good milbashi from bad milbashi.
That's a disturbing thought.
It's a disturbing group.
That is true. Let's see. So is this? Oh, this is Margie. Hey, Margie, we're off to see the gourmands. We'll bring a piece for them. Let's see. Sometimes there's chems around her. Oh, yes, we'll take this day tripper. We'll also take this daddy-o. Thank you very much. I don't think you're going to need it anymore. What's in here? I'm on top of the world. So this is the one that's based off of that one Krishna consciousness, was it what were they called? The Hare Krishna temple in West Virginia. Let's see. Food and drink. We will drink some. Here. My character has become addicted to alcohol. Then I'll take a Dictyl. Actually, I don't need it right now. There's this quest over here. People usually come in for that, so I'm going to stick by there while I go to use the restroom real quick. I'll keep the video going.
57 in the morning. Grace caught some comm traffic from the United States Air Force. I don't like the sound of it. Having everyone start prepping the SOP, the standard operating procedure, just in case. Probably jumping at shadows, but hey, even if nothing happens, it relieves the boredom. But something did happen, and it wasn't just shadows. We learned that the apocalypse took them by such surprise that the Overseer didn't make it to the vault in time. At least we would have, had we been able to access a terminal that apparently was cut from the game. In what would have been called the Vault 79 Subprime Clearance Terminal, we find an entry named System Shut Down, and it reads like this. The Overseer for Vault 79 didn't make it in time. My team and I were the only ones that did. This terminal was supposed to be used for the Overseer to control the non-secure parts of the vault and record daily logs. The top clearance part of the vault that actually holds the gold has its own administrative services. Therefore, this system is now redundant. If I knew how to turn this thing off, I would. Instead, I'll just lock it. All control functions will be transferred to the Gold Vault Operations Center. Agent in charge, Derek Garrison. This gives us the impression that this note should have been on the terminal inside the Vault Overseer's office. But as we explored in my video on the Vault, we can't actually read this terminal, no matter what choices we make or what faction we side with. But we learned that what would have been on this terminal is still canonical when we find a holotape in the Overseer's office labeled First Days in Vault 79.
Just finished offloading before the big drop. Even here in the vault, we can hear the nukes going off. Command says it should be safe to go topside in 6 to 12 months. Meanwhile, we'll start shuffling gold bars into the operations shaft. Even if we could go topside shortly, you can bet the former depository is just a slag heap. The gold is probably going to stay here for a long time.
That was voiced by AC, the agent in charge, who must have been this Derek Garrison. We learn more about the events that happened just after the bombs dropped when we find Garrison's journal on a console next to the laser grid in Vault Administration. We just made it into Vault 79 with as much gold as we could haul. Now, for the hard part. We have to make this place a home for an extended period. We have no idea when we'll be able to safely leave. We have plenty of water, but food will be tight. With several dozen agents to feed, we can't afford to waste any of it. I've asked Digger to see if he can get a hydroponic garden up and running. As the AC, my orders are to remain here undetected until such time as radiation levels fall to safe levels and order is restored. With luck, we should get the okay from the government in a few months, a year at most. Until then, the radios are under lock and key, and the door to the outside will remain closed. So the residents of this vault are pre-war Secret Service agents, and there were dozens of them, which is really kind of a skeleton crew for such a huge operation, what with so many of the other vaults in the Fallout universe having hundreds of inhabitants. Derek, the agent in charge, pretty much acting as overseer because theirs didn't make it on time, followed through with shutting down all radio communication, as we learn when reading Cole Carver's journal that we find in the kitchen. And we learn that it wasn't a very popular move. We've been locked up in this place for a year now. AC lets us listen to radio signals, but he's locked up the transmitter. The only thing we hear is static and the occasional plea for help. I'm pretty sure the war has caused a complete breakdown of society. We're all going a little bit nuts here. We need to get out. 3 agents have already taken their own lives. I've pleaded with AC to send one of us to scout, but he always says, "Slick, that would just be a death sentence, and you know it." A part of me thinks dying out there under the sky with the sun on my skin would be better than staying in here. Only 1 year in, and they're all getting a bit stir-crazy. But it took them much longer to get all of the gold in place. In a supply room, close to the operations center, locked with a skill level 2 lock, we find Reginald Stone's journal, entry 712, lying on a table.
All the gold is safely stored and accounted for. 2 years of backbreaking work, schlepping those heavy bars. We had a little celebration, but then it's back to the grind. This paperwork won't pull itself out. Nobody else seems to think it's important. What, am I the only one who knows that it is? When the government comes looking for their gold, I don't want there to be any issue.
You know, I'm sorry, but I don't know whether to be flattered or slightly offended that they have the guy who's like in charge of the money place use Yiddish slang. Like, I don't mind it. It's kind of it'd be an interesting choice if it was more than just that and he was some bad guy. But since he's a good guy and they're not coding him as a bad guy, I don't know. It's like I feel like there's things I could actually be offended at, but not really anything in Fallout.
All the gold is safely stored and accounted for.
You're saying you're more offended by the gnomes in Harry Potter, who they made with the big noses and all of that. And
no,
that's
goblins.
Closer to the stereotype.
No, they were goblins, not gnomes. If it was
My
gnomes,
bad, goblins. My bad, goblins.
If it was gnomes, it wouldn't be as bad.
It's a backbreaking work, schlepping those heavy bars. We had a little celebration, but then it's back to the grind. This paperwork won't pull itself out. Nobody else seems to think it's important. What, am I the only one who knows that it is? When the government comes looking for their gold, I don't want there to be any issues.
2 years to organize all of the gold, and then the paperwork. But it couldn't have taken them 25 years to complete. And by patronage time from to organize all of the from this.
Want there to be any issues?
2 years to organize all of the gold, and then the paperwork. But it couldn't have taken them 25 years to complete all of that paperwork. The Secret Service here never heard from the president again, never heard from their government again. They never got the all clear. All they heard were radio transmissions from Wastelanders trying to survive. After several years, some people in the vault rightly guessed that the world had probably ended. No one was gonna come for them. They might as well open the doors and leave. But Derek, AC, the agent in charge, wouldn't agree. He still had a mission to protect this gold. He said no, and this didn't sit well with many of the residents, led by one man named Shorty. We learn as much while reading Reginald Stone's journal, which we find in the reactor room. Shorty came to me complaining about being locked in the vault. He claimed the others were ready to replace Garrison as AC. I told him he's a whiner. Regs are regs, and the regs say Garrison is the AC and we follow his orders. We stay here until the government gives us the all clear. Those of us that survived Shorty's mutiny have found a way to not go crazy. AC spends all of his time listening to the radio. Every month there are more and more signals, but always just hicks spouting off about how they need water. And is anyone out there? Mercy practices her martial arts. I read. Mostly old manuals. It's better than nothing. Digger tinkers with the equipment. His last creation was supposed to be an automated vacuum cleaner. When it ate AC's shoes, it ended up on the scrap heap. Slick explores. You'd think after over 3 years there wouldn't be anything new to find. But you'd be wrong. So just after they finish organizing all of the gold, only 3 years in, there's a mutiny led by Shorty. And here many of the Secret Service agents perished. There were only a couple dozen of them, remember? After the mutiny, the remaining residents of Vault 79 did their best to keep the peace. They followed regulations, but the mutiny drove them away from each other. As we would have learned had we been able to read a note that's inaccessible to us. Inside the inaccessible operations section, we should have been able to find a note called Mercedes Stern's journal. Pregnant. I'm stinking pregnant. I can't believe I let this happen. This is no place to raise a child. I'm not mother material. Never have been. I haven't told anyone yet, not even the father. It'll be obvious soon enough. Being locked in the vault for almost 15 years does strange things to people. We've all retreated into our own sections of the vault. We barely speak. I'm the opposite of a social butterfly, but I found myself finding excuses to visit everyone once in a while, just to hear another human's voice. AC is never going to let us get out of here. We're going to die in this place. I get the impression that many of the survivors were afraid that too much social interaction between each other would lead to another mutiny, and so they kept their distance. But it was Mercedes' longing for human companionship that eventually led to the event that brought the survivors back together. As we would have learned had we been able to read another note that is locked in the inaccessible operations section of the vault. This would have been called Chase Terrier's journal. A child is a miracle. A year ago, when Mercy told us she was pregnant, I feared the worst. What possible good could come from a child born inside a vault and raised by a bunch of government agents? It turns out she could save them from themselves. We had all turned inward for over 15 years, isolating ourselves from each other. Less than half of us remain of the originals. Some took their own lives. Too many died in the mutiny. Now we begin to come together for Mercy's sake. Slick took care of Mercy, helping her despite her objections and sometimes blistering tirades. Regs read everything he could about how to deliver a child. He did a magnificent job. I built a crib and toys for our new agent-to-be. Even AC got into the spirit, arranging for a baby shower, although I have to use the term loosely. Magdalene Stern will be celebrating her first birthday today. Maggie saved us from each other. We came together to help raise this child. Mercy still hasn't told.
It's like 2.5 men, except however many Secret Service agents and a baby. I don't know. I never actually saw that show. I'm just referencing.
Well, what could go wrong racing? I was going to say, I was thinking 3 men and a baby.
Wait, they what?
I was thinking the movie 3 Men and a Baby.
Oh. I think 2.5 Men, isn't that kind of based on that?
That's the best name you can come up
No, that one's Charlie Sheen, who I think his brother comes to live with him or something, and the brother's son after the brother got divorced.
Yeah, that's 2.5 Men, and you're talking about.
You know, the other one is basically 3 bachelors basically three swinging bachelors who end up having a baby dropped off on their doorstep, and then they end up taking care of the baby. And it's how bachelors take care of babies sort of comedy.
Wow. I think the implication here, though, is that the baby didn't just get dropped off. There must have been more than just guys in the vault.
Yeah, but I was thinking on the the Secret Service agents taking care of a baby, sort of like the bachelors taking care of a baby.
Yeah, imagine the baby gets these really cool Secret Service glasses. Instead of Man in Black, it's Baby in Black.
What's wrong? I only gave it a revolver. It wasn't an automatic weapon.
It's like, no, not even that. It's like, it was semi-automatic, not automatic. Don't worry, I didn't teach them how to reload.
They got to learn sometime.
Well, yeah, but how else are you going to make sure that they can only off a few people at a time? Otherwise, you're putting a dangerous weapon in their hands. But it's only just a weapon, maybe not a dangerous, slightly less dangerous weapon. Honestly, oh god, imagine. Oh, that'd be horrible if. No, it's like actually, I don't know. I think guns are cool in games, but I don't like the idea of being around one in real life unless it's like someone who's like only has it on them for like security. And I don't just mean like someone who's like their own personal security. I mean like, I don't know. I feel like it's very dependent on the person how I'd be comfortable with or not. All right, let's see. So Bolton Greens. Are you guys the Gormons? Wait, where'd my let's see, Slugbuster? Oh, sweet, one shot. Where are they? All right. Stop running. Nice. It's a one shot just from the damage over time. Alright, we're going in. Bolton Greens, Bolton Greens. We are at Bolton Greens. You are dead. And I have more ammo. Who's up here? Oh, you're up here. So are you. Well, you're down there. Ooh, we got another contestant. How does he fare? Not well. What about you? Not well either. Here, how about you? There. This is honestly so nice. Literally one-shot kills. I don't know whether it'd be more satisfying if they just like it was like automatic or the fact that it's like, one shot and then it's like and then they drop a few seconds after.
Yeah, who wants to be the next contestant on Who Wants to Be Milwaukee?
Yeah. Chop till you drop. Who's ready to drop? Ooh, even an elite enemy. Ooh. Ooh, he dropped right as he was going for the stab. Oh, that's actually pretty funny. Alright, where are you? Okay, here. Chem box. What is this? One-eyed souvenir bear? What the heck? This is terrifying. Wait, I thought I saw Mentex. That's what Mentats will do. You take too much, you see it everywhere. Alright, so chem box. Oh no, here's Gorman's note. He said we weren't gonna eat each other, but then poor Gregory. After that, we had to send Morris away. I don't care if he was the boss. I hear he and his wife Edie have been living alone in that cave over the other side of the mountain. Not sure what good is done, though. Our people keep disappearing. Who's here? Find Gorman's key fragment. Let's see, what's the closest thing we got to there? I guess here. Perfect. Seneca Rocks. Huh? Actually, I wonder if it's a visitor center. I wonder if I actually want to see if there is something about this. Let's see. Seneca Rocks.
New agent to be. Even a
Seneca Rocks. Seneca Rocks. History. Yeah, honestly, I don't know what I thought I was going to find. Are we still loading? I mean, come on, something about the history of it. The history and residents of Seneca Village, is that it?
Hello.
I'm not sure. Probably not. Central Park Conservancy. No, that's going to be New York. Wait, distinguished guests, are you serious? We were just... Well, actually, to be fair, that quest has very little to do with what we're doing, so I actually don't mind that we didn't do it. The event that just popped up there. Either way, we're just there. Let's see, what's this raider camp over here? I've yet to be here. Would have been nice if I had, then it would just be... I mean, to be fair, it wasn't that far of a walk. Seneca Rocks is... Wait, where is... So it's just the other side of that... Where the heck did we load in? Oh my god, this is actually bugging the hell out of me. I'm going back because I just want to find out. I thought it wasn't that far though we ran, but maybe it was further than I thought. I've been to the other part of Seneca Rocks here, but... It's definitely cool. I've never really noticed this before. It's kind of a shame. Let's see, can you get on? Oh my god, I can't believe I'm going to waste my time doing this, but I am going to climb this, at least see how far I can get up. Let's see. I should probably use an addictal. Either that, or I could just drink some. Let's see, I have a mountain honey. And that got rid of the addiction. Well, didn't get rid of the addiction. That fed the addiction. Okay, oh, shit. Oh. That was too close. Let's see. Here. Perfect. Here, let's continue with the video.
Told us who the father is, but none of the men have come forward to claim her. That's okay. She belongs to all of us, and we belong to her.
I'm not sure that's how biology works.
The small community thrived for a time, raising the young child, but then, 3 months before the events of Fallout 76 Wastelanders, the vault's nuclear reactor malfunctioned, as we learn when we find the survivors holed up on the other side of operations.
We're what's left of the Secret Service. As part of the Treasury Department, we look after the nation's currency, as well as protecting its leaders. When it looked like everything was going sideways, the government ordered all the gold reserves moved to Vault 79. We were put here to protect it. From people like you, to be honest. We were doing routine work in this part of the vault when the reactor went. Next thing we knew, half our people were turned into monsters trying to kill us. Worse, the fighting activated the security systems and robots. It was either lock ourselves in here or die. That was almost 3 months ago. We're running out of food and water, so it's a good thing you showed up.
This small handful of Secret Service agents survived, but the rest of what remained of America's Secret Service perished in the meltdown. They were turned to ghouls, died, or went feral. All but one, a very lucky man named Digger.
Don't shoot! Thanks for not shooting me. I know I look weird, like one of those feral ghoul monsters, but I'm normal, aside from the new skin condition, that is. I'm with those other guys. You know, AC, Slick, Garrison, and Carver are their real names. I'm Agent Chase with the Secret Service. Digger to my friends are their... I'm with those other guys. You know, AC, Slick, Garrison, and Carver are their real names. I'm Agent Chase with the Secret Service. Digger to my friends. I was on the reactor team when it malfunctioned. A lot of them ended up looking like me, except their minds are melted too. The ones that didn't change are all dead now. You're gonna have to vent the air from the chamber. That will clear the radioactive gas and probably kill all the things in there too.
The rest of Vault 79's history depends upon the choices of the Vault Dweller. After venting the chamber, we either convince the survivors that ghouls can't be trusted and they kill Digger.
Wait, Mercy, it's me, Chase. I might look like them, but I'm still me inside.
We should kill it. It's not human anymore.
Or we convince them that he's harmless. Digger survives and goes back inside the reactor to clean up.
Chase, since you're radiation proof, your first job is to clean up the reactor area. When you're done, come see me.
I'll take care of that right away.
Those who came with the Vault Dweller, either the raiders from Crater or the settlers from Foundation, found 1,000 bars of gold bullion in a processing room, which the Secret Service allowed them to keep in exchange for venting the reactor and releasing them from their captivity.
Normally, I'd put a bullet in you if you tried to take our gold. But there's been enough death lately, and I'm not sure I'd win that battle. So the gold is yours, if you can get us out of here.
But the Secret Service wants to get that gold bullion back, and so they set up shop in the gold processing section of Vault 79, where visitors can gaze in wonder at what remains of a...
I just died, and that means if I want... Wait, how much loot do I have? Oh, shit. No. Well, maybe I can just try for the middle. That would make it easier. That's ridiculous. I don't know how I died. I'd taken more damage on the... I guess I probably should switch to goat legs, though, just to be safe. Seriously, what the heck? I was literally at the top. It's like, I don't know how I took damage. It's like just an incy little bit of damage, but I was like at full health. I don't know, maybe it just finally caught up to me. So strange. Oh, wait, what's this? I never saw this before. It looks like some sort of raider camp? I don't know. Do you have to drink more? See, I think I should... No, I still have the AG regen.
America's gold from Fort Knox. Here the Secret Service trades rare and valuable pre-war military schematics for the gold bullion they bargained away to save their lives.
Thanks to you, we had to give up our exclusive on it. We'll get it back one bar at a time, though.
Of the dozens of Secret Service members who entered Vault 79 on that fateful day, only 4 remain, possibly 5 if we save Digger. AC,
Agent in charge. That's why they call me AC. I direct this whole operation. It's my job to try and establish a new gold-backed currency. We'll bring civilization back to this corner of the country.
Mercedes Stern.
Security. I'm the muscle.
Oh, Mercedes. Wait, Mercy? Is Mercy and Mercedes... Or is Mercedes her daughter? I really don't know. Anyway, I got the stuff that I lost. So now we're up at the top of Seneca Rocks. This is pretty cool. But was it worth it? I don't know. Let's get to the very top and see if there's anything there. And what was that thing I saw hanging down from the sides? Is this anything? Oh, what the What on earth is that a Scorched Beast? And if so, who set these up? This makes no sense to me. There's got to be like giants or some shit. Nothing else makes sense. Holy crap. Yeah, so when it gets to the top of this, there's nothing there. We're just going to continue on. There's an imported Chinese panda. What's this say? Astro Panda, Round Rowan Seneca. Can we get a picture of this? Astro Panda, Rowan Seneca. Huh. Oh, actually, that's perfect here. Okay, Astro Panda, Rowan Seneca, you're coming with me. I feel like that's an Easter egg, but I don't get what the reference is. Any clue? Rowan Seneca? Let's look this up. Rowan Seneca. Anyone have any clue what this is or means? Me and a friend were messing around across the creature pinned against the mountain and noticed this message in chalk behind some bushes. Along with the message was a Jingles and Moon monkey, presumably where the astro comes from. And panda, obviously, the panda part, and a wedding ring. Not sure what it means. Or one of the devs and his wife wear panda and astronaut Halloween costumes early in their relationship. He was on a recent episode of the Fallout Lorecast podcast and talked about this. This is unfortunate. It's cool that devs put in their own little details and secrets, but the fact that it isn't something related to the game is a little lame. Alright. Here it is.
I do whatever it takes to keep visitors like you in line. I was a 3-time marksman champion and held the course record for simulation kills and hostage drills. Never got to actually use in the field before the bombs dropped.
Regs?
Nice try. That's classified. You ask me that again?
Regs?
Nice.
Never got to actually use in the field before the bombs dropped.
Regs?
Nice try. That's classified. You ask me that again and I'll make you fill your requisition forms out in triplicate. Without a pen.
Who sells us the pre-war schematics, and Slick.
I'm a liaison.
Oh, shit. You dead. Oh, you about to be dead. Oh, shoot. Okay, anyone else? I don't think you should have done that. Empty milk bottle. Alright. Chem box. What are we looking for? Alright. Here. Hey? I'm sorry, who? I hope they don't still use that as an outhouse with that chair, because there's no hole in that chair. And so if you tried to relieve yourself, that would be a very disgusting sight. I'm stuck in the... Waiting for... Why does this always happen when I try to use a toilet in this game? Or, well, in this case, it's not a toilet. Oh, shit. Please don't disconnect. Oh, shit. Well, in the meantime.
Working with people? The others aren't so good with that. You know.
Okay, sweet. Can we sit down? Or is that going to cause it again? So weird. Okay, let me out of here. I don't want to sit then. I don't want... Yeah, what is it with this chair? It causes a weird disconnect. It's like, it is the chair of no connection. Bleak connection. In connection. Ingonexia. Ah. What the heck? It's like I bit my tongue just by talking. Or almost. Oh, red stag hide, red stag meat. Now let's go. Let's see. Alright, so items, food, drink. Drink this again. We'll drink. I need this. Have one of this. And this. One of this. One of this. Grilled radstag. One of these. One of these. One of these. Perfect. Now, do they have a workbench here? Wait, is that a trap? Why would they have a trap set up at their own? Oh, it's probably just. Oh, is this? Oh, it just springs back on you. Yeah, but with how much chems these people do, I wouldn't be surprised if they forgot about it and they ended up tripping it themselves. Also, the fact that they're NPCs, I wonder if they can trigger their own traps or how that works. Wait, is there... How did they get this cable car here? There's no cable car thing on the side of the mountain, is there? No, and this... Dude, how heavy must this thing be? There's like no way they could have carried this. I'm like legitimately curious now. I mean, I guess at the end of the day, if you have enough people, maybe you could. It's kind of like how, and you have the right techniques, maybe you get like a roller or something, some sort of dolly. I don't know what you would use for that, though. And any ideas? Or you think it's just one of those things that it's like, okay, it's a video game, don't think too much about it. Wait, am I muted? No, I'm not. Oh, you down? See, what challenges do I have? Wait, who's here? No. Alright, so challenges daily. We have to kill radstags. We have to drink quantum. We have to collect teddy bears. Brain fungus. Let's see. Kill mole miners. Kill blood eagles. How are we going to get quantum? Wait, no, that's weekly. So dailies. Complete daily quest. Scrap junk to produce screws. Radstag, whatever. Wait. So is that also... Oh, no, I thought Radstag was in both. Now we're into the Wendigo cave. Let's see. Here. Wendigo lore. Fallout. Because they're based on a real... like a real... an indigenous American legend. Or tradition. I guess depending on how... Technically legend, tradition, same thing. Just different ways of doing it.
The post-apocalyptic mountains of West...
Oh, that's the cave we just went... I don't know what's up. Like, I keep, like, hitting my tongue against my teeth, and I don't know if I ate something that makes it extra sensitive to it or something, but...
Virginia are home to many creatures, but few are as horrifying as the Wendigo. This beast craves nothing more than flesh and has been terrifying these lands for many years. In this video, we are going to take a look at the real-world inspiration.
Okay, that's actually kind of weird. Like, the cracks in the rock look like some weird pattern.
Terrifying these lands for many years. In this video, we are going to take a look at the real-world inspiration behind these creatures, the current in-game lore, and some truly dark stories about the Wendigos. Join me today as we learn about the Wendigos of West Virginia. Stories of cannibalism altering the human mind date back millennia to some of the earliest civilizations, from the Titans of ancient Greek mythology to the rituals of the Aztecs who believed to devour someone was to acquire their power. While these stories are found everywhere, it was the First Nations people of Canada who named those who feasted on others as Wendigos. The folklore first emerged as part of a belief system of the Algonquin-speaking tribes from around the Great Lakes region of North America. The tale of this devouring spirit spread throughout North America down through the Appalachian Mountains of West Virginia. The Wendigo is generally considered to be a horrifying entity possessing and compelling an unlucky host to devour human flesh. Now, descriptions of the Wendigo's appearance have varied greatly over time, and a quick Google image search will conjure up images of antlered snow demons and giant reindeer-like beasts. In actuality, though, these Hollywood-like depictions are not at all how Indigenous people understood and described the creature. Ontario storyteller Basil Johnson, in his book From Legends of the Nahanni Valley, gives us a depiction of the true form of a Wendigo, and it reads as follows. The Wendigo was gaunt to the point of emaciation, its desiccated skin pulled tightly over its bones, with its bones pushing out against its skin. Its complexion the ash gray of death, and its eyes pushed deep back into their sockets. The Wendigo looked like a gaunt skeleton recently disinterred from the grave. What lips it had were tattered and bloodied, unclean and suffering from the suffocation of flesh. The Wendigo gave off a strange and eerie odor of decay and decomposition, of death and corruption. This pure interpretation can be seen in Fallout 76, and with such a horrifying mental image, it leads you to wonder what these beasts truly are. Fallout 76, and with such a horrifying mental image, it leads you to wonder what these beasts truly are, and what exactly made them this way. These stories of transformation into a Wendigo vary slightly depending on where you look, but mostly all of them start with greed, isolation, cannibalization, or a mixture of the three. Some cultures believe that it's an evil spirit that possesses a vulnerable soul once they have tasted human flesh. Others believe that eating human flesh starts a downward spiral where you eventually start to crave more flesh so badly that you shun yourself from society and hunt down people unlucky enough to venture into the woods. So the exact way that Wendigos in Fallout 76 came to be is still unknown. However, it is very interesting that the Wendigos in West Virginia existed before the bombs dropped. We know this by visiting Sugar Grove and finding the holotape named Cryptid Sighting Wendigo 1025.
Beverly Solomon, cryptid analyst, 102577. Wendigo witness report. Ooh, this is a spooky tale. Okay, so this is my own personal sighting. I was up at the ski lodge this past week, enjoying some well-deserved R&R. I guess I can never really be off the clock, though, because I happened to see something hunched on the slopes ahead of me. I thought it was some old coat, you know? I was moving pretty fast, so I was just trying to avoid it. Anyhow, it just unfurled as I get close. Must have been 10 feet tall.
Alright, here we found a holotape.
Sounds strange. After the bombs hit, people kept looking to us for answers. And I tell them, don't worry, help is on the way. It's weird now that there's nobody left. Winter's been brutal. It started a few weeks after the bombs hit and shows no sign of letting up. Well, maybe winter's all that's left now. I remember this cave. Grade school. Kids called it the Wendigo Cave. I was scared of it then. Absolutely terrified. Now, it's the only thing keeping us alive. We'll stay here to survive the cold. And we'll get back out there. Man, trust me to keep them alive. And I haven't left the town yet. Here's hoping that record holds.
I was trying to see if I could find anything that would let me see the subtitles on that, but I can't.
All skin and bones, like a dead dog.
Yeah, wait, how is that? Let's see. How do I, how to turn on captions for holo tapes? Holotapes FO76. Oh, interesting. There's a mod that imperfect ultra wide. Interesting. I wonder. Let's see. Settings. Display. Is there a way to... whatever. Yeah, I'm just not going to mess with it. It's not that important.
All serious. Shoot first, arrest later. That's why I do most of the talking. Keeps everything from blowing up in our faces.
And there was one birth. We get to meet the young girl who brought these people together, who helped save the soul of the vault, Magdalene, now called Peta.
I help my mom keep the peace.
Oh my god. I wonder if PETA stands for pain in the ass. I have a feeling that's probably it, and I wonder if they told her.
Shot 3 Wastelanders just like you last week. They talk too much. Just like you.
Even though Mercy doesn't want anyone calling her Peta, apparently they all do anyway.
Watch it. That's my daughter, Maggie. They call her PETA, which stands for... Never mind.
And after talking with the young child, we now understand why they call her Peta.
I could handle you with one hand while I brush my toy pony with the other.
Agent.
I think they have the same voice actor for her and Rose, but that's just a hunch. Alright, so I just unlocked this, so let's see. Seasons. Here, we're going to unlock this scythe. Let's also get this mask, because why not? Reaper icon. Okay, where is the stinking... Okay, we're almost there. Is this another bone chime? No, it's not. Which way? I'm lost. Oh, here, chem box. Sweet. Is that the way we came from? Yeah, wait, so there's 2 ways to go? What's this way? Oh, dang it, I should have taken a picture. That still looks kind of cool. Wait, is the head beat? Oh, yeah, head's between the knees. But, like, you know, detached. Alright. Here, come on, let's go down before... Can I disarm? I thought I saw bone chimes. I did. Yay, free bones. Okay. Let's go in here. I think this is the right way. Oh, right. Forgot about this.
A deer's skull cracked open in his hand from the fresh kill it was eating. And as I go by, I can feel a powerful cold. I thought to myself, Bev, you really lucked out getting that tattoo before.
Shit, that event ended. Whatever.
I can't imagine what kind of things I want to see next.
With this information, we can safely assume that they did exist before the bombs fell, and I just find that fascinating. In the game, you can also find magazine copies of the Tales from the West Virginia Hills series. This is a pre-war magazine series that features stories about different monsters from West Virginia folklore. Each issue comes with holotapes containing a radio play story detailing people who have come into contact with these creatures. In the Curse of the Wendigo copy, we hear a story about a wealthy atomic plant owner named Richard Moore. Richard dangerously wants to speed up production past safe limits. This results in a radiation leak inside the plant. Richard gets exposed to the radiation, but he ends up surviving. He is then put into quarantine in his home, and over time he begins to show a hunger for meat, asking his wife to cook large steaks for dinner. His son begins to miss his father and really wants to show him his brand new cap gun, but his son is not allowed to see him due to the quarantine, but he goes to his father's room anyways.
Dad, did you fall asleep?
Jimmy,
that you out there, sport?
Yeah, it's me.
Jimmy, I'm hungry.
Okay, Dad. I'll go tell Godrich to make you something.
No. Why don't you come in, son? Pay your old man a visit.
I'm not supposed to get too close yet, remember?
James, if your father says it's okay, then it's okay. Now you come in here.
I don't know. You sure?
Positive. You come and give your dad a big hug. Now, Jimmy.
Well,
Oh
all
my
right.
God, this
You
is
say it's
terrifying.
okay.
There he is. There's my boy, looking fit as a fiddle.
Dad, what's wrong? You don't look better at all. You've gotten so thin I can see your bones. You've lost all your hair, too. You look almost like a skeleton.
Oh, so sorry, Jimmy. But Daddy's hungry. So very, very hungry. Come close, son. Come to Daddy.
What? No, Dad, no!
This holotape is very sad, but I think it shows us that radiation might have an effect on the creation of Wendigos in the Fallout series. The normal mythological recipe for a Wendigo is greed, isolation, and cannibalism. This holotape has all of those traits, plus the addition of radiation from the power plant. Also, this is not the only Wendigo transformation caught on tape. We actually have a few accounts in the game of people documenting the transformation. One of the most notable transformations is found during a quest at Kingsford. In this quest, you are sent by Rose to a Wendigo cave in search of a holotape, and a really quick interesting thing about this location is that it was actually called the Wendigo Cave even before the Great War, farther proving the Wendigo's existence in the area before the bombs dropped. But through exploring the cave, you will come across a very large open area littered with bodies. Blood covers the walls, and bones and guts are found in large piles. On a rock near the water, you will find a holotape.
Edie, darling Edie. Oh, how delicious you were.
Oh, we're almost to that part, so whatever.
Sweet taste of your flesh as it passed down my throat. Oh, the syrupy warmth of your blood as it filled my stomach. I killed her. I made her. No. But I had to. I must eat. Starving. More flesh. More blood.
This holotape, just like the others, is pretty creepy and honestly sort of sad. The transformation seems to take a bit of time and they begin to slowly lose themselves. You can also find more quests and events like this in the game revolving around the Wendigo creature, quests like Fast Sense and Feeling, and events like Campfire Fairy Tales and One Violent Night. But at this point in the video, I would like to discuss the Wendigo Colossus. These massive mutated Wendigos are very deadly enemies and also fairly rare to encounter. Really not much is known about how these creatures came to be, and you can only find them in nuke zones. However, I don't think that radiation alone is the sole cause of the Colossus mutation, mainly due to the existence of glowing Wendigos. A glowing creature is glowing due to the high amounts of radiation that it's taken over the course of its life, so I think that long-term exposure to radiation alone is not enough to transform a normal Wendigo into a Wendigo Colossus. Maybe this is a result of a large dose of radiation hitting them very quickly from a nuke blast, causing a rapid change, or maybe even the radiation mixed with the heat of the blast fuses 3 different Wendigos together. Possibly even a few Wendigos got into contact with the FEV virus somehow, and it fused them together like centaurs. I've even seen some people theorize that they act like super mutant behemoths, growing taller, larger, and stronger the longer that they live. But these are all just theories. We are given no answer in the lore as to how they are made, so we are just left to wonder. We do, however, have a developer comment regarding the design of the Wendigo Colossus. Nathan Perkapile, the original lead artist for Fallout 76, stated, "I wanted another huge creature, and we had some old concepts of a bigger Wendigo when we were figuring out the initial Wendigo. So we iterated on that idea to make it even freakier and more unique. Whatever the case may be for these mutated Wendigos, I think they achieved their goal of making them much freakier and more unique." Now, another interesting thing about Wendigos is the relationship that they have with ghouls. You can often find them living together or wandering the waste as friends. Does the Wendigo not have a craving for ghoul flesh? And also, how do feral ghouls see them as friends? Lastly, if they do not attack feral ghouls, then in theory, could a non-feral ghoul approach a Wendigo and not be attacked? These are questions that really have no direct answer, but I still find the relationship with ghouls to be very interesting. Now, I wish I had the answers to all of these questions, but I don't. The Wendigos are just some of the most mysterious enemies in Fallout 76, but one thing is for certain. Each Wendigo that we encounter was once a human, and that thought is very disturbing. Some of the stories make it sound like they were normal people once, just trying to survive. Now they are trapped in a ghoulish body searching for people to sink their teeth into. It makes me wonder, is it worth resorting to cannibalism in times of struggle? Or would it have been better for these people to starve to death so that they could save themselves from this horrible transformation? I want to thank you all for watching the second part of the Dark Lore series. I really hope you enjoyed.
And that's from Tonic, T0NIK. But yeah, wow, that's dark. Let's see, I should probably get out my fixer. Let's see. Finally, oh my god, it's strange how this part, of all places, I thought the cave would take the least amount of time. Seriously, this is actually a pretty good base. You could build some pretty cool stuff in here if you were able to build in the entire place, and theoretically, I don't know, maybe the whole thing is because it was the Wendigo cave before, nobody wants to go in it. That's probably it. Okay, where's this freaking Wendigo? It's supposed to... No! It's upstairs. What the hell? How do you get upstairs? Please tell me I didn't go the wrong way. Oh, no. I have a feeling this is the right way. Let's see. You know what? I think... Let's see. There. I don't know why I'm collecting all this brain fungus. I only needed to do it before, and now I don't. Right. Okay, so it's up here. I see this. How do I get there without going down? Maybe I just haven't even been there yet. No, I do not remember this, so I haven't been here. Hey, Raider Corpse. I'm gonna eat. It's funny. I wonder if I can turn in. Imagine if eventually they let you become a Wendigo. That would be wild. I wouldn't want to, but I mean, if it held to the way that like your character behaves, then I think I might. But okay, so wait, what's this? Is this a note? Is this a plan? Oh, sweet, Trapper. Raider's note. The boys and I came here to take down that psychopath Morris. The contract on him was enough to set us all up for life. Set us all up for life. Plus, anyone too crazy for the Gormons needs to be put down. I should have believed the stories about this place. It smells like death, and everything left alive is trying to kill us. Still, we were doing fine until I broke my damn leg, and those assholes left me behind, and I'm not afraid of the dark, but I swear, there's something watching me. If you're reading this, do me a favor, find my friends and put a bullet in their heads, and then get the hell out of this cave. Well, if I know who his friends were, then maybe I would, but I don't know who his friends are. Okay, where is the stinking... I mean, I guess the whole place is stinking, so stinking isn't a good question to ask. So okay, I have been here. That's an interesting looking cave wall. Then again, I'm easily amused. Okay, so it says that's up here, I think. So maybe I probably went the wrong way because there's still stuff here. Oh shit, Fuji board. So it's not here. This is so confusing. I wish there was clear instructions, but that's the issue with caves. And at the same time, it kind of makes me wonder. Oh my god, I would be terrified if I were to go into a cave. Well, I have been into caverns, but it was on a guided tour. You ever go into any of those caves on a tour, Graham? No, not like any specific, just like any caves. Or caverns, rather. You're muted if you're talking, and if not, no worries. Oh, I keep stepping on that same thing. So it's not that way. Is it this way? No. So I went this way. It's supposed to be up here. There's a waterfall. Oh my god, why did I think that? Duh! Oh my god, it's so obvious. Wait, what? No, come on. You're telling me I should be able to jump through here, right? Oh, motherfucker. That is ridiculous. Edie's note. Morris hunts people from the road, but he won't share the meat. I've been living off of this... Wait. Morris hunts people from the road, but he won't share the meat. I've been living off of the scraps, but the toenails keep getting caught in my teeth. Now he's starting to look at me strangely. With hunger in his eyes, he's changing. We both are. Question is, who's going to feast first? Edie. Oh, what a sweet old lady. Then again, I'm just assuming... Oh, this must be Edie. I wonder what happened to her. Probably nothing bad. If that's any sign, maybe something bad. Okay, now, how the heck do we... Maybe I just need a... Oh, I think I know. Morris, you're up here? You're up here, aren't you? Oh, shit, that didn't work. Shit. Oh, but that did work. Oh, shit. Ow. Oh, shit, why can't I attack? What the heck? Yeah, how you like that? Wendigo. Fuck you. You cannibal, you. You dirty cannibal. You Melbashi eater. Finally got it. Oh my god, that only took forever.
Hey, hope you're still alive out there.
Fuck you, Rose.
Also talking to a corpse. I assume the corpse just ate each other to death.
Yeah, you're right.
The thought of eating another human grosses me out. Ugh. Makes me glad robots were never on their menu. So, there's one more key fragment. This will belong to the cutthroats. David, the guy who led us, is alive.
What?
Something like it. I saw him roaming around out there, near his favorite barbecue shack.
Fred's?
Turned into one of those scorched things. It breaks my heart to see him like that. He could be a real jackass, but doesn't deserve that fate. No matter get anything, he's still got his key fragment on him. So really, he'd be doing everyone involved a huge favor by putting them out of our collective misery. And taking the key. Kiss him goodbye for me?
No thanks.
Actually, don't. It's probably all malformed and disgusting now. Yeah, yuck.
Yeah, how? Yeah, you know I said yuck. Transmission does seem to be able to go both ways. Okay, so did that. Let's see. His name is David. Let's see. David Baalout 76. What's his last name? I don't remember. The Cutthroat Raiders lore.
Based at the Pleasant Valley Ski Resort, the Cutthroat's name and logo is inspired by the Cutthroat Crag ski trail that was soon to be opened at Top of the World Resort. Led by David Thorpe with his girlfriend Rosalind Jeffries being second in command, they were one of Appalachia's 5 main raider gangs. The Cutthroats were responsible for the Christmas flood event, which destroyed Charleston on Christmas Day of 2082. The event was prompted by Thorpe, who assumed the death of Rosalind following a failed attempt to free her. Although the gang's fate is never directly stated by Rose, one of the few surviving members, there are several indicators that the gang might have been wiped out by the Scorched Plague. In particular, these indicators are the large and concentrated numbers of scorched in former Cutthroat territories, an unsent letter written by Thorpe as well as his fate,
David
becoming
Thorpe.
a Scorched himself. Since the Scorched Plague, Rose has taken over the leadership of the Cutthroats and is looking for new raider recruits to revive the gang. According to Nash, Meg Groberg tried to be part of the Cutthroats but did not make it in because she felt their ways were too violent, resulting in her forming her own gang. David Thorpe was an executive at the Arctos Pharma Company, using ruthless business tactics to ensure Arctos dominated the pharmaceutical market. Depressing wages and aggressive, unwavering commitment to negotiation terms were standard practice at Arctos when David was at the table. Although he was married with a wife and children at home, he also had a mistress, Rosalind Jeffries, and regularly frequented the Pleasant Valley Ski Resort with her, covering up these escapades as business trips to Washington, D.C. It was during one such escapade that the Great War happened, trapping him, Rosalind, and scores of other resort guests in the mountains. Although
Talk
he was
about
already planning to
extended
divorce his wife
vacation.
for Rosalind when the bombs fell, the loss of his wife and child was a savage blow for David, and it was only through Rosalind's constant support that he managed to pull through. Despite his dedication to Rosalind, he still held much love for his wife. His side as a ruthless executive allowed him to quietly build support among the surviving resort guests, now forming Appalachia's nascent raider gangs after the brutal winter of 2077. David rose to power against the original raider leader Harlan McClintock by offering an alternative, more violent path to future success. When David killed 2 responders who traveled to Top of the World to offer their help to the survivors there, Harlan and his wife Margie tried to put David on trial and exile him for his deeds. This ended poorly for the McClintocks, with the group splintering off to form the gang which would be known as the Diehards. The responders would ultimately blame David for encouraging the Pleasant Valley survivors' violent tendencies and turning them into fully fledged raiders. When David became leader, Rosalind made a trophy for him with a skull and World's Best Boss on it. On their anniversary, David stole chems for her, and they spent the night under the stars near Ripper Alley, with David remarking how he had never seen her happier. In 2082, David was prepared to propose to Rosalind, but she was captured during a raid on Charleston in pursuit of a Christmas gift for David. David incorrectly believed that the responders had killed Rosalind. Mad with grief over losing his family again, David ordered an attack on the Summersville Dam, using mini nukes stolen by the Blackwater bandits from the Brotherhood of Steel to blow up the dam and flood Charleston. In doing so, he also inadvertently killed Rosalind, who was actually trapped in the jail cells of the Charleston Capitol building. This incident would come to be known as the Christmas Flood. Some cutthroats such as Carol Sweeney were so appalled that they splintered away from David. Though he put on the facade of a powerful warlord, David deeply mourned Rosalind. He created a Miss Nanny in her image, christened Rose, giving her some semblance of Rosalind's personality, but as Rose notes, only the fun and upbeat side. As he was unable to recover Rosalind's remains, David also erected a secret shrine to his own flame east of Ripper Alley, not wanting other raiders to view him as soft, and to give himself a sense of closure on the last connection he would ever have. David also began to drink himself into a stupor. David's raider gang endured and thrived despite a years-long guerrilla campaign waged by the Order of Mysteries took its toll on the raider clans, but David remained in control, attracting more and more recruits. The campaign came to an end when Olivia Rivers, bitter and resentful of her mother's leadership, decided to defect by using Brody Torrance as a way to make inroads with the raiders. As Brody was the sole survivor of Mac Fraser's veteran crew, David was initially skeptical of the proposal. However, without any other leads, he played along and allowed Torrance to work with Olivia to take down the Order. Despite the slow start, his investment paid off with the Order of Mysteries eventually being wiped out in November 2086, with Olivia facing her own mother in a final confrontation that led to Shannon Rivers' death. Olivia soon joined her mother when Brody mortally wounded her, making it clear David had no further use for Olivia and did not want to take the chance that she would turn on him like she had done with her mother. In 2086, Harper's Ferry was destroyed by the Scorched, which began pushing through the mire and into the Savage Divide in the following years. By 2092, David recognized the threat, seeing panic spread and his empire beginning to crumble before his eyes. But he refused to leave his position or stop his activities. Privately, he had finally found peace at the loss of Rosalind and came to believe that she was there with him in spirit. In late 2096, he imprisoned Hank Madigan, hoping to extort the responders and free states in exchange for the Scorched detection system uplink, which Madigan was carrying. Ultimately, he succumbed to the Scorched Plague when it ravaged the Savage Divide and was killed around 2102 by a vault dweller of Vault 76.
Fallout 2, the location of Golgotha, is a horrific graveyard where bodies have been impaled and left. Welcome, everyone, both Adam's faithful and heathen, to this week's sermon on those in the wasteland who seek the forbidden delicacy. No, we are not talking about Tide Pods. We are talking about human flesh. As horrifying as it is to think that people would do such a thing, the desperate state of the post-war world.
Oh, this is pretty funny. When the comment says two clowns are eating a cannibal, one turns to the other and says, "I think we got this joke wrong."
And the constant struggle for survival means that cannibalism is not nearly as rare as one would hope. People on the cusp of death have resorted to it. Groups have become addicted and created elaborate traps to satiate their hunger, and some have even undergone drastic physical and mental devolution as they become addicted to munching on their fellow man. Crank up the rads and let out your best bon appetit as we look at the cannibals of Fallout. The first ones I want to mention are really vague and generic, but they're worth pointing out if only because they stand in contrast with many of the other Fallout games that have specific cannibals or cannibal groups. Starting with Fallout 2, it doesn't have any specific groups of cannibals except for some that can be found in the northwest part of the map, where the Chosen One starts their journey, but these are limited to random encounters. These encounters just show poorly equipped and dressed people that attack the Chosen One out of desperation for a meal. Fallout Tactics only mentions cannibalism when learning of the faction known
I'm going to need to tap, Ariel.
What?
I'm going to need to tap out.
Okay. Take care.
Yep, you have a good one. Talk to you later.
You.
Perfectly preserved pie with every dinner declined. And this ration request doesn't even have a name on it. I hope my next mission is soon. I'm tired of being stuck in Fort Atlas. If I don't sleep tonight, I should be able to get this list done. Reminder. This is the armory, not the barracks. Take your conversations outside. Throwing nukes left and right. The people of Appalachia think the bombs are amazing. Build America. Take the old and forge it anew.
A lot of problems back in the day. But look what else it brought.
I'm glad we guard our tech closely.
Each day in service of the Brotherhood is a step.
I've always got time for you. Sure. Sure thing. Look. Okay. Sure. Someday. But the Brotherhood, be patient. Sure. What do you...
Calling her with the young child, we now understand why they call her PETA.
I could handle you with one hand while I brush my toy pony with the other.
Hey.
What is going on, y'all? It is Fargas here. Hopefully you're having a great technical data. That's absolutely all about scrapping, because sure, to put it or at the Brotherhood of Stairs at a time, and you can turn in one technical data to Scribe Valdez at a time, and you can go right across from her and pick it up from your stash box again and repeat this as many times as you find technical data. The great thing about this is
Learning, protection. I have everything I need here. The Scorched, the Raiders, the Ghouls. If anything tries to attack, we'll be ready. One day I'll make night. Then I'll show those.
Hey fellow Vodwares, do it edge quest so that you can forgot. Hey fellow Vodwares, it's Angry Turtle with a really quick announcement and warning. I supposed to do it earlier, but I forgot I'm doing it now. I hope you didn't touch your Forbidden Knowledge quest yet after the update, or at least if you did, that you didn't waste your technical data. As you probably know, technical data, those are those documents that you can find under miscellaneous. And important note here, never carry more than one inside your inventory when you are doing this quest. Always make sure you have only one, otherwise all the technical data will be just scrapped. You will get nothing in exchange if you have more than one on you. You will get reward for one, and everything else will be scrapped. Therefore, make sure to put it into your stash box.
I figured out why I couldn't do it. It's a quest I haven't done yet.
Learn of specific individuals who engage in this behavior, but it is a fairly well-known fact among many people. Fallout 4 is the last of the Fallout games that doesn't mention specific individuals or groups who engage in cannibalism. We hear stories of some raiders resorting to cannibalism when circumstances become dire, or the trappers at Far Harbor who found a lost synth trying to make their way to Acadia and decided to have a little snack. Those really are the extent of the references to cannibalism in those three games, which is pretty sparse. It stands in direct contrast with the rest of the games, with specific and often grisly and grotesque stories, characters, and groups that engage in the forbidden indulgence. Now let's get to the specific cannibals, and we will start out with what I
Arrived
think
in
are the
Appalachia not a moment
tamest
too soon.
examples, and work up to the worst of the worst. I base this on what they've done, how compelling their stories are, and their overall impact on the wasteland. So, starting with the small stuff, the tasty morsels, if you will, and progressively working our way to the top in this multi-course meal. The first of a handful of Fallout 3 references that we will cover is not the craziest thing that is happening in the capital wasteland, but it's certainly memorable. A group of hunters can be encountered in a number of places, pursuing a fleeing wastelander, or gathered around a recently deceased person. If encountered while hunting their prey, they will be hostile to the lone wanderer and force you to fight for your life lest you become the main ingredient for that evening's strange meat pie. If they are encountered after just ingredient for that evening's strange meat pie. If they are lest you become the main ingredient for that evening's strange meat pie. If they are encountered after just having killed their prey, they will be found having a break and they won't be aggressive. In fact, they'll be friendly enough to do a little trading. All they have in their inventory is strange meat. And when asked further about this meat that somehow stands out among all the disgusting foods of the wasteland, they respond that it is the best meat in the entirety of the capital wasteland. Should you overstay your welcome, however, they will become hostile and look to field dress your backside. Although less explicit than the hunters, many of the swamp folk in the Point Lookout DLC can be found with strange meat in their inventories, and a strange meat pie can be found at the Trapper Shack, implying that cannibalism is a fairly routine practice among the irradiated and mutated peoples of former Maryland. Appalachia has no shortage of cannibals in real life and in Fallout. Just kidding. Or am I? Maybe this prevalence of cannibalism is partially due to how close Fallout 76 takes place after the events of the Great War. Taking place only 25 years after Adam blessed the world, it makes more sense that in the breakdown of society and subsequent scarcity of supplies and food, that some people would resort to cannibalism in the tumultuous years directly after the war, before a new equilibrium could be established with the survivors and the post-war world. At any rate, the player can come across the Mountainside Bed and Breakfast in the Savage Divide region of Appalachia. It is run by a polite and otherwise rather unassuming couple, Hubert and Juliet, who only charge 5 caps per night, and even Appalachia. The Mountainside Bed and Breakfast
Wait to tell Max about my latest
before a
fish roll.
new equilibrium
He's
could
gonna
be
love it.
established with the survivors and the post-war world. At any rate, the player can come across the Mountainside Bed and Breakfast in the Savage Divide region of Appalachia. It is run by a polite and otherwise rather unassuming couple, Hubert and Juliet, who only charge 5 caps per night and even provide a complimentary breakfast. However, under the surface of this suspiciously cheap business is an insidious secret. Juliet and Hubert are
All
both being
initiates get
forced
one
by a group of
authorized weapon.
cannibal raiders
No
to
more,
lure in
no less.
unsuspecting victims to rest in a rented room where the customers are unceremoniously killed and turned into pot roast or something. Should the player pay the incredibly cheap 5 caps and rest, they will awaken from their rest to several hostile raiders standing just outside the door. The raiders have come out from the locked basement where they hide from any potential customers, but they're always close enough to threaten Hubert and Juliet. You are forced to fight your way out of the bed and breakfast, and it's up to you whether or not you forgive the owners of the bed and breakfast. Another raider group that is otherwise not known for any sort of cannibalism, the Blood Eagles, has 2 rival cooks who are constantly trying to outdo each other, even sabotaging each other to prove to everyone else who the superior cook is. While we don't know of specific instances of cannibalism, when they encounter the player, they will shout things like, "Fire up the grills, we're eating good tonight, fellas," or "Who ordered takeout because it's here?" Maybe this is just them trying to be intimidating, but this is Appalachia. We're not taking any chances. There is another known cannibal by the name Maximum Maddie, who was sold into slavery because she decided she wanted a kid's meal and not the McDonald's kind. She is fated to fight in a raider fighting arena until the player beats her or the raiders detonate her collar because even they don't think she deserves to live. Fallout New Vegas does not shy away from man munching, and indeed it comes up a handful of times. The Jackals are an old raider group that emerged from Vault 15 like a handful of other early raider groups in California. By the time events are unfolding in 2281, in New Vegas and the surrounding Mojave, the Jackals are shadows of their
Together.
Come out wherever you are, David Thorpe. Wait, what's this? Kill David. Why are there two locations? Huh? David Thorpe's down. Now his minions. Where's David?
Hey, you. I watched you kill David through the viewfinder. So, that's a thing that happened. Hey, I'm hoping that by now you've got everything we need. Hurry back so we can bust that cash right up and see what's inside. No one's been inside since before they made me. So I get time to see all the great crap they kept hidden for all these years. Don't keep me waiting.
whatever your name was. You got those key fragments for me? I know, right? Murder, betrayal, all your basic psychopathic food groups. We're so super duper close to the finish line, and then we get the treasure. I'll take those for safekeeping. There's just one more little thing. David, he had a mistress named Rosalind. She wound up doing something stupid out of love for the man. Tried to lead a raid on Charleston on Christmas Eve so she could bring him back something nice. Got herself killed in the process. Sheesh, manners? And, well, maybe. I mean, Rosalind's death was kind of a big deal around here. And we never were able to recover the body. I would have gone to do this myself, but, well, it's personal. Totally. If it isn't, well, the old raiders are all dead, so I'm gonna go. Shit. Well, I'll do something, and they won't like it.
She's going to shit? I know that's not what she meant.
Now, in order to create the cache master key from those passwords you got, I need the holotape program she had with her when she died. You might have to look through the town's records to find out where they buried her body. I'd start with the Capitol building. Meet me at the cache in the basement of the ski lodge when you've got that holotape.
Former selves, their relentlessly selfish pursuit of basic survival, driving them to extreme violence and even cannibalism. This makes them stand out as particularly grotesque among the other raider groups, which is an absolute feat because there are some real sickos out west. They have been hit hard by the NCR and are only found in scattered groups around the Mojave, their barbarism being their ultimate downfall. In a rather empty corner of the Mojave lies the research vault, Vault 22, now devoid of any human life. The vault focused on research related to high yield crops, advanced fertilizers, and even a special fungus that functioned as a pesticide. This experimental fungus from the Big Mountain Research Facility was so good at its job that it would infect all the researchers, killing many and mutating the rest into creatures known as spore carriers. When it became clear to the residents of the vault that there was no way to stop the spread of the fungus, many of them fled the vault and started to journey to find a new place to call home. They ended up quite far from New Vegas, in the beautiful Zion Canyon. Here they encountered a peaceful group of post-war survivors from Mexico. But these Vault 22 survivors, either through desperation or complete apathy, forcibly enslaved this group from Mexico, pinned them up, and eventually ate them. This despicable act would cause one Randall Clark, an ex military survivor from northern Utah, who silently watched over those in the canyon, to go on a campaign of revenge against the Vault 22 survivors, where he attacked them with a small arsenal, sowing terror amongst the group, killing dozens upon dozens in the process, and convincing the Vault 22 survivors to leave the canyon lest they be killed by what they refer to as a vengeful ghost. Alright, it's time to supersize this messed up meal and survivors, where he attacked them with a small arsenal, sowing terror amongst the group, killing dozens upon dozens in the process, and convincing the Vault 22 survivors to leave the canyon lest they be killed by what they refer to as a vengeful ghost. Alright, it's time to supersize this messed up meal and get into the real meat of Fallout's cannibal lore. What better way than to go all the way back to the first game? A dark business agreement was struck between a man who goes by the name Bob and a wasteland doctor that goes by Doc Morbid. If that name isn't enough to make you think twice before enlisting his services, then you probably deserve what happens next. See, Doc Morbid is a legitimate doctor, and the Vault Dweller can go to him to be healed of almost anything except radiation poisoning in the settlement of Junktown. If you are somehow unable to afford his services, though, things can quickly spiral out of control. Doc Morbid will have you escorted to his basement for processing so that you can start making good on your debt to him. And you are promptly faced by a dwarf named Gretch. Gretch is Doc Morbid's assistant, and his job is to extract payment, so to speak, from Doc Morbid's debtors. And he does that by chopping you up into itty-bitty pieces. Usually the Vault Dweller will kill everyone in his attempt to get out, but depending on the choices that are made, Gretch and Doc Morbid can survive. But it's not over. Even after you've narrowly escaped with your life, you can find clues by looking around the basement or by speaking to Gretch as if you are in on the scheme and find out who they are selling the human meat to. Gretch isn't what you would call a genius. You can find a suspicious man named Bob in a settlement farther south in a place called the Hub, where he is selling iguana meat. And you know, while not my thing, iguana meat is certainly not human meat, so it has that going for it. But along with selling whole cooked iguanas on a stick, he also sells what he calls Prime Choice Select, otherwise known as iguana bits. This meat skewer is made of the meat bought from Doc Morbid for pennies on the cap, and Bob is not ignorant of this fact. Bob can be directly confronted and will, of course, play dumb, but can be cornered by the Vault Dweller if they choose to press the matter. Two things can happen. Bob can rightfully be called out for his despicable act of selling human meat to those of the Hub under the pretense that it is prime iguana meat, at which point Bob will violently confront the Vault Dweller. Alternatively, the player can blackmail Bob will under the pretense that it is prime iguana meat, at which point Bob will violently confront the Vault Dweller. Alternatively, the player can blackmail Bob and get a weekly cut of his earnings to keep quiet, just at the cost of a few reputation points per collection. There was a cut scenario as well where the player could inform the Hub's sheriff of Bob's unethical business practices, at which point Bob would try and flee the city. The player could then go on a quest to apprehend Bob and bring him to justice. So while Doc Morbid and his crew may not be cannibals, and Iguana Bob himself may not be a cannibal, they are indirectly making many of the people in the Hub that buy food from Bob's shack to become cannibals. I do also want to say, this picture from an ending cutscene for Fallout shows Iguana Bob trying to...
Okay, I see you made it into the city. But there's something you should know, if it isn't already painfully obvious. Charleston got flooded in a bad way. When David learned they killed Rosalind, he took the mini nukes we'd stolen from the Brotherhood of Steel and rigged them to blow up the dam. Damn near wiped the entire city off the map. Last I checked, the Capitol building is still standing. If any place was gonna have records of any of this, it'd be there. Here's hoping you don't have to dig up half the town to find what you're looking for. was gonna cheat you. I don't need a program to decrypt the key fragments. I'm a freaking robot. I just wanted you out of the way so I could get first dibs at the loot. At least I'm honest about it. Right. Thing is, I couldn't go through with it. Either you've made me a better person, or there's some old random missing nanny firing up and making me care about people. It's all worthless pre-war junk anyway. You can have as much of it as you want. There might be some good news, but that bucket of Pulse bellhop down there won't cock it up without a plane ticket. Good luck finding one of those. I couldn't even shake it out of them. And believe me, I tried. It's all yours if you can figure something out. Alright, so there you go. That's it. Don't get all teary-eyed. I'm sure we'll do business together again soon. Until then, toodles. Oh, and before I forget, that uplink or whatever you were looking for is also in the cache. Hooray, you got it. Go you. Now don't go forgetting about me just because you got what you came for. I will find you. be straight with you. I think we're past the point where I just want to use you to further my own goals. I may be starting to like you. Now, I don't want you thinking your pal Rose is going soft on you, so let me just say this. If you ever get it in your head to screw me over, I will gut you with this here saw and string your entrails up like Christmas tinsel. Nothing personal.
You should take up the rating life. Take what you want. Kill people that deserve it. Don't forget to purchase a few chems. Never know when you need an edge. base down to the mountain to pray. Up the mountain to stay.
They're talking crap about you again, David. This time, I'm gonna record them so you can hear it yourself.
I know, Arlen, I know. What are we gonna do? David's not a very reasonable man.
You saw what he did, Margie. He killed those innocent people who came to help us. He killed them in cold blood. And for what? A few measly supplies? The man defies you at every turn. He does what he wants. The people chose you to lead them, not that blowhard.
Lower your voice, Arlen. You don't need to yell at me.
Sorry, dear. You're right. I just don't know what to do anymore. I don't want to live like this. I'm some sort of...
Like some sort of savages? I know. Don't worry. We'll deal with it. I'll hold a trial aimed at exiling him for his crimes.
And he chooses not to participate in the trial, then what? You're aware more and more people are starting to side with him, right?
Not everyone is willing to follow a foolish madman. Trust me, Arlen. Reason will win out in the end.
I tell you, I'm inclined to go over there and get some peace of my mind.
Now, Arlen. Here. Don't do anything stupid.
You know me, I'm just upset as all. It might just be fishing in the wind, but I'm still going to go talk with him.
So, did you find that uplink thing you were looking for? Yeah, it got a little banged up when we shoved it through the storage system. You'll probably need to bring it to someone in the Free States who can fix it. Joke's on you. They're as dead as everyone else out there. You know, at least one or two of them defected to us when they got sick of living underground. They talked about this real smart gal named Abby. Tech smart, you know? I bet you can find something down in her bunker that'll help you fix that doodad. It's in the mire. I can point you in the right direction. Now, go on and scram. Maybe you'll actually be able to get rid of these scorched things. Then, bing, bang, boom, couple hundred years pass, Vault people have a couple of kids, they have a couple of kids, etc. Next thing you know, you got more raiders and more people to prey on. Perfecto! Sounds like you've got your work cut out for you. But until then, I'll just be messing with the radio. Don't you forget about me up here. I'm always around if you get bored. Later, alligator.
Greetings. Do you have a claim ticket? Checking claim ticket. Here is your check item. Thank you for staying with us. Protect and serve. raiding is a good life. No rules. Survival of the fittest. Maybe you'll kill someone with one of my weapons. Think of me when you do.
Face my fears and burst out from under the cover. Not I see the warm glow of a campfire. My fellow scouts are talking about the fire. I go to them, and I try to warn them. It's not safe to be out this late. There's something out there. I know, because it took my brother. He stayed out past dark one day. Went missing. But my friends, they don't listen. I sit with them. We watch, laugh, drink, cheer each other on. As the night dwindles on, so does the fire. The scouts pay no mind to the encroaching darkness. I track in to warn them that the dark is dangerous, but no one listens. So I go into the forest alone in search of fire. ground, find enough wood to rekindle the fire. There's no light to guide my way back to camp. I don't know if I wandered too far, or if the campfire has gone out, drenching all the scouts. Oh, God! I'm so sorry to interrupt the tale, but we have an emergency. Or at least my scout leader emergency protocol says we do. My protocol is pulling up a camper flag. Now, I'm almost certain I counted everyone correctly, but we should we may have left behind. And remember the buddy system. Thanks for your efforts, everyone. Now, I found a holiday place there. I hope that this will explain what's going on. It was easy to slip away when the fire went out. Easier than I thought. Right about now, the rest of the scouts will be scared out of their minds, thinking I've fallen prey to some creature of the night. Well, maybe I will. Something's out there. Telling the story seems like the only way to prove it to them. Girl in the story? That's me. I wrote it and uploaded it to Penny myself. No one believes me about the monster, so I had to do something. Something got my brother Ronnie. Something got my camp counselor. And now... What is that? Yeah? No. No, it can't be!
Just look at those stars. Oh, okay.
Offers some of his iguana bits. And just look at that face. Did it really take the Vault Dweller connecting all the dots for people to realize that this dude was into some real messed up shit? Look at that smile. Life pro tip from Rad King: you ever see a smile like that on someone's face, you run like Liberty Prime is trying to kill you. In the years before the Great War, a man by the name of Earl Williams lived in Appalachia, earning a living in the coal mines owned by Hornwright Industrial. Hornwright Industrial had an automation program to increase their coal extraction by several times, and the auto miners that they developed were very effective. They soon exhausted the coal seams, and the miners soon found themselves without a job. The mine
used up all the insect repellent already. And of course you want more. Here's the list. I'm sure you misplaced the last one. Have you gotten my insect samples yet? Have you gotten my insect samples yet? Excuse me? Where's the blood proboscis? Oh, there it is. You got everything I asked for. I'll whip up a batch and you're ready to go. Drink this down, and insects will find you taste just awful. Kinda like this repellent tastes.
those damn traitors and their secessionists turned their backs on America to form their free states. Concrete bunkers. You'd never get that past a Vault-Tec radiation proofing inspection. That's for sure. Sounds like they let go of their paranoia long enough to seek out help from the other survivors. Just have to hack this terminal. See what they left behind in there, and what they wanted to do.
Greetings, stranger. Now, don't panic. My name is Abby. I'm not your enemy, and this isn't a trap. In fact, if you're hearing this, it means I'm not even alive. I was with a group called the Free States. We gave our lives trying to finish what we called the Scorched Detection System. The system will let you know when the Scorched are coming and has the means to help deal with the Scorched beasts. If you can help, I've created a set of recorded instructions to complete the system. First, you need to find the final communications uplink, and chances are high it'll need repairs. We entrusted it to a guy named Madigan and told him to place it on the antenna at top of the world. Find the uplink. You can use my workbench here to repair it. Then check in at the main SDS terminal to trigger my next recording. If you're still there, I really hope you're willing to help a dead girl out. If so, good luck. And if not, well, enjoy dealing with the Scorched. And if by some chance this is Madigan, your timing sucks. 421. It's Raleigh's password, and you'll need it. If you didn't catch that or you want more info, you can always check my workstation terminal. It's all there. Good luck. Dear holotape, I'm pretty sure everyone I know is dead. If we hadn't bothered with this stupid system, they'd all still be here. Well, guess what? If you all die, that kind of defeats the purpose. Why couldn't we just stay in our bunkers? Why do we even have to go out there? I'd rather eat cram every day and never see the sun again than be stuck here, alone. I miss my mom and my dad. You guys are supposed to be here. You took me away from my friends and my life all in your stupid promise that things were gonna be fine. That this was best. And is it? I can't do this on my own. I don't want to do this on my own. I just want things back the way they were. replacement motors. If memory serves, they're in his generator room with the workbench. From there, you have the exciting task of finding some heating coils to upgrade them. This will make the fans more effective to fight the moisture created by the swamp. Good news is, I have 2 in my bunker. Bad news is, you need 3 more. Raleigh's sure to have some too, so do a sweep while you're there. After that, your best bets are Ella Ames' bunker and the nearby relay tower. Once you've got enough, head back my way. I've got your next steps set up to play once you're back. Hopefully. Oops, I forgot to add. Scenario 1, Addendum. Raleigh's got a few schematics stashed away that can help you make some protective gear for all this swamp trekking. It'll help you blend in, make it hard for nature's latest evolutionary wonders to spot you. So, could be useful. Abby out.
Attention citizens. Nuclear strike imminent. Please exit the area at your earliest convenience. Thank you for your cooperation.
was approached today by Miranda Vox. Yep, the same woman who told me to shove my movement where the sun don't shine and get the hell out of her town. She may be Mayor of Harper's Ferry or what's left of it, but I'm the one who's lived there all my life. Grudges aside, she came asking for help.
Facility is now on high alert due to local ballistic activity. Defenses will now be deployed. After the defense calibration procedures have concluded, a Vault Tech representative is required to de-escalate the alert.
Attention citizens. Nuclear strike imminent. Please exit the area at your earliest convenience. Thank you for your cooperation.
Artisan's Corner has everything you need to make your next survival project a success. Artisan's Corner is the place for creative hands-on learning and the wilderness survival.
Hello again, friends. I'm so pleased to announce that the boilers here at the Giant Teapot are full again. That means my special blend will be bubbling up shortly. So, if you fancy a nice cuppa, the more the merrier. Precious. Shame such violence is required to get a proper cup of tea. Water temperature in the boilers is now 178.6321 degrees. Just a little bit longer. Ah, there's the whistle. The tea is steeping now at the perfect and precise 205 degrees. You've done a fine thing here today. Huzzah!
Unauthorized access to the facility detected. Authorizing defenses to eliminate intruders. Deploying reinforcements to eliminate the intruders. A Vault Tech representative has de-escalated the alert. Have a nice day.
Woo! I just got a really good. I got a really good weapon. This is. Oh, I'm so glad I showed up just in time. That was amazing. It's one of these only types of this gun to actually have an SMG. Wow. Wow, this is good. Alright, meeting again.
Attention citizens. Nuclear strike imminent. Please exit the area at your earliest convenience. Thank you for your cooperation.
Facility is now on high alert due to local ballistic activity. Defenses will now be deployed. After the defense calibration procedures have concluded, a Vault Tech representative is required to de-escalate the alert. Defense calibrations will be concluded in 1 minute. Defense calibrations will be concluded in 30 seconds.
Unauthorized access to the facility detected. Authorized expenses to eliminate intruders.
The route has been cut. It's only 2 days.
Wow, you've got to be kidding me. Seriously, I got another one right after. It's kind of funny because they barely weigh anything, so I could just use both of them and switch off when one, runs out of durability. In any case, it's going to be difficult to get out of this place because of all the weight that I have on my back. But hey, it's worth it. Oh, I'm muting again.
Wesley, if only you weren't such a lazy bones. My tune-up is way overdue now. Looks like he let his water go stale again. I'll just boil up another batch for when he wakes up. You're looking rather parched. Why not buy some of our locally sourced water, freshly boiled? Oh, I do hope the others will come back one day. After all the work James put into keeping the place going and what have you. Still dark? I wonder if my internal clock is malfunctioning too. James surely must have caught up with Miss Jewel by now. I should prepare something nice for their return. Still dark? I wonder if my internal clock is malfunctioning too. Oh, Wesley, if only you weren't such a lazy bones. My tune-up is way overdue now. Looks like he let his water go stale again. I'll just boil up another batch for when he wakes up. Oh, I do hope the others will come back one day. After all the work James put into keeping the place going and what have you. James surely must have caught up with Miss Jewel by now. I should prepare something nice for their return. Still dark? I wonder if my internal clock is malfunctioning too. Oh, Wesley, if only you weren't such a lazy bones. My tune-up is way overdue now.
That Earl had worked in was slated to close for good, but he and many other people knew of a bunch of supplies that were still in the mine, and they decided that they were going to go steal them.
Looks like he
Under
let
the
his
cover of
water
darkness,
go
they
stale
entered the
again.
mine and were in the
I'll just
process of
boil up
stealing
another
some of
batch for when
Hornwright's
he
supplies
wakes up.
right from under his nose when the entrance to the mine was blown up, trapping everyone inside. All indications point to this being a terrible accident by the mine supervisor, who didn't know that a bunch of people were in there, but it's also awfully
Oh, I
convenient.
do hope the
The trapped
others will
miners and
come back one
townspeople
day.
had no way out
After
and
all the
couldn't
work
dig the
James put
debris
into
out
keeping the
that
place
was blocking
going,
the entrance.
what have you.
Faced with no food, it didn't take long for some of them to consider eating one of their group who had been injured in the mine collapse. Many of the group found the
James
idea so
surely must have
detestable
caught up
that they would
with
rather
Joel
die of
by
starvation
now.
themselves
I
rather
should
than
prepare
eat
something
another
nice
human.
for their
And even
return.
Earl himself admitted that he didn't think it was right to eat another person. However, the hunger was too much to bear, and he reluctantly gave in, joining those whose desire to survive superseded everything else. As those of the group that refused to eat human died, they would become the next meal, and with every feast, some sanity would slip away. Eventually, Earl and the other survivors were not content with waiting until people would die before taking a one-way trip to Flavortown, and he could not recover from his downward spiral. Warped in the mind, his body started to follow suit to become one of Appalachia's most hideous and terrifying creatures. One that seems to be born from a person's continuous consumption of human meat. A creature known as the Wendigo. Earl would not become just any old Wendigo, although many that were trapped there did become normal Wendigos. No, something special about him would cause him to transform into a Wendigo Colossus. The Colossus is far larger than a normal Wendigo, with dark skin, extra appendages, and 2 extra heads. One sporting a beautiful sack of Wendigo juice or something. Earl and the smaller Wendigos that mutated over the course of 26 years in the mine can finally be put down for good when the player cracks open the mine with a nuclear bomb, which is Appalachia's favorite pastime, and ascends into the depths to try and find out what happened to Earl and the others at the behest of Earl's daughter, Maggie. She survived the war and never stopped trying to find her father, asking anyone who will listen to try and help her. The player has the option to return to Maggie after the quest and tell her that no trace of him was found, or that only a pocket watch that can be looted off of Earl's body was the only thing that could be found. The most truthful option is to tell Maggie what happened to her father, his transformation into a monster, and subsequent death at the hands of the Vault Dweller. Not far from the mines that turned Earl into a nightmare beast, a man that went by the name Scoot was obsessed with hunting for cryptids. In pre-war Appalachia, there was no shortage of urban myths, legends, and their associated cryptids, like the Mothman. Scoot and his friends would regularly go and look for cryptids out in the wilderness, and this eventually led Scoot to an old abandoned church, known as the Sunken Church. In his earnest search for ghosts, Scoot was not paying close enough attention, and he fell into a large sinkhole, breaking both of his legs. This happened only days before the Great War, and being alone, hidden away where no one would find him, with his broken legs, he realized that he was going to die alone in this dark hole. To his surprise, the next day, a park ranger also fell down the hole, but he fared much better. The ranger's name was Kevin, and he helped to show Scoot how they could survive on moss and bugs while doing what they could to help his legs heal properly. Scoot and Kevin were trapped in the hole for 3 months before another individual fell down the hole, and this man, Mickey, would change things for the worse. Mickey was a member of a raider group called the Gourmands, a raider group that was distinct from the other large groups that emerged in the post-war era because of their desire to engage in cannibalism. Mickey choked Kevin to death in his sleep and told Scoot that the only way they were going to survive was to eat Kevin, which Mickey happily did. Scoot was far less sure, but finally gave in to the pressure, and although he felt awful about it, he ate Kevin. Details are sparse, but Scoot developed a hunger, the hunger, that gave him the motivation and strength to kill Mickey at some point as well, consuming him and justifying it by saying that Mickey and Kevin were both weak and had to die to ensure the strong survived. This was a transformative event for Scoot in many ways. He no longer wanted to leave his hole. He had a new purpose. He felt like a new person. he would wait in the sinkhole for the weak to fall down and build his strength by consuming their bodies. This cannibalism and isolation transformed Scoot into a Wendigo, who at the time of Fallout 76 is still found in the hole that he refused to leave. Speaking of the Gourmand Raider group,
Look at all
their
these active
story is pretty
effects.
crazy, which one would expect
Most of
from a
these don't
group
last for
of,
very long,
quote,
though.
chefs
1 minute is the
whose
gold wrapper.
primary interest is in eating
Impressive.
others. The Gourmands were actually one of the original 5 large raider gangs that formed shortly after the Great War in Appalachia. These raider gangs all separated on lines that made them distinct from one another, and the Gourmands, well, I hope this is obvious by now, but they stand out for their particular culinary interests. The Gourmands eventually settled in an area called Bolton Greens, but it didn't take long before there started to be mysterious and inexplicable disappearances of some members. Although there were some suspicions that someone in the group was cannibalizing their own, there was no proof of who had done it, and such a thing was explicitly against their group's code. The proof would eventually manifest itself, and the killer would be none other than the group's leader, Morris Stevens, and his wife Edie. For breaking the Gourmand's code of not eating each other, which is like literally the lowest bar ever, Morris and Edie were banished from the group and left, finding refuge at the Wendigo Cave. The former leaders would make a life of ambushing people along the nearby road. All the while, their mental states were slipping, and they began eyeing each other, waiting to see which of the two would be the first to make a move against their spouse. Back at the Raider camp, things were more or less the same. 2 members named Bill and Cantu argued over whether men or women tasted better, and another person named Jerry would engineer a special room that allowed them to store the meat that they harvested in a way that would not attract super mutants or mole rats. The normal cannibal life would take quite the turn, though, when their old leader Morris would make a return in a terrifying new form. Morris's mental state and physical state devolved to the point that he killed his wife and ate her, with a holotape recording his words and reaction shortly after committing the dark deed. Since I can't do it justice, I will let Morris describe it in his own words.
Darling Edie. Oh, how delicious you were. The sweet taste of your flesh as it passed down my throat. Oh, the syrupy warmth of your blood as it filled my stomach. She's dead. I killed her. I ate her. Oh, no. No, no, no. But I had to. I must eat. So hungry, starving. Eat more. More flesh. More blood. Need more. Find more.
Dear Adam above, that is gruesome. Maybe it was this single act that finally broke Morris, because not long after this, he became a Wendigo. In fact, he is considered the progenitor Wendigo, which would seem to imply that all Wendigos are somehow descended or related to him, which we know isn't exactly true, because Earl was in the middle of his own transformation into the Wendigo Colossus back at the Hornwright's mine. Regardless, Morris would terrorize his old gang as a Wendigo, killing and consuming them, as well as any other raiders he came across. He was so terrifying and brutal that a bounty was put on his head, with a sizable reward going to whoever could stop this man-hunting monster. The reward would go unclaimed, as events killed or drove off all humans in the Appalachian region, and we never truly know what happened to the Gourmands. Were they all killed by Morris? Were they, as some other raiders have surmised, all victims of self-cannibalization? Or did the scorched plague wipe them out? Some Appalachian mysteries may never truly be solved. In Fallout 3, there is a group that lives in the shadows, venturing out to randomly attack victims and slip away
Take
before
home
anyone can
a
stop them.
painting
Known
of
as the
our
Family,
Chris.
this group is led by a well-known, charismatic leader who inexplicably only has a charisma stat of 3. Seriously, look it up if you don't believe me. Going by the name Vance, he recognized at a fairly early age that he had a compulsion for human flesh, and as a result, left his home at Rivet City. He attracted a following of people who had the same yearning for man flesh, and under his leadership, they became the Family. What sets the Family apart, however, is that they are somewhat reformed cannibals. Vance has convinced them all that they should not actually engage in full on cannibalism in the form of eating meat, but instead opt for drinking blood. Rather than being raving, bloodthirsty vampires, as they like to refer to themselves, they only kill as required to get the blood that they consume, in lieu of actually consuming the body. The Family has recently been targeting a nearby settlement called Arafu, and as luck would have it, one member of this community suffers from the hunger himself. Ian West is a young man who one fateful day was guarding the settlement's Brahmin with his sister when an aggressive individual approached and violently shoved Ian, causing him to slam his head into the ground. Ian came to soon after, but was full of sudden and inexplicable bloodlust, where he pounced on the intruder and tore the man's throat out with his teeth. This was the beginning of his sudden cannibalistic tendencies, and this eventually led to him killing both of his parents in some sort of violent outburst that was fueled by his dark desires. Rather fortuitously, this event transpired when Vance and the Family were close by Arafu, and they were able to convince Ian to leave and join their group since they shared a common trait, and he really had nothing left for him in Arafu. They were even nice enough to make it look like the Family had done it instead of him. It is up to the Lone Wanderer how to resolve the number of issues between the terrified settlers at Arafu, the Family and their practice of harvesting people for their blood, and Ian, specifically whether he should remain with the Family or try and make amends for his past deed and rejoin Arafu, or try and make amends with his past and leave the Family. Should a peaceful resolution be found, the citizens of Arafu can be convinced to provide the Family with blood packs, which are somehow fairly common items that can be found in the wasteland 200 years after the Great War. The Family will cease their attacks and instead just drink the blood provided in the blood packs, while also agreeing to help protect the settlement from any other threats. The Lone Wanderer will be taught the fine art of blood drinking and receive the Hematophage perk, which causes the player to heal 20 HP from blood packs, which is a lot more than the 1 HP that they otherwise heal for. While the deeds of the Family may not be as gory or horribly violent as many of the stories we have and will look at, I find their approach interesting. They try to regulate their consumption both in volume and food type, and are willing to make mutually beneficial deals with other groups. They are just so unlike every single other group of cannibals in any and all Fallout games that I rank them higher just for being an interesting deviation from the norm. In Virginia, or what's left of it anyway, in 2277 lies the idyllic town of Andale. Okay, maybe it's not idyllic by our standards, but by the standards of the Capital Wasteland, it is certainly up there. Two families live in the town and seem to be living the best lives possible. Their two children are best friends. The husbands are busily engaged in the family business, and the wives are happy homemakers. They are all quick to tell the Lone Wanderer when they first come to the small town that they are patriots, that Andale is the best town in the whole wasteland several years running, and they will loudly proclaim the importance of voting, so long as it's not for beatnik commies. Their extreme kindness, friendliness, and outward happy appearances are in stark contrast with the bleak wasteland. And if it wasn't so extreme, one could actually believe that they are really living the best existence of anyone in the capital region. However, not all is as it seems, since Old Man Harris, the surviving grandparent that lives alone in one of the three houses, will waste no time in telling the Lone Wanderer that they need to get out. When questioned, he will explain that Andale is a dangerous place, and that if they needed any proof, to break into the locked shed, or Jack's locked basement in his home. Of course, how could you not, after everything you've heard from all the other residents? Breaking into the shed or basement will lay bare their terrible secret. They are a settlement of cannibals, luring in travelers and lulling them into a false sense of security with their kindness, only to attack them when they least expect it and take them to the shed to butcher them. Leaving the shed or basement will cause Jack and the others to directly confront the player, since they have been waiting just outside. Now that the cat is out of the bag, the Lone Wanderer has a couple options. They can call them the sick puppies that they really are, which will cause them to aggro and result in the death of all but the children and Old Man Harris. Alternatively, using a speech check or the cannibal perk, should the player have it, can convince the inhabitants of Andale that they don't judge them for what they've done. An understanding is born from a sly wink and a nod, and Jack will tell the Lone Wanderer that they are welcome back to Andale at any time, where the player can enjoy one of his wife's famous meat pies. Yum. It is worth pointing out that not only are they cannibals, but they also only marry amongst their two families. So they ain't just cannibals, they're incestuous cannibals. Roll Tide. Should the player rightfully put the families down, Old Man Harris understands our actions and will care for the two young children, promising to not continue the horrible traditions that the families have been practicing for generations, which is about the best ending we could hope for in this situation. Andale is such a memorable location because of how eerie the town and its inhabitants are. The residents seemed ripped straight out of Leave It to Beaver, are overly friendly, and almost seem oblivious to the destroyed world around them. And this is in large part due to their desire to strip travelers of their sense of security so that they can shove them into a meat pie. Finding their awful secret and being confronted about it is such a memorable event, as their sickly sweet demeanor comes entirely into focus, knowing that it's all a show to get you on some meat hooks, and it makes for an experience that is hard to forget. The number one spot on this list, hands down the most unique, memorable, sinister, and most fun to experience from a game perspective, goes to the one and only White Glove Society. The White Glove Society can be found in the Ultralux, in the New Vegas Strip in Fallout New Vegas. And looking at how highbrow and posh this casino is, it is somewhat of a shock to learn that the White Gloves evolved from a primitive tribe. Mr. House, the business magnate that saved Las Vegas from nuclear devastation and reformed the city into a sliver of its former self, made a deal with a large tribe that were hidden away in subterranean caves that only emerged to hunt men for sustenance. The group were forced to leave their cannibalistic ways and their old tribal name behind, and in return, they would get Mr. House's blessing to create what would become the Ultralux. Inside the casino are a number of masked workers and servers dressed in Wasteland's finest dresses and tuxedos, which was dictated by one of the founders, who instituted a rule that no one on the strip can be said to dress better than them. There are a few key characters in the story of the White Gloves and their dark secret, because not everyone in the group are actually cannibals. In fact, most aren't. Mortimer is the right-hand man of the White Glove Society leader, Marjorie, and he feels that the society has strayed too far from their roots. That isn't a widely accepted opinion, however, as even Marjorie herself does not condone cannibalism, nor does she ever want the White Gloves to return to that lifestyle. Mortimer, therefore, has to work in the shadows, hiring assassins to kill those that might interfere with his plans to reinstate cannibalism, and working closely with other key people, like head chef Felipe, to secretly feed the members a meal made of man. When the courier first arrives at the Ultralux, front and center is a man that sticks out like a sore thumb, with his cowboy hat and western attire. Heck Gunderson is a wealthy Brahmin baron who came to the Ultralux to negotiate with them regarding beef sales when his son, Ted, went missing. The courier is asked by Heck to see if he can find his son, and so the quest beyond the beef begins. The courier can talk to a number of White Glove members to try and find out what might have happened, and in so doing learn that another person had gone missing, this time a bride, and it is hurting the reputation of the resort. The courier eventually speaks to Mortimer, the maitre d' of the Ultralux, and this is where we have to make some decisions. If the courier has evil karma or has the cannibal perk themselves, they can get Mortimer to divulge his plan to underhandedly return the White Glove Society to their former ways. Mortimer has kidnapped Ted Gunderson, mistaking him for someone else, and intends to cook him up and serve him at a special feast, where unknowing White Glove members will eat this new mystery meat dish, and afterwards it would be announced what it was that they ate. Mortimer believes this will cause people to no longer consider the practice taboo, since they just all did it, and the dish's deliciousness would make everyone want more. To bring the White Gloves back to their former glory, he goes to great lengths to make this plan come to fruition. This includes assassinating a White Glove member named Chauncey, who knows of Mortimer's plans and wishes to foil them. Felipe, the complete douche of a head chef, is in on the plan and will kill Ted Gunderson, who is being kept in the kitchen cooler, and cook him up into some super fancy French meat pies, unless the courier intervenes. The developers put a lot of thought into this quest, and it can be accomplished in many different ways, where you can foil Mortimer's plan, help Mortimer but convince him to kill someone else instead of Ted Gunderson, go through with Mortimer's plan, and at the last moment, make fake human meat pies and serve those at the feast instead. Or you can help Mortimer kill Ted and frame his father, Heck, as his murderer. Going this route leads to Heck being killed during his arrest by a Securitron, and the player can be rewarded by one of Heck's Brahmin ranching competitors. It is also possible for the player to do the ultimate backstab if they help Mortimer reintroduce cannibalism to the society. If Mr. House
Hey everyone, welcome back to another Fallout 76 video on the channel. Remember the last week where we got the new update and it also brought in with it a bug where all of a sudden you couldn't craft or scrap the Headhunter Scythe. This then moved on to now being able to craft the Headhunter Scythe, which is a new reward in Season 17, but then on the side effect of this, you weren't allowed to craft pickaxes. Now this is because when you craft pickaxes, you actually gain legendary modules. Now, if you know anything about legendary modules, basically you're limited to the amount you can buy each day, given the fact you can only scrap so much script. So unless you save up a bunch, you can only buy so much each day. Now I have a really great little glitch for you, which you are hopefully going to absolutely love. So before I say it, shout out to TT128556, who dropped a comment in my previous video, who basically said that you can still do this glitch if you can find pickaxes. So I've gone over the list on the Fallout Wiki, and here are the locations where you can actually find pickaxes. So you can find...
Hello, members. There is another site we wish to have a look at. Please proceed to the transmitted location and complete the triangulation process. That is all.
Remember, it's a war zone out there.
If you're looking to skip the grind for items in Fallout 76, visit the link in the description to go to AOA.com. Use code RALSE at checkout for 3% off your order.
All right, hello everyone. Welcome back to another Fallout 76 weapon guide. Today we have the Anchorage Ace. Finally. Dude, I've done this event. I've done that neurological shit probably like 24 goddamn times. And then finally, nice guy, Dicka Patini. Sorry, I probably said your name wrong. You gave it to me. I already have one, but you gave me another one, so it's the thought that counts. And if I didn't get one, I would have had it from you. But you're fucking cool, dude. Love you, bro. All right, little edit here. I didn't get this from an event. Someone else gave this to me before the other guy gave it to me. Royal Death Queen. Thank you so much. I figured you didn't want to be forgotten about. I'm pretty sure she would appreciate me saying, "Hey, thank you so much." I didn't want to feel like a dick for not appreciating and saying that you gave it to me. I didn't get it from the event. I just kind of brain fart there. But yeah, thank you so much, Royal Death Queen. And thank you so much to, I can't pronounce his name. I even butchered it in the video, but thank you to that dude. But anyway, yeah, Anchorage Ace. This is a first of its kind. It is a 10mm submachine gun that they slapped a reflex sight and a suppressor onto. You can't see the suppressor. We're just going to pretend like it's integral. Yeah, it's actually really, really, really good. So I went ahead and put the prime barrel on here with an aligned long barrel and a forceful stock, and its condition is massive. That's really good. And the perforating magazine. Its AP cost is super low without that. I think it's like 5 if you put on the quick mag, but I wanted that extra armor penetration, so our AP cost is 13, which is not bad whatsoever. The gun looks pretty cool. I don't like the rusted out bit. I wish it was just all white and fresh looking like the Operation Anchorage weapons in Fallout 3, but it's okay. It still looks pretty cool. Anyway, the build for today. We got Blocker, Traveling Pharmacy, and Bandolier. Concentrated fire with all the commando perks because this is a commando gun with tank killer. Got a cool and rejuvenated field surge, strange members, and tenderizer, nerd rage, gunsmith, and weapons artisan. We got born survivor, adrenaline, action boy, covert operative, sneak, escape artist, and gun fu, bloody mess, serendipity, class freak, starch jeans, good assault, and critical savvy. And legendary perks are intelligence, charisma, perception, strength, quality, and agility. And my legend, my fucking specials are 5, 12, 3, 3, 6, 12, 15. My mutations, here they are. Adrenal reactions, the only one that matters, but here's a little scroll through every other mutation I got. And we are running some unyielding AP Refresh Sentinels Ultralight Forest Scout armor today. So yeah, let's go see how it does against the mutants of West Tech. And we are here at West Tech with the Operation Anchorage Ace, rather. Sorry. Let's just see how it does. I'm very excited. I've already used it a little bit, and it's pretty good. But let's do it.
Is informed by the courier that the society has restarted their cannibalistic ways, he will give the player complete freedom to deal with the society as they see fit. And you can go back in and kick their mask-wearing, cane-wielding cannibal asses. The complexity of the quest with the white gloves, the number of outcomes, the number of ways that you can resolve all the conflicts is exactly what you hope to find in a Fallout game and can keep multiple playthroughs fresh, since you can try something new each time. The White Glove Society is also extremely memorable with their highbrow aesthetic, pompous and often downright insulting attitudes and interactions, with all of this contrasting with their dark origin and secret attempts to return to the most disgusting of behaviors. The White Glove Society is one of the highlights of an already incredible game, and one that I will never tire of replaying. For all these reasons, the White Glove Society is the best of a list of very interesting, very compelling, and very horrible cannibals in the Fallout series. What are your favorite cannibals in the Fallout series? I want to hear what your favorites are in the comments, and whatever else you'd like to tell me. I think it's interesting that cannibalism was referred to generally in the first games until Fallout 3, when we started to get very specific groups and individuals whose cannibal habits are core parts of their individual quests and identities. And the series since has made cannibalism more visible and specific. Thank you to my wonderful patrons, who I am glad to report do not engage at all in cannibalism. Well, I'm pretty sure. Like 87% sure. There's some pretty sussy ones. If you are not a cannibal, then you can also support me on Patreon or YouTube memberships. and I would be incredibly grateful. Walk in Adam's glow. Prepare yourself, and I will see you soon.
What's up, guys? It's Widgeon TV here. Northeast in the mire lie the in-ground bunkers of the people of the Free States. Marked by a blue and red star surrounded by a broken chain, you'll immediately know who they belong to. The people of the Free States tried to do the right thing, but they ended up losing everything because of it. So who are these people? What are their motivations? And most importantly, what happened to them? Today we continue our look into the Fallout 76 lore. If you haven't seen my video on the Overseer, I highly recommend going and watching that video. So, near the northernmost part of the mire, we stumble across Abby's bunker. Here is the Overseer.
Overseer's log, Free State bunker. Sam Blackwell and Raleigh Clay. Those damn traitors and their secessionists turned their backs on America to form their free states. Concrete bunkers. You'd never get that past a Vault-Tec radiation proofing inspection, that's for sure. Sounds like they let go of their paranoia long enough to seek out help from the other survivors. Just have to hack this terminal. See what they left behind in there, and what they wanted to do.
In this tape, the Overseer touches on Sam Blackwell and Riley Clay. These are the founders of the Free States. Blackwell was an accomplished politician who served 2 terms in the Senate for the state of West Virginia. He championed the Coal Miners Union, which made him immensely popular. He had a bright political future ahead of him, but he ended up spoiling it because of his support for the organization that he created, the Free States. Some members of the Free States were radical and occasionally had scuffles with the police. Presumably, Sam Blackwell had to make a decision between being a politician and a member of the Free States. He decided the latter and left politics, and went into hiding with his daughter Judith. We'll talk about the other co-founder here in a minute, but for now, let's enter the Free State bunker and see what it holds. Upon entering, you're greeted with the voice of Abigail.
Greetings, stranger. Now, don't panic. My name is Abby. I'm not your enemy, and this isn't a trap. In fact, if you're hearing this, it means I'm not even alive. I was with a group called the Free States. We gave our lives trying to finish what we called the Scorch Detection System. The system will let you know when the Scorched are coming and has the means to help deal with the Scorch Beast. If you can help, I've created a set of recorded instructions to complete the system. First, you need to find the final communications uplink, and chances are high you'll need repairs. We entrusted it to a guy named Madigan and told him to place it on the antenna at top of the world. Find the uplink. You can use my workbench here to repair it. Then check in at the main SDS terminal to trigger my next recording. If you're still there, I really hope you're willing to help a dead girl out. So, good luck. And if not, well, enjoy dealing with the Scorched. And if by some chance this is Madigan, your timing sucks.
Like she said, the bunker is empty other than a few radroaches. There's some pretty good junk in here, so if you're headed this way, make sure to have plenty of inventory space. Near the dining area, we find Abby's workstation. Notice, if you made it here, I'm hoping it is still safe to assume that you're 100% human. I've yet to see Scorched or super mutants use a terminal. Read the entries, save the world, make it mean something. To the lucky survivor who found this terminal, my name is Abby, Abigail if you want to get all technical, and I am, or was, the last surviving member of the group called the Free States. Since the war, Mother Nature's gotten quite creative. Her last babies, the Scorch and Scorch Beast, are by far the biggest threat. If you're interested in saving humanity, I'm really hoping you'll help a dead girl out and finish this system. Everything you need to know is in this terminal, along with a few other informative bits. Fingers crossed, it's all still up and running. Scorch Detection System, SDS. Everything you need to know about setting up the Scorch Detection System, SDS. First off, what is the SDS? I'm glad you asked. The SDS is an early warning system for the Scorched. We've placed detectors all over Appalachia that pick up their special radiation signature. We were successfully able to pull off some local tests here in the mire, but we weren't able to finish everything necessary to complete the system as a whole. That's where you guys come in. Now that we learned about the SDS, we're going to skip forward a little bit, because a lot of this information is specific to the quest that we'll be covering in a different video, and not really important to the Free States. So that's Abby's bunker. We find an entry in her workstation that shows where Riley's bunker is, so we're off to that one next. The same entry also has the password for Riley's bunker, so we can enter straight away. Inside the bunker, it's empty again, other than radroaches. And in one of the bedrooms, we find a holotape that's titled Family and So-Called Friends.
It's been 2 weeks since I lost Trish and Marty. 2 weeks since we lost Harvest and those things, those Scorched and that nightmare. 2 weeks keeping it together for Mike and Megan and all the others. Sam, where the hell are you? I could really use my best friend right now. This was our thing, you know. We were in this together. You started in with the secrets, the no-shows. You practically shoved Emily out the door. Now you're doing it to me. I was your best friend for over 40 years. I trusted you to help me see this through. You acted like you gave half a damn about anything besides yourself. You could have helped me. Maybe I never would have made the decision to rebuild Harper's Ferry. Maybe half my family would still be alive.
He mentions Harper's Ferry and the disaster that occurred there, so we'll have to head over there after we explore the rest of the bunkers. Next, we find a holotape next to his terminal titled Madigan Encounter. Remember, Madigan was a new member of the Free States who was given the task of placing an uplink at the top of the world for the SDS.
Recording? Make sure it's recording.
I got it, Eddie. It's recording. Jesus.
All right, Madigan. You want to explain why we found you out there tampering with our stuff?
Hey, you guys are always holed up in your bunkers. How else can I get your attention? Besides, a crazy contraption like that? Of course I'm going to try to figure it out. By the way you guys came out, fully armed and ready to fight, I'm guessing it's pretty big.
What you nearly broke was a Scorch Beast lure. It's the best defense we have against them.
Whoa, you're telling me you're luring those things down? You got some balls, Free States, even with your numbers. Taking on a beast is no easy task.
It doesn't just lure them down. We found some research and tech at one of the Brotherhood's old outposts. Ella realized if we can blast a Scorch Beast with a certain frequency, it disorients it long enough for us to go in and take it out. Neeraj and Abby started work on the tech. We tested it. And it works.
This is a real game changer, Riley. If what you say is true.
It's true, Hank. The system would be done if it weren't for those damn raiders.
Look, if this is as big as you think it is, fire breathers can handle any raiders. But I need to know how the system works and see it in action first.
If you think we're gonna just reveal our work to an ex-Brotherhood member, think again. You want to see how this system works? Well, you got some serious trust to earn.
So this tape is a discussion between Riley Clay and an ex-Brotherhood member known as Hank Madigan. Hank is probably a current member of the Fire Breathers, but we're going to have to explore further to find out more. But first, let's explore the bunker more. Like Abby's bunker, we can find a good amount of low-level junk in here. This is a doomsday bunker after all. We can also find an underground garden. This is a great place to stock up on gourds and corn to plant at your camp. But back out in the main living area, sitting on a shelf in the common room, we find another tape titled Never Ending Missions.
Man. Whew. I feel like it's been non-stop missions for a while now. Gather supplies, head out, take a beat, set up a thing, take a few more beats, come home, heal up, rinse and repeat. Most days, I'm not even sure we're still alive. We've been working on this detection system for so long now, I feel like we'll never see the end of it. Detectors, lures, uplinks. I think I'd rather die than head back to another relay tower at this rate. But Riley and Neeraj say it's worth it. And I believe them. Those scorched are nasty business. And if I had the means to let people know they're coming, better yet, maybe take a scorched beast out along the way, hell yeah, I'd say it's worth it.
Alright, that's all for Riley Clay's bunker. Let's move back north to Ella Ames' bunker. Ella looks to be a biologist or a medical doctor of some sort. In her bunker, she has a lab instead of a garden. Here she is talking about the mire.
July 15th, 2079. Wow. Who would have thought a little radiation would turn this world upside down? We were down in those bunkers for what? A couple of years? There's no way radiation did all this all by itself in that amount of time. I mean, first off, this place is crawling with those orange red vines, the likes of which there is no precedent for. I saw a toad that wouldn't even fit in a bathtub. A 12-point with 2 heads. Be still my heart. And insects, oh, you don't even want to know about. I I've started taking samples for analysis. Hopefully the plants can still be used for some good old holistic treatments. Raleigh's getting to work on a series of tests for the water and soil. I don't know. I guess we can count ourselves lucky the air is breathable. But this place, I grew up here, and I barely recognize it. There's no way we were prepared for this. Toxicity levels, slight mutations, yes, but I'm telling you, Darwin would lose his mind out here.
Ella and her research of the rad shield, which you find on her terminal, is stuff for another video, because it's part of a whole other quest mostly unrelated to the Free States. But besides the rad shield project that she was working on, she was also involved in the beginning stages of the research that led to the SDS. The next tape we can find right above her computer, hidden behind this test tube holder. In this tape, we hear about what happens to Abby's father.
To my dearest Abigail and Calvin, I've instructed Ella to give you this holotape on the event of my death. Please don't blame anything you're about to hear on her. These are my wishes. Ella has respected them, and I expect you to as well. I've been diagnosed with Parkinson's. I've still got plenty of time to live a normal life. As normal as can be expected. But the time will come where my health will deteriorate and I can no longer care for myself. I love you both tremendously, and you know that, but I will not be a burden to you, my children, especially in these dark times. If everything has gone according to plan, hopefully my death has meant something. Please understand why I chose not to tell you. Abby, you are smart enough to see our work through till the end. Calvin, you're turning into such a fine young man, your mother would have been proud, but not as proud as me. You two, take care of each other. You're going to make it through this. I know it.
So that's Ella Ames' bunker, and in fact, that is the last bunker of the Free States. The remaining two, one remaining to the Carson family, and the other only being described as abandoned, are completely void of supplies and information. There was no password required to enter these bunkers, so presumably they were ransacked. So the only place left to go is Harper's Ferry. Approaching Harper's Ferry, I had to fight through a ton of super mutants on the outside of these fortifications. After clearing the supers, I started pushing closer to the large church that was the centerpiece of the town. Cutting my way through waves of Scorched, I finally reached it, and all we find is devastation. So why were the Free States in Harper's Ferry? Well, according to Ella Ames, it was because the people of the Free States wanted to rebuild, and rebuilding starts with security outside of their bunkers. So they tried to create a safe zone around the church to assist the remaining people and start the rebuilding process. Here is Ella Ames again.
May 2nd, 2080. Jesus, I'm tired. Ever since we agreed to help rebuild Harper's, it's just been non-stop work. These people are in some bad shape. Some are improving, but it pains me to see our supplies dwindle. It's just that logical knowledge of knowing you packed for 4 and then suddenly you need to provide for 8. On the bright side, we met a guy named Derek the other day who said he's with a group of people called the Responders. They seem to have realized what we knew all along, that the government wasn't going to lift a finger to help clean up this mess. The Responders have been at it from the start, no sign of order, so they took it upon themselves to organize and help those in need. It's also a relief to no longer be the only one with a real medical background and training. Derek said he could bring back some supplies and help out a bit, at least until we're more settled. Lucy's been a great help, but her training as an esthetician can only go so far.
Things are finally starting to shape up around here at Harper's Ferry. We got a lot of defenses up and running, a rail perimeter, and people taking lookout shifts. Nearish is working on some new contraption to help with these brutal storms that sweep through. He said they can filter the air or something. And Ella's got a decent clinic set up with the help of the Responders. Thanks
Makes me feel like maybe Raleigh was right. We can have a real go at this. And some of these survivors, they aren't completely worthless, too. One guy, Duncan, turned out to be a decent hunter. Another gal, Kendall. Shit, she's a better shot than me. Still, you look at these people struggling here, just think, you bastards had your chance. We practically spelled it out for you. You just turned your noses up and called us crazy. Bunch of idiots.
So, what happened here? We can make some assumptions. The bodies piled up around the entrance of the church leads me to believe that there was some sort of attack, probably by the Scorched. They probably broke through their defenses, which were substantial. After the Scorched broke through, everyone fell back to the church, where they were picked off one by one until nobody remained. But luckily, you don't have to take my word for it. In the Morgantown airport, we find a holotape brought there by one of the surviving responders that was working with the Free States.
Hey everyone, this is Derek. Making my final report on the events at Harper's Ferry. Hopefully this reaches you all safely. Whatever happened here, it was big. The whole area it's devastated. If any of our people survived, I can't find a trace of them. I talked to some of the locals. They say creatures came from the sky and laid waste to the town. Some of the ones who got hurt in the attack were transformed to something. They apparently turned into monsters and attacked anyone they could reach. Riley says he and his people are gonna seal themselves up in their bunkers and try to figure out a way to fight these creatures. In other words, we won't be getting any more help from these Free States guys. Maria, I was hoping you could get in touch with Ella. See if maybe she could lean on Riley a little. Get him to see that this isn't the way. If you ask me, I think it's damn selfish of them to turn their backs on the rest of us. On people who need their help to survive. There's nothing else I can do here. Guess we can scratch Harper's Ferry off the map. I'll be heading back soon. I want to check in on some of the farms along the way. Should be about a week.
So that's the story of the Free States, a group of people who tried to rebuild and help society, but ended up losing everything because of it. It's now up to you to finish their projects, so all of their work isn't in vain. Alright, that's all I have on the Free States. I hope everybody enjoyed the video. If you did, make sure to like and subscribe. It really helps out my small channel. Also, if you've made it this far in the video, consider joining my channel's membership.
Dearest Abigail and Calvin, I've instructed Ella to give you this holotape on the event of my death. Please don't blame anything you're about to hear on her. These are my wishes. Ella has respected them, and I expect you to as well. I've been diagnosed with Parkinson's. I've still got plenty of time to live a normal life. Well, as normal as can be expected. But the time will come where my health will deteriorate and I can no longer care for myself. I love you both tremendously, and you know that, but I will not be a burden to you, my children, especially in these dark times. If everything has gone according to plan, hopefully my...
Nice work. Sensors indicate the problem squatters have been removed. Check in with me from time to time. I may have additional assignments for you to carry out.
Old World Blues is a fantastic sci-fi DLC. What's not fantastic are the enemies found in it. Outside of the big damn they do, they also just give me the creeps. The Y-17 Trauma Override Harness just might be the scariest. Created in the Y-17 medical facility, the actual trauma harness was a full body suit intended to automatically retrieve injured soldiers and return them to their home base. Essentially, they would remove the manpower required to extract wounded soldiers, allowing more firepower on the front lines. Their initial test results exceeded their expectations. The suits could take over the wearer's motor functions and walk them back to home base. This opened the facility to new test features such as replicating the wearer's firing motions and reflexes. The suits never reached the mass production stage as the researchers were met with two problems. One, they had a hard time calibrating a suitable amount of injury before the harness would trigger, and two, if a home base was not designated, the harness would wander with the injured soldier inside. To add to these problems, the suits were known to malfunction. The combination of these issues would lead to animated corpses of the recently deceased to start attacking anyone nearby. Thus, one of the creepiest Fallout enemies was born, or died. You know what I mean. Old World Blues is a fantastic sci-fi DLC. What's not fantastic are the enemies found in it. Outside of the big damn they do, they also just give me the creeps. The Y-17...
What's up, guys? It's Widgeon TV here. Northeast in the mire lie the in-ground bunkers of the people of the Free States, marked by a blue and red star.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? Appreciate y'all coming here and checking out this Fallout 76 video. In this one, I'm going to be covering 20 insane little details around the game. Looking forward to seeing your feedback over this video. But yeah, let's go ahead and get into all of this. The first details I'll be going over will be of the White Spring Resort and how accurate the developers got it in-game compared to real life. The White Spring Resort
Scenario 5, a worst case. This recording means my bunker is running on auxiliary power. Howdy, stranger. Oh god, I can't believe I said that. This is stupid. You're all alone, no one to hear, no one judging, and you can't say a simple line. Great. Hey there, survivor. Terrible. Welcome to my humble bunker where we're all dead. By the way, how about you do a crap ton of super dangerous work that I promise you is worth it? You're on board, right? Of course you are, because the fate of humanity depends on it. My work here is done. Okay, I can do this. I can do this. It's for them, not for you. I can do it for them. I can do this. If you're hearing this, it should mean you've got yourself 5 upgraded detector motors and 1 working uplink. Now for the fun part. First, you need to repair the damaged scorched detectors in the mire. Second, that communications uplink needs to be set up on the antenna at top of the world. You may or may not have encountered a lovely Miss Nanny there that goes by the name Rose. I programmed a holotape you'll want to give her along with the uplink. It explains how she can benefit from all this and get her to help us out. The only way we get that uplink set up is through that Miss Nanny. And finally, once you're done, you get to come all the way back here. Yep, that's right. We're not done yet.
is actually called the Greenbrier in real life and is located in West Virginia, White Sulphur Springs. They got the name White Sulphur Springs from these sulfur springs that are located around the place. So it seems like that's how Bethesda came up with the name White Spring Resort. They named it similar to where the building is located at in real life. As you can see, here's how the front of the White Spring Resort looks like in real life compared to in-game. I gotta say, the developers nailed it. Life compared to in-game. I gotta say, the developers nailed this. Not only did they do a great job implementing the building in game, but they also did a great job implementing the landscaping too. Keep in mind, I visited here when it was cold, so the flowers weren't bloomed quite yet, and there were no leaves on the trees at the time either. But either way, as you can see, it is set up extremely similar to in game. Anyways, here's how it looks like at night as well. And this is how it looks like in the game. Once again, Bethesda did a phenomenal job implementing all of this. This one, because that was parked or transportation buses in game. Actually, this one I saw in real life was parked around the same area as the one you see. Actually, this one I saw in real life was parked around the same area as the one you see in game. And that's because was parked by transportation bus implementing all of this. They even added the Greenbrier transportation buses in game. Actually, this one I saw in real life was parked around the same area in game. Actually, this one I saw in real life was parked around the same area as the one you see in game. They're a bit different. And that's because that's one of the areas they go to drop people off at the Greenbrier. But yeah, now let's go ahead and check out the back of the building. As you can see, this is what it looks like in Fallout 76. And here's what it looks like compared to real life. Gotta say, once again, they nailed it. Absolutely amazing how accurate Bethesda got this building. Here's another point of view of the back of the building. As you also might have noticed, they even got the Greenbrier shuttle bus in the same spot once again, too, back here. This is where it would arrive to pick up and drop off people. But yeah, another insane detail is how they set up the monument that's out back of the building too. They also got this pretty accurate in-game as well. It just doesn't say the exact same thing. I will say it is kind of hard to make out what it says in-game, but as you see, it states from 1858 to 2058, the White Spring, Jewel of the Mountains, commemorating 2 centuries of exceptional hospitality for the most distinguished and discerning guests. For generations, presidents and royalty, generals and statesmen, executives and scholars, ladies and gentlemen of worth have taken refuge here amid the pristine Appalachian wilderness. May White Springs' healing waters ever be a balm for the trials of the wider world. So yeah, that's what it states and looks like in game. Here's what it looks like in states in real life. As you can see, from 1858 to 1922, here stood a famous hostelry affectionately known as the Old White. Once the pride of the Old Dominion, whose gracious hospitality, beautiful surroundings, and healing waters gained national renown and made it the object of many a pilgrimage. Here gathered from the north and south great generals, famous statesmen and philanthropists, lovely ladies, and reigning belles who left upon the silent shore of memory images and precious thoughts that shall not die and cannot be destroyed. Erected by its successor, the Greenbrier, 1940. So yeah, it's pretty similar to what it says on the monument too. Definitely a detail that could be easily overlooked. But yeah, now let's go ahead and head on over to the spring house where the sulfur spring well is located at. That's located right over here across the street from the back of the building. This gravel path will lead over to the well. As you can see, here it is. This is what it looks like in game. And here's what it looks like at the actual place. The statue and all is at the top. Absolutely insane how they implemented all of this detail in game to look just like in real life. It's pretty mind-blowing. Bethesda did an amazing job with details. Baalout. So yeah, as you heard, there's also an echo that you'll get while being around in this area. And I will say also, it absolutely stinks around this well too. That's something you don't get to experience in game, of course. But yeah, something else interesting about this place in game is that it actually does have healing water for you. As we read from that monument and learned about this place having healing waters, if you go up and drink out of this water fountain specifically, the sulfur water fountain that's found around the well, it'll actually heal your diseases that you have when you drink it. So yeah, pretty convenient to come here if you don't have anything to take care of your diseases. And hey, even if you do, this is a way to save so you don't have to use an item to take care of your diseases. But yeah, anyways, now let's go ahead and head on over to the fire station that's outside the Greenbrier. As you can see, here's what it looks like in game, and here's what it looks like at the actual place. Gotta say, they got it pretty spot on. It's just a smaller building with less space and garage doors, and it doesn't have fire department vehicles inside. It just has fire rescue robots in game. But yeah, not only did the developers get the outside of this place accurate, they also nailed the inside too. Let's go ahead and head on in and take a look at how they did. As you see, here's a quick tour of going this route when entering through the front entrance of the White Spring Resort. As you can see, this is what it currently looks like passing by. So I figured I'm in real life taking the same route past the shops. But see, so I stops in Spring Resort. Tour of going this route when entering through the front entrance of the White Spring Resort. As you can see, this is what it currently looks like passing by the shops and
Hello, everybody. Hope you're having a fantastic day today. Thank you so much for checking out the video. Today I want to talk about the new railway rifle, the Ticket to Revenge. I truly feel it's not as bad as everybody thinks it is, and I definitely think it is the best new weapon that we got with the most recent update, but I will explain as we go, so let's get in. Okay, so this is the new Ticket to Revenge weapon. It is a furious, faster fire rate, reduced weight, and attacks stagger target. Not to mention, it has more ammo than a regular railway rifle. You can get this weapon from doing the main quest, and you're looking for the mission Seeking Shelter. Once you complete that mission, you can get this weapon. I will make a full
Hey, what's going on, everyone? Appreciate y'all coming here and checking out this Fallout 76 video. So, in the new map expansion update that's expected to come out sometime this month in June, there's going to be 2 new public events that's going to be coming with loads of rewards. And in this video, I'm going to be covering every single reward that we can get from these two events. I can't wait for this map expansion update to release to all players. There's tons of new locations, a great storyline to dive into, and once again, loads of new rewards that we can get from these two new public events. Which, by the way, before I get into all of this data mined information, I want to give credit where it's due. A guy that goes by Sugar Bombs Rads provided me with all this information. So big thank you to him. I'll have a link down below in the description to his Twitter. Feel free to give him a follow. He's been a lot of help lately, data mining a lot of information that's going to be coming within this new huge update. This is going to be one of the biggest updates we've had in a very long time. Literally, the storyline that's going to be within this update is the size of the Brotherhood of Steel DLC storyline. So it's a big one that we get to dive into, with loads of great rewards from doing that as well. But that's not what I'm going to be covering in this video. Maybe in another video, I'll cover all the rewards from the quest line that'll be a part of this map expansion update. But yeah, now let's go to get into this. Please, by the way, consider leaving a like on this video. The support is greatly appreciated. Let's see if we can get this Project Paradise event is beneficial not to miss. But yeah, speaking of the description, I also wrote out timestamps within the description for this video as well. So if you want to skip to a certain event and learn how to do it and figure out all the rewards that come from that specific one, feel free to just skip to that specific time in the video. Maybe sometime in the future I'll break down even more public events depending on how well this video does. But yeah, hope you enjoy this video and it helps out in some kind of way. Consider leaving a like, by the way, sometime during this video if you do find it enjoyable, and heck, maybe even a comment too. That would help push this video more out in the algorithm so this video could reach even more Fallout 76 players to hopefully help them out. The support is greatly appreciated, everyone. Like I mentioned before, this took absolutely forever to compile all of this into one video. Hopefully you'll see why. There's a lot of information jam-packed into this one. But yeah, anyways, let's go ahead and get into all of these. Hope you enjoy. All right, so to start this off, the first event that I'm going to be covering that you don't want to miss is Radiation Rumble. When you see this appear in your server, go to it immediately. This is one of the best events to do to get the most amount of experience. There's going to be loads of enemies that will spawn here for you to get tons of experience. Also, there's going to be lots of legendaries too. So you'll be getting tons of legendaries as well that you could either keep or break down for script. And to do this event, it's really simple. When you first appear here, to start it, you're going to want to talk to this lady here, and you'll have the option to choose to start event. I recommend not starting it until you start to see more players gathering here. But anyways, yeah, when you do start it, the objective here is really simple. You're going to have to protect the NPCs, because if all of the NPCs die down here during the Radiation Rumble, the event fails. Which, keep in mind, you can heal them if you had the Friendly Fire perk card on. So yeah, if you had the Friendly Fire perk card on and then attack them with a flame weapon, that will heal them. So you can keep their health up. Because the more you keep alive, the better odds you will have at the end for some of the unique rewards. I'll get into those after I go over how to do this. And keep in mind, I recommend using the Friendly Fire perk card to heal your NPC allies for any other event that requires you to keep them alive. It's definitely a handy perk card that you can find in the charisma category. But yeah, not only do you have to protect the NPC scavengers down here, you're also going to have to deliver irradiated ore to the deposit that the NPCs are around. And to find the ore, you just got to go down these tunnel systems. There's multiple different tunnel systems down in here, and these tunnels will lead to areas that have the irradiated ore. I will mention it is highly radiated down in these areas, so definitely be prepared to be protected from radiation. So wear a hazmat suit and power armor when trying to collect this irradiated ore. Once you do get the ore, though, you're just going to have to deliver it back to around where the scavenger NPCs are located at. Just deposit it into this yellow thing here. And yeah, you can see how much ore you're going to need in the top right. The goal is to try to max it out. That's how you have a better chance at better rewards in the end. And there's going to be more than just ghouls that you're going to be fighting at. There's going to be death balls, just different type of enemies that will more time to the event is keep that in mind. Like I mentioned before, this event will give you the most amount of experience out of all of the other events. You're going to be getting tons now, as long as you're just putting in your shots on the enemies. Try throwing grenades and stuff like that, just to make sure you're getting hits on the different enemies. And at the end, just do it all. You will see you're going to get tons of loot from all that you do. Yeah, as for the rewards, you have a unique Emmett Mountain hazmat suit. Here's what it looks like. This is the same hazmat suit that you see scavengers wearing at the Radiation Rumble event. And also, you'll have a chance at getting the radioactive barrel. And you will see you're going to get tons of loot from all the enemies you took out. But yeah, as for the rewards, you have a chance of getting the unique Emmett Mountain hazmat suit. See, here's what it looks like. This is the same hazmat suit that you see the NPC scavengers wearing at the Radiation Rumble event. And also, you'll have a chance at getting the radioactive barrel plant, which this is a radiation barrel that you could have at your camp. So if you're like a bloody build or something, this is the way you can get radiation. If you want to get radiation that way, you just have to choose to use the barrel, though. You don't get the radiation just by being around the barrel, or it's just something that you can just decorate your camp with. It's a unique item. These rewards are really rare, I will mention. I've done Radiation Rumble a lot of times, and I've only gotten these rewards a few times. Also, it's good to know there is a workbench around where you first enter this area, and there's a stash box right next to that workbench. So you can store the stuff that you end up getting, and heck, even your junk if you don't have Fallout First, or the scrap box. I noticed I got a lot of cloth from doing this event, from all the pre-war money that dropped from the ghouls. Alright, so this next event we'll be getting into is Eviction Notice, which will spawn right here on the map. To do this event, first off, you're going to have to find and repair the rat scrubber, which is pretty easy to find. Here's what it will look like. And then after you do that, you're going to have to take out the meat bags we'll see hanging around. And then once you take out those, then the only job to do is to protect the rat scrubber from all of the super mutants that'll spawn around this area. That's literally all you got to do to complete this event. Just protect the rat scrubber. There's going to be loads of super mutants that'll spawn, so you'll end up getting lots of experience from this, and not to mention there'll be lots of legendary super mutants that'll spawn too, so you'll end up getting lots of legendary gear as well that you can either keep or once again break down for script. I will say this event definitely takes teamwork because you do have to protect the rat scrubber for quite some time, but if the rat scrubber does get destroyed, you can repair it, as long as you repair it fast enough within a certain amount of time, so don't fret too much if it does get destroyed. But yeah, as for the rewards you get from this, what makes this really beneficial to show up to, not only do you get lots of experience and legendaries from this, but you get settler reputation. This is right now the only public event that you can do to get settler reputation. And as you may know, leveling up your settler reputation takes a very long time. So I definitely recommend not missing out on this just because of the extra reputation that you do get for doing this. The reason why you get settler reputation is because this event is located at a Foundation outpost. So you're helping the settlers protect one of their outposts by doing this. That's the reason why you get settler reputation specifically. And not to mention, there's plenty of unique weapons that you get from this event as well. Some of the weapons are actually really good. You can get the crowd control shotgun, which legendary effects on this will be suppressor, which reduces the target's damage. Explosive rounds makes all your projectiles explode on impact, and lightweight makes it so it has 90% reduced weight. All in all, it's a really good shotgun to get your hands on. Also, you can get a weapon called Doctor's Orders. This is a pretty good hunting rifle if you're a fan of those. It comes with good modifications on it as well. And as for the legendary effects on it, it comes with game brief health regeneration when you hit an enemy, 50% limb damage, and it has a chance to generate a stealth shield too. So yeah, I mean, this is decent, but of course not the best weapon to get out. Anyways, this next one is one of the best to get out, and this one is called Foundation's Vengeance. This is a unique minigun that you can get your hands on, and it comes with some insane legendary effects on it. It has a bloodied effect, which means your damage increases up to 95% as your health decreases. Also, it has explosive rounds, so your bullets explode for 20% weapon damage, and it has plus 250 damage resistance while reloading. This is an insane unique minigun that you can get your hands on from completing the Eviction Notice event. Also, you can get the weapon called Pirate Punch, which this is a black powdered blunderbuss, and the legendary effects that'll come with this is 15% faster reload, plus 50% VATS hit chance, and it shoots an additional projectile. So it shoots 2 shots every time you shoot it. Also, you can get some melee weapons too from doing this, such as the Debilitator. This is a 2-handed super sledge, and the effects on this will be plus 50% damage to super mutants, plus 40% faster swing speed, and plus 1 to strength. This will be a great weapon to use against super mutants specifically, such as if you're like running West Tech to farm experience or something. Or heck, it'd be even good to use against this event too. And lastly here we have Tone Deaf. On this weapon, it'll come with 40% faster swing speed, and it'll also come with the suppressor effect, which will reduce your target's damage output by 25% for 5 seconds, and plus 1 strength. Overall, not too bad of a melee weapon if you're rocking one-handed builds. But yeah, that's all the rewards that you can get from this. Comes with quite a bit of unique weapons that you can be rewarded. And most importantly, you get settler reputation too for completing this. Also, just for a reminder here, be sure to loot all after doing this event, because the super mutants carry weapons that are great to scrap down. There's something actually right at this area that you can use to scrap down the weapons and junk that you get. As you can see here, there's a workbench that you can use to scrap the weapons and junk that you get from here. Also, there's even a stash box too, so you can just store your junk right here in the stash box if you don't have the scrap box from Fallout First. Anyway, so this next event is Moonshine Jamboree, which will be located right here when it appears in the server. How you do this event, when you get to it, you just have to go and talk to Moonshiner Ned and choose to start the event. Once again, I recommend waiting until the players show up before you actually start it, because it'll be easier that way. But yeah, when you do officially start the event, you have to wait for the Jamboree to begin. And then once you wait for it to begin, you'll then have to light the Jamboree fire, which will be located on the back of this truck right here. Once you light the fire, now the real action starts to begin in the event. You have to protect the stills, and there will be 3 of them located around the area. There's going to be tons of gulpers, fog crawlers, and anglers spawning at this area trying to attack the still. Mainly gulpers, you know, typical creatures that you find around in the Mire region, if that's where this event's located at. But yeah, while you're defending these stills, you're also going to want to deliver acidic gulper venom to this tub inside the big building here where you talk to Moonshiner Ned. So be on the lookout for acidic gulper venom, which will drop from acidic gulpers. I recommend just choosing to loot all after you've taken out quite a few of the gulpers, and then just deliver what you've looted to the tub. Or you can pick the acidic gulper venom individually if you want to do that, but that's a slower process. Anyways, to max out the tub, it's going to require 60 total acidic gulper venom. It's going to start out with just 30, then it'll move up to 60. But yeah, you have plenty of time to actually fill it up, so don't fret about that too much. It's mainly just worry about protecting the stills. And then yeah, that's how you do the event. Just protect the stills from, once again, all the gulpers, bog crawlers, and anglers that will spawn around this area trying to attack them. You have to do that for 4 waves, so yeah, not too bad. You're going to get loads of experience, and not to mention, if you remember to loot all at the very end, you'll get quite a bit of acid too from the acidic gulper glands and whatnot that you can break down at a workbench, which there's a workbench conveniently right here inside one of the little sheds at this area. But yeah, the reason why this event is crucial not to miss is because, most importantly, you'll get raider reputation when you complete this. And as some of you may know, just like settler reputation, leveling up your raider reputation takes a while as well. So this is just another way to be able to raise your raider reputation. There's also some unique rewards too you'll get from this, but nothing too crazy. You'll get a plan to craft a gulper head at your camp, a plan to craft a gulper rug at your camp, and there's different gulper smackers that you'll get, which these are just beneficial to use really against gulpers. You can turn them into legendaries too if you wish. But yeah, that's Moonshine Jamboree wrapped in a nutshell. Anyways, carrying on here, this next event will be over Beast of Burden, which will spawn right over here in the Cranberry Bog region. At this event, to start it, you're going to have to talk to Luca here. Like I mentioned before with the previous events, you want to wait until more players start to gather here before you start the event. The more players that show up, the easier it is to be done. But yeah, when you start, you'll just have to head toward the cultist camp, which will be right by where you talk to Luca at. And then you're going to have to retrieve explosives from cultist sanctifiers. It'll be the cultist within the power armor that you'll find spawn around this area. There'll also be regular cultists too. There's going to be just loads of cultists that'll spawn at this event. But yeah, when you retrieve the explosives, you're just going to have to attach the explosives on the doors around at the area. And once you attach all the explosives, you'll then just have to wait for them to explode. So it'll state, get clear of the doors. And once they explode, you'll then just have to head into the areas that you unlocked with the explosives and take cargo from the cargo crates and then deliver them to this packed Brahmin that's in the center of this cultist camp. Keep in mind, you can only take 1 cargo each time from the cargo crates. But yeah, that's how this event's done. And then after you load up the Brahmin with all the cargo, a legendary Agua will appear that you'll have to take on. It will be a pretty tough Agua, but with the amount of players that typically show up here, it should be no problem to take on. This is a great event to do, and here's all of the rewards that you can get from this event. You can get a lot of unique things from this. I'm gonna go ahead and pull this up. This was made by a data miner that goes by Sugar Bombs Rads. I'll go ahead and leave a link to his Twitter in the description for you guys. He actually helped me with some other data mine information over events in this video too. But yeah, check this out. You can get the Elder's Mark submachine gun. This will have the Furious effect on it. It'll also have 25% weapon speed and 15% reload. This will have the Furious effect on it. It'll also have 25% weapon speed and 15%. This will have the Furious effect on it. It'll also have 25% weapon speed and 15%. This will have the Furious effect on it. It'll also have 25% Elder's Mark submachine gun. This will have the Furious effect on it. It'll also have 25% weapon speed and 15% reload speed. And it'll come with the Cursed buff, which improves the damage and attack rate. However, it lowers the durability. Also, you can get the Lucas Switchblade from this event. This will come with the Assassin's effect, replenish 15 action points with each kill, and +1 agility. And you'll get +10 action points too with this. Anyways, you can also get the Holy.
Hard to picture David as some corporate bigwig, right? For me? How thoughtful! Now, let's see. Doesn't appear to be a virus. I could scan for... You know what? Screw it. I could use some excitement. You see? Told you that gal was smart. Like I said, can't rebuild the raiders with Scorched crawling all over the place. Plus, it's not like I'm risking my life here. Always a bonus. So, looks like you got yourself a deal. I'll just take that little uplink off your hands. Abby included instructions on how to install it. Not like I need them. So, you're off the hook there. I guess all you have to do is make it back to her bunker for the next steps. You hear that, Madigan? It's mission accomplished after all. It's so much better now that the radios work. Maybe I can get in contact with others like you. You know, start the Raiders up again. A girl can dream, can't she?
Fire flamethrower. This is an amazing flamethrower. Honestly, one of the best weapons you can get from this event. I actually use this quite a bit. It shoots out a blue flame and it can do some serious damage. The effects on it is vampires, which heals you over time with each attack. That's 25% faster fire rate and breaks 50% slower, which is great because it also has the cursed effect. This improves the damage and attack rate of the weapon, however, it lowers the durability. But with the break weapons, gauntlet from this damage. And lastly, you can get the M+1 endurance, and it'll also come with 20% extra damage. And lastly, you can get the cultist melee weapon. This will have the Juggernaut's effect on it, 40% faster swing speed, and +1 endurance, and it'll also come with 20% extra damage. And lastly, you can get the cultist piercer, two-handed melee weapon from this. He actually made some mistakes on the sheet with the effects of this, but this weapon will have the bloodied effect on it, 42 other things as well, such as the mounted. This is another event that you could possibly display at your camp or something. Next up, cards too from this, which these are just something that you could possibly display at your camp or random cryptid cards too from this, which these are just something that you could possibly display at your camp or something. Next up is this from this, which these are just something that you could possibly display at your camp or something. Next up is the Safe and Sound event. This is another event that you don't want to miss because it has loads of unique things that you can get from it. To start this event, once you get over here, is just simply talk to Vera and then choose to start event. Once it starts, you have to recover the pit stop that's at this area by taking out the critters that have overwhelmed the area. Once you take them out, you'll then have to repair circuit breakers that you'll find around this area. And then lastly, you'll have to defend the generator at the pit stop from multiple waves of enemies. The last wave will actually spawn a legendary Blue Devil, which this thing can be a tank, but typically with the amount of players that do show up here, it'll be taken out with the quickness. Anyways, yeah, so that's that event in a nutshell. Now let's go ahead and get into all the rewards that you get from this. Like I mentioned before, it comes with quite a bit of unique rewards, just like the Beast of Burden event. As you can see, here's a list of all the rewards that you can get. You can get the Blue Ridge Branding Iron, which this is an insane one-hand. It comes with quite a bit of unique rewards, just like the Beast of Burden event. As you can see, here's a list of all the rewards that you can get. You can get the Blue Ridge Branding Iron, which this is an insane one-handed melee weapon. It's extremely fast. It comes with the Instigating effect, 40% faster swing speed, +1 strength, and fire damage over time. Target takes 24 burning damage for 3 seconds. Also, you can get the Cryptid Jawbone Knife. This comes with the Vampire's effect on it with 40% faster swing speed, and it breaks 50% slower. And there's an extra effect on it that makes it do 50% damage to cryptids. And lastly here, we got the Kabloom Shotgun. This is a unique shotgun, not only because of what it looks like, but it also has a hidden effect on it. As you can see, it comes with the anti-armor effect, explosive rounds, 50% faster reload, and poison damage over time. Target takes 50 poison damage for 10 seconds. So yeah, definitely some nice unique weapons to be on the lookout for from this event. It also comes with plenty of other things as well. As you can see, you can get the Blue Devil plushie, the Blue Devil curtain door, the Blue Devil backpack flare, the mounted Blue Devil head, the Blue Devil statue, the truck bed trailer with junk, the Blue Ridge rug, the traveler's wagon, the Brahmin backpack, the kids Brahmin clock, the Brahmin skin rug, the pink Brahmin plushie, the cartography table, the paddock fences and paddock gate, the milkman hat, the milkman outfit, the Blue Devil outfit, and the Blue Devil pelt hood, as well as some random cryptid cards too. So yeah, that's an overview of the Safe and Sound event. Anyways, next event you don't want to miss is called Most Wanted. This is a cowboy themed event, and it comes with loads of unique rewards that you can get from doing this. To do it, it's pretty simple too. All you got to do is talk to Gunther to start it. And then after talking to him, you just wait for the game to start. And once it starts, you're going to have to steal from the town folk and safes and then deposit the buckaroos in the getaway wagon. This is one of the more fun events in my opinion. I like how the developers set this one up. It's different than typical events that you come across in the Wasteland. But yeah, you'll just have to take a bunch of buckaroos from, once again, the town folk and safes. And once you get to 600 buckaroos in the getaway wagon, you'll then have to defend it for a little while, but you'll get some decent experience from defending the wagon. And then at the end of defending it, a 3-star legendary sheriff robot will come out and you'll have to take that on. It's like a little mini boss that you face at the end. Nothing too difficult though. But yeah, from this event, you can get quite a bit of unique rewards, such as 2 unique weapons, the Western Spirit. This is a Nuka-Cola themed lever action rifle. It has some decent perks on it. It comes with the Furious effect, so +5 damage after each consecutive hit on the same target, and it can go up to 45% extra damage, and it has plus 25% damage while aiming and plus 15% reload speed. A pretty good lever action rifle. I love the way this one looks. Anyways, you can also get Gunther's Big Iron as well. This is another Nuka-Cola themed weapon. The effects on this revolver, it comes with 2-shot, plus 1 projectiles, plus 25% damage, and negative 150% hip fire accuracy, plus 100% recoil. It also comes with plus 25% weapon speed, plus 15% reload speed, and uses 45 ammunition. And it has another effect that grants it 45% more reload speed. So it reloads extremely quick. If you're looking to make a pistol build, this is definitely one that you would want to get your hands on. It looks sweet and it's powerful, so you don't have to really worry about re-rolling the effects on it or anything. But yeah, there's tons more that you can get besides just these 2 weapons from this event, as you can see here with this rewards list. But for the sake of time for this video, I'm not going to be naming off and showing you every single one of these rewards that you can get from this event. Feel free to just pause it and take a look at these if you want, if you're curious about what you may be missing and still need to get from this. There's a lot that you can get. Oh yeah, and you also get Nuka-Cade points for doing any of the events that spawn around the Nuka World on Tour area down here in the Ash Heap. So after the Most Wanted event, you will get Nuka-Cade points, and at the Spin the Wheel event that you can do down here, you'll get Nuka-Cade points, and the Tunnel of Love event that you can do down here. After you do that, you'll get Nuka-Cade points, as well as the Seismic Activity event, which I'll be covering that event next. But yeah, you could spend the Nuka-Cade points over here at the prize terminal. There's like unique camp plans that you can get with the Nuka-Cade points, and some unique weapons that you can get, like the Thirst Sapper. This is a funny weapon. It's a water gun weapon. But yeah, mainly players want the unique camp plans that you can get with the Nuka-Cade points, like the mutated goldfish. But yeah, let's go ahead and move on to the next one. Alrighty, so this next one is over the Seismic Activity event. When you see this appear in your server, definitely jump to this one. This is one of the boss fights that you can take on in the game. A player has to nuke the abandoned mine shaft 2 down in the Ash Heap region next to the Nuka World on Tour area. Once you nuke that, it will then trigger the Seismic Activity event, which once again is a boss fight. As you can see, here's what it will look like. It's called the Ultracite Titan. And to take this on, when you first get here, you're going to have to destroy these Ultracite crystals, which can only be destroyed by meleeing them. And then the Ultracite Titan will spawn out of the ground, and it'll also spawn in some more Ultracite crystals that you'll first have to destroy before doing damage to it. If you don't destroy the crystals, it'll be invincible. So yeah, make sure you destroy the crystals with, once again, some kind of melee attack. And once the crystals are destroyed, you'll be able to officially do damage to the Ultracite Titan. And then you'll just have to rinse and repeat that over and over. Eventually, the Ultracite Titan will go back in the ground, and a bunch of like ads will spawn, such as like mole miners and mole rats. And then the Ultracite Titan will appear somewhere else, and you'll have to destroy the crystals and start doing damage to it. And once again, keep rinsing and repeating that until you officially take it out. You can get loads of stuff from this event. Here's a list of all the rewards. At the top, those are the plans that you get specifically from the Seismic Activity, and the ones that state shared are the ones that are shared with all the Nuka World events that you experience down here around the Nuka World on Tour area at the Ash Heap. So yeah, you have a potential chance of getting the shared rewards from this event, as well as the Most Wanted event and other events that spawn around this area. But I'm just going to be covering the weapons. You can get the Mole Rat Bat from this event. This isn't nothing too crazy, but it does look unique. It does plus 5% damage after each consecutive hit on the same target, up to 45%. So it has the Furious effect. Also has 25% melee damage while not moving, plus 1 strength, and plus 50% damage to mole rats. So yeah, not too good, but it's a unique weapon that you can get from the event. Anyways, this next one that you can get from the event is actually a good one. It's called the Grand Finale. This is a unique cannon that you can get. It has the 2-shot effect, which this makes it so it has plus 1 projectiles, plus 25% damage, negative 150% hip fire accuracy, and plus 100% recoil. On here around the news that are shared with all from the Seismic Activity, and the at the top, those are the plans that you get shared with all the Nuka World events. And the ones that state shared are the ones that are shared with all the Nuka World events that you experience down here around the Nuka World on Tour area at the Ash Heap. So yeah, you have a potential chance of getting the share rewards from this event, as well as the most wanted event and other.
I think it's time we claim the armory as our own territory. I'll need to get Eddie and Neeraj to help out with some security measures. Survivors are gonna hate it, but we gotta protect our own, especially against the damn Brotherhood. Yeah, Derek told us they've been hitting up the responders for manpower and supplies and not taking no for an answer. Well, they got another thing coming if they try that over here, and we need to be ready.
Okay. Hopefully, my network predictions were successful, and you're legitimately triggering this next message. If not, I guess I'm speaking to no one, and none of this is going to matter. But I digress. You want to find Senator Sam Blackwell's terminal, and use the master holotape to download the files we need. It should be fun, since you get to visit the one and only Charleston Capitol building. Still intact last I saw. Then, find the nearest relay tower, upload all that hard-earned data. Piece of cake, right? Right.
Events that spawn around this area. But I'm just going to be covering the weapons. You can get the mole rat bat from this event. This isn't nothing too crazy, but it does look unique. It does plus 5% damage after each consecutive hit on the same target, up to 45%. So it has the Furious effect. Also has 25% melee damage while not moving, plus 1 strength, and plus 50% damage to mole rats. So yeah, not too good, but it's a unique weapon that you can get from the event. Anyways, this next one that you can get from the event is actually a good one. It's called the Grand Finale. This is a unique cannon that you can get. It has the 2-shot effect, which this makes it so it has plus 1 projectiles, plus 25% damage, negative 150% hip fire accuracy, and plus 100% recoil. It also has 25% damage while aiming, plus 250 damage resistance while reloading, and increases damage by 10% and explodes with fireworks. So that's one of the unique effects with the Grand Finale. The cannonballs literally explode into fireworks, and it can be a pretty powerful weapon, depending if you get that multi-shot canister modification on it or not. Also, one more tip to throw out there, the reason why this event is so worth it to show up to, not only do you get lots of rewards and experience from doing this, but you can get loads of junk material too that you can utilize. Just choose to loot all after you finish the event, and then take everything that you got down here at this little hub at Nuka World on tour. You're going to have to walk there because you will be over encumbered, but once you get down here, just scrap down all of the weapons and junk that you get. You're going to get loads of weapons because of all the mole miners that show up at seismic activity, which will get you a lot of steel because they have like shotguns on them, missile launchers, and tons of mole miner gauntlets that you can scrap down into junk material that you can use later on for whatever. I don't know. There's plenty of things you can utilize steel. But you'll get other junk material too besides just steel, but that's going to be the main thing you'll be getting if you do choose to loot all up at seismic activity and bring it down here to scrap it down. Okay, so next up here we got Earl Williams. This is another boss fight that you can take on in the game, and when he does spawn into the game, I recommend not missing the event that he's a part of, and that is Colossal Problem. In order to trigger this event, a player has to nuke over at Monongah Mine. It's located right over here in the Toxic Valley. So yeah, once that is nuked, the Colossal Problem event will spawn into the game. This player has to nuke over at Monongah Mine, which is located right over here in the Toxic Valley. So yeah, once that is nuked, the Colossal Problem event will spawn into the game. So definitely be sure to join up on this event as well. Doesn't matter if you're a low level or not, you'll still reap some rewards from doing it, just like any of the other events. That's how you slowly climb the ladder. But yeah, when you spawn over here at the event. It's going to be a waiting game for a little bit. You're going to have to wait for the area to open up of where he's at, which is a good thing in my opinion. It lets players gather up here. But yeah, when it's officially timed, these rocks will open up and you'll be able to go down to where Pearl is at. And this is a colossal Wendigo. As you can see here, this is what he looks like. And this is probably the tankiest boss fight we have currently. Just warning you. He will do a scream that will make your character be terrified and run away. Also, the environment is crashing around you down here, so be careful of where it is crashing down at because you can get damage from it. You'll see it. It's just like a bunch of rocks falling from the top of the area. And then there will be tons of Wendigo spawns as well, not just Earl Williams down here. I do recommend taking out the Wendigo spawns as well and choosing to loot all after the event's over with, because they'll have a lot of acid, fiberglass spools, and loose screws. Which how you get the acid is by breaking down the Wendigo teeth, which this junk material is used for a lot of stuff. So yeah, choose to loot all once again at the end of this event and take that junk with you. It doesn't matter if you die down here or not, you'll still take the junk with you outside of this place. But speaking of that, when you do officially take them out, there is an option where you can escape the mine. Like I just mentioned though, if you don't escape it, you're not going to lose your junk if you die, which is nice. But yeah, I gotta say it is pretty cool to escape the mine though. It reminds me of like the last level in Halo 3 where everything is just crashing down around you. You gotta try to escape the area. Except, you know, we're in a mine here. It's a little different, but same concept, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, when you do officially come out of the mine, I do recommend to put something on that'll protect you from radiation, because typically there's radiation right outside the mine because that's what's new. But yeah, that's how you do that event. And there's going to be quite a bit of different rewards that'll come from this. As you can see, here's a list of them. You can get a reclaimed deep mining gas mask for the apparel, which is a mask that has a light on it and prevents damage and disease from airborne hazards. Also, interestingly enough, you can get some nuclear winter rewards too, which I'll cover these. Keep in mind, these are not tradable or droppable, each of these nuclear winter rewards. You can get the plan for the Centurion helmet. We can also get the plan for the Inferno Mark III power armor paint, a plan for the large supply crate, and a plan for the laser gun hot rod flames paint. So yeah, these are all the old nuclear winter rewards that we can get from this event. Pretty sweet, right? So if you did miss out on that Battle Royale mode, you can still get some of those old unique rewards from this event. Also, there will be some unique camp plans that you can get, see, and there will be 3 different unique weapons you can get. The Cursed Harpoon Gun, the Cursed Pickaxe, and the Cursed Shovel. And all these cursed weapons will have the cursed effect on them, which means it'll have improved damage and attack rate, but it'll have low durability, so that means it'll break easier. So yeah, that's the Colossal Problem event in a nutshell. Definitely recommend not to miss out on fighting Earl. Okay, so next event that you don't want to miss is Scorched Earth without Shovel, which is a mask that has a light on it and prevents damage and disease from airborne hazards. Also, interestingly enough, you can get some nuclear winter rewards too, which I'll cover these. Keep in mind, these are not tradable or droppable, each of these nuclear winter rewards. You can get the plan for the Centurion helmet. We can also get the plan for the Inferno Mark III power armor paint, a plan for the large supply crate, and a plan for the laser gun hot rod flames paint. So yeah, these are all the nuclear winter rewards that we can get from this event. It's pretty sweet, right? If you did miss out on that Battle Royale mode, you can still get some of those old unique rewards from this event. Also, there will be some unique camp plans that you can get, as you can see, and there will be 3 different unique weapons you can get. The Cursed Harpoon Gun, the Cursed Pickaxe, and the Cursed Shovel. And all these cursed weapons will have the cursed effect on them, which means it'll have improved damage and attack rate, but it'll have low durability, so that means it'll break easier. So yeah, that's the Colossal Problem event in a nutshell. Definitely recommend not to miss out on fighting Earl. Okay, so next event that you don't want to miss is Scorched Earth. This is another boss fight where you'll fight the Scorch Beast Queen at. In order to trigger this event to spawn in the server, a player has to nuke the Fisher Site Prime down here in the Cranberry Bog. Once it's nuked, the Scorched event will be triggered and the Scorch Beast Queen will spawn once the nuke officially drops. And to do this event, it's pretty self-explanatory. You just have to fight the Scorch Beast Queen. It's the only flying boss that we have to take on at the moment, and it can be kind of difficult depending on how many players show up here, but typically a lot of players do show up here. I will recommend to wait for it to land because that's when you can deal the most damage to it. This was the very first boss we ever had in Fallout 76 and is the most fought boss still till this day. You'll notice that a lot of people nuke this one rather than the other boss fights for some reason. I don't know why. I prefer the Ultracite type, honestly. That's my favorite boss fight out of them all. Just because it has waves and you just don't immediately take it out, like what can happen sometimes during the Queen fight. As you can see, here is the reward list for it. You get Ultracite power armor plans and modifications, as well as a decontamination shower, which you can use this to get rid of your radiation at your camp, which I will say to craft this at your camp, it is going to require flux material, which you get that from taking out the Scorch Beast Queen. You get rewarded different flux. And also you get flux by picking flora that is radiated after a nuke blast. If you just pick the flora within the nuke blast, that's another way to get flux. So yeah, keep that in mind. It's a pretty rare ingredient, but I gotta say it is worth it for specific things like making the decontamination shower here. You can also make some special ammunition with it and some other things too. But anyways, you also get the mounted Scorch Beast Queen head that you can put up at your camp from completing this event, and some other goodies as well, like improved repair kits and whatnot. Which, by the way, improved repair kits you get from every boss fight. These are repair kits that you can use on the go to repair your weapons and armor. They are really handy. I use them all the time since I fight a lot of bosses to get these. Overall, definitely an event you don't want to miss out on. You get lots of experience too from all the Scorch that'll spawn around during the Scorch Beast Queen fight. And after completing the Scorch Beast Queen fight, you get a lot of experience too. Which, speaking of, if you need to know how to be able to launch a nuke to spawn any of these bosses, I'll leave a link down below in the description to a video over how to launch a nuke, in case you want to learn how. I'm not going to explain how in this video because it'll just drag this video on way too long. But yeah, feel free to check out that video sometime. I'll leave it in the description. Alrighty, so this last and final one will be over the encrypted event. This is another boss fight. However, it's not going to require a nuke to trigger this boss to spawn in the server. You're going to need to make and use an Assaultron recall keycard. But first, to even be able to use one of those, you're going to have to do a whole side quest line to be able to learn how to make those to spawn this next boss in the game, which is the Imposter Sheep Squatch. To be able to start the quest line that you need to do to be able to spawn this boss, you can find at any train station. Like, for example, here at the White Springs Station. On this bulletin board, you can find this poster here called Sheep Squatch Ate My Brother. If you go ahead and read this, that will begin the quest line that you need to do. There's a couple quests that you have to complete in order to craft this Assaultron recall keycard that you can make at a Tinker's Workbench under the quest items category, as you can see here. Which, by the way, I'll have a link down below to a video over how to do the whole quest line that you need to do in order to craft this Assaultron recall keycard. It's a pretty tricky quest line, so yeah, I recommend checking out that video. That'll be down below in the description sometime to help you get through it so you can craft one of these to spawn in this other boss called the Imposter Sheep Squatch. And as you might have saw, though, it's going to require a recall keycard circuit board to be able to craft that Assaultron keycard. And you can get the circuit boards once you complete that quest line from any train station vendor. As you can see, you'll be able to purchase them. You do get a free one after you complete the whole Sheep Squatch quest line, so keep that in mind. But after you use your free one, you'll be able to get more just by purchasing them from any train station vendor. So keep that in mind. So anyways, once you make the Assaultron recall keycard, which will also require some stable fluorescent flux too, which I just mentioned how to get the flux from the Scorch Beast Queen and picking flora from nuked environments. But yeah, once you have the keycard, you'll just have to head over here to this area, Pylon Ambush Site in the Ash Heap region. Once you get over here, just head inside this destroyed cabin here to this area, Pylon Ambush Site in the Ash Heap region. Once you get over here, just head inside this destroyed cabin, and in here you can find a terminal. And on this terminal, this is where you'll use the Assaultron keycard. So go ahead and use it. And once you use it, it'll start up the event encrypted. Now everybody is notified on the server that this event is about to start. When you want to officially start the event, as you can see, you will have a timer. You can wait a little while until more players start to gather here. But yeah, when you officially want to start it though, just hop on the terminal again and initiate Assaultron recall. And this will lead the Imposter Sheep Squatch here. Once you do that, you'll then just have to wait for the recalled robot to approach the area. And when it does officially approach the area, you're just going to have to really avoid it at first. It's going to be invincible, and you can't use any of the pylons that's required to be able to even attack it. However, eventually you will be able to activate the pylons. You can find the pylons around the area. They'll look like this. There will be a total of 3 of them. And in order to be able to deal damage to the imposter sheep squatch, you're going to have to activate all 3 of them. I suggest trying to get different players to activate each one of them instead of just one player activating all 3, because they will deal damage to you over time as well if you do activate the pylon. But while all 3 pylons are activated, the imposter sheep squatch is no longer invincible or invisible, and you'll be able to deal damage to it to kill it. So yeah, that's how you do this event. And the reason why this is a crucial event not to miss is because, well, one of the most important things you get from this is the fixer plan. This is a plan to be able to craft the fixer, which is one of my all-time favorite weapons you can get in this game. As you can see, it'll automatically come with these effects on it. It'll come with plus 100% sneaking speed, plus 15% stealth and shadows, and plus 40% armor penetration. And this isn't even talking about the legendary rolls you can get on the fixer as well. As you can see, you can get some pretty powerful fixers. This is actually the weapon that I used the most during the gameplay of this video. This is an incredibly powerful weapon. I definitely suggest trying to get your hands on, especially if you want to rock like a Bat Sneak Commando build. Anyways, as for the other rewards, you can get some Sheep Squatch apparel, as well as a White Wolf fedora, and you can also get a plan for the Assaultron head, as well as some old Nuclear Winter rewards. So once again, if you missed out on the Battle Royale mode and didn't get these rewards from Nuclear Winter, you can get some of them from doing this event. As you can see, the plan for the 10mm Hot Rod Shark paint can be a potential reward from this. So can the plan for the Inferno Mark II Power Armor paint, as well as the plan for the makeshift Ronin helmet, and lastly, the plan for the Minigun Vault Tech paint. As you can see, the plan for the 10mm Hot Rod Shark paint can be a potential reward from this. So can the plan for the Inferno Mark II Power Armor paint, as well as the plan for the makeshift Ronin helmet, and lastly, the plan for the Minigun Vault Tech paint. So yeah, those are some old Nuclear Winter rewards that you can get from doing this event. Makes it even more worth it to show up and do. But yeah, there you guys have it, everyone. A comprehensive guide over 10 of my favorite events I recommend not missing if you see spawn in your server. This took forever to make, but I feel like it's going to genuinely help out the community. But yeah, I'm out of here, everyone. As always, most importantly, thanks for taking the time, watching, and listening. Until next time, peace. What's going on, everyone? It's Rifle here, and thanks for checking out this Fallout 76 nuking experiment. Previously, we tried to see if we could survive a nuke explosion inside the Pulowski's preservation shelter, and well, we found out that you can't. I don't doubt that this was part of Pulowski's business scheme. I mean, who is really going to notice that these didn't work after the bombs dropped? I mean, most people are going to be dead and not really worrying about whether Pulowski's preservation shelters worked or not, especially for the ones that did use these and died. I mean, it's safe to say they didn't receive what they were truly looking for, which was survival from using the Pulowski's preservation shelter. Whether they died from radiation, starvation, or the nuke explosion, like me and my buddy did. And for anyone else that tries to use these for protection at the moment from a nuke explosion in Fallout 76. Now, I'm not sure if this is going to be something they may add in the future as a feature to be protected from a nuke, but at the moment, it's safe to say you don't survive. Even if you're barely in the blast radius of the nuke, you may live a little bit longer, but you're still going to die. So don't try running to these thinking you're going to be safe and sound. They may be able to protect you from smaller explosions, but nukes, no. They're not going to be able to save your life whatsoever. Anyways, in this video, we're going to be testing to see
yourself on the back because you just got yourself some top secret security codes off a U.S. Senator's terminal. Next up, the closest relay tower you can find, where you get to upload all that hard-earned data. You're officially halfway done with the final part of this process. I mean, it's not like I'll ever really know, but one can hope, right?
Game, if it's worth it or not to nuke over at the Charles.
Hello again and welcome.
The United States of the Fallout universe was a land of extremes. Technological innovation made consumer goods of personal computers, sophisticated robots, and even fusion power. But war, famine, and political unrest were also a part of everyday life. Internationally, the collapse of oil production had destroyed the global order as nations fought each other for the last productive wells. The European Commonwealth and the Middle Eastern states had ruined each other in a war for the last of the Middle East's oil. The US was in a somewhat better condition as the oil fields of Alaska were still productive over a decade later. In 2066, though, the Communist Chinese invaded Alaska to seize those oil fields, leading to over a decade of fighting between the United States and China. By 2076, the United States was winning in Alaska and new fronts were opening in mainland China. Power armor, having been battle-tested in the Anchorage campaign, was being deployed to the new front lines, with devastating results for the defending Chinese. While many Americans were sick of the war and the associated shortages, it looked like the fighting might finally be going their way. This increased success, though, came with the potential of an increasingly desperate Chinese government that might resort to more drastic options. The Middle Eastern resource wars had turned nuclear in 2053, and the fear of global thermonuclear war was rising. In response, the United States had initiated Project Safehouse, a program that resulted in the creation of the Vault-Tec Corporation, which hastily built scores of shelters known as vaults across the United States. In Appalachia, those already suspicious of the military-industrial complex did not trust these vaults, and thus they began to build their own shelters. As their distrust of the government grew, they even began to discuss separating themselves from their country entirely. I'm the Irresolute Cartographer, and this is the story of the Free States Movement. While in structure, the Free States Movement was a loosely knit union largely composed of families, the heart of the group can be found in its two founders, Raleigh Clay and Samuel Blackwell. Best friends since childhood, both would eventually lead lives. Raleigh Clay, largely composed of families, the heart of the group can be found in its two founders, Raleigh Clay and Samuel Blackwell. Families, the heart of the group can be found in its two founders, Raleigh Clay and Samuel Blackwell. Best friends since childhood, both would eventually lead lives heavily influenced by their personal politics. Sam Blackwell rose from his position as a union activist working for the coal miners of Appalachia to becoming one of the most popular United States senators of his day. With his reputation as a champion of the people, he was soon the recipient of information leaks about the corruption of the United States government. The information he was privy to was disturbing, from corporatist corruption to secret bioweapons programs operated by the Department of Agriculture to the Department of Defense creating a better early warning system for itself than for the people. It was becoming clear that the government was far from its mandate. The military-industrial complex ran the show, and the government was an organization of, by, and for the military-industrial complex. When Sam attempted to share what he knew with the public, he was threatened by members of the government, but he couldn't just sit on this information, so he shared what he knew with his best friend of over 30 years, Raleigh Clay. Knowing that the government was acting against the best interest of its citizens, the two began to plan a future for their families apart from their nation. While Sam would keep his anti-government standing to himself for the time being, Raleigh, a Harpers Ferry native, started to evangelize to those in his community. While some took offense to his statements, there were those for whom the message resonated and a movement began to grow. Fearing that nuclear war was near, and knowing that Vault-Tec was a part of the military-industrial complex, the nascent movement began to construct bunkers of their own. In late 2076, the Free States movement began to stock these new shelters, with goods bought across the region. As the growing movement continued its evangelism, it began to experience more and more pushback from patriotic citizens of the area who didn't care for the criticism of their country. Disagreements turned violent, and there were fights in the streets of Harpers Ferry. The Free Staters viewed their actions as an attempt to save their friends and neighbors from a government that was indifferent to the point of contempt towards its own citizens, while outsiders viewed the Free Staters as delusional to the point of treason. Along with readying themselves to ride out the bombs in their shelters, the Free Staters also wanted to be ready to survive outside as well. To that end, Free Stater and owner of the Vest Training Ground, Eddie Hayes, hosted survival courses for many of his fellow Free Staters. Opposition to the Free States continued to grow. The Free Stater Carson family of Berkeley Springs was banned from receiving medical attention in the Harpers Ferry Clinic. Harpers Ferry Mayor Miranda Vox told Raleigh Clay to, quote, shove his movement where the sun don't shine and get the hell out of her town, unquote. Government agents descended on Harpers Ferry to get a handle on the movement. Anti-Free States propaganda began to go up on the walls of Harpers Ferry, equating the anti-government group with communism. With tempers rising, a particularly bad street fight got out of control, an event that would be remembered as the Clay Riot. Raleigh Clay was arrested. Though Sam Blackwell had managed to conceal his connection to the Free States as public perception of the group soured, he would not remain silent as his best friend sat in prison. In June 2077, Senator Blackwell, although warned against doing so by multiple sources, requested a full investigation into the wrongful arrest of Raleigh Clay. Despite the negative publicity that came with backing Raleigh Clay in the Free States, Senator Blackwell became adamant in his public support. Even once Raleigh Clay was freed from prison, Senator Blackwell continued to speak out. Conditions for the Free Staters continued to worsen as the summer of 2077 wore on. Caleb Carson's wife Elizabeth and their two children Madeline and Max were killed by anti-Free Staters, leading Caleb to commit suicide in the bunker intended to host his now-deceased family. In late August 2077, threats against his family drove Senator Blackwell underground. After an initial period of confusion at his disappearance, he gave an interview to Charleston Herald journalist Quinn Carter from his concealed bunker. He told Ms. Carter why he had run, about the potential risks posed to the American people from their government, and he warned that the end was coming soon. He closed the interview by resigning his seat as United States Senator and handed her documents declaring the secession of the Free States from the United States of America. The news of the Free States removing themselves from society was met with mixed reactions, ranging from the view that they were paranoid fools to the view that they were traitors. The Charleston Herald suffered fairly major blowback for publishing Senator Blackwell's words while refusing to reveal his location. The replacement of the senator became a major ballot issue for the upcoming election. The state government sealed his office at the Capitol and began an investigation, while the federal government decided to let the Free Staters stew in their bunkers until they could free up the resources to drag them out for punishment. The Free Staters didn't have long to wait for their predictions of doom to come to pass. On the morning of Saturday, October 23, 2077, a global nuclear exchange was initiated, ending the old world, turning the Free Staters from paranoid to prophetic. Within hours, some of those that had once sought their destruction were pounding furiously on the doors, begging for entry. Unfortunately, there was little that could be done at that point. It wasn't safe to open up, even if they had the room to take in more survivors. Regardless of however low the odds that one of those survivors might try to take the bunker for themselves, it wasn't worth the risk. After a time, life in the bunkers returned to what it had been before the bombs. Everyone performed chores. Parents educated their children. They played board games together. For most of them, this life would last for nearly 2 years. On November 20th, 2078, the bunkers were shaken by another explosion. For those within the northern bunkers, this event was far more extreme as red strangler vines burst through the concrete walls with enough force to kill the dwellers within. These vines would continue to creep across the mire, breaching bunkers when they reached them, ensnaring equipment, making life difficult for those within. Around the start of the summer of 2079, Raleigh Clay called out to the Free States bunkers and announced an all clear. The world outside was safe enough for them to leave their bunkers and return to the surface. For these people who had spent the better part of the last 2 years living a stunted version of their lives before the bombs, the changes to the environment were stark. Where there had once been forested ridges and valleys, there was now a festering swamp that bred monsters. They had been expecting changes, but nothing so dramatic as this. It bred stark. Where there had once been forested ridges and before the bombs, the changes to the environment were stark. Where there had once been forested ridges and valleys, there was now a... The world outside was safe enough for them to leave their bunkers and return to the surface. For these people who had spent the better part of the last 2 years living a stunted version of their lives before the bombs, the changes to the environment were stark. Where there had once been forested ridges and valleys, there was now a festering swamp that bred monsters. They'd been expecting changes, but nothing so dramatic as this. Ella Ames, one of the more brilliant among the group, remarked, "Darwin would lose his mind out here." Before the bombs, Ella, a VTU-educated doctor, had been pursued by Westtech Huntersville for their biotechnology programs. Now, she would use her extensive knowledge of Appalachian biology and her medical training to study the world created by the bombs and work to save the lives of her fellow survivors. Out of their lockdown, Free State's agents moved across the region doing reconnaissance work. In the search for ammunition, a pair of scouts found the converted munitions factory to be a gold
person in all of Appalachia. And hopefully not the only one. The Scorch detection system is fully up and running. If you had any idea how long it took us to just get half the system functional, the lives lost, my brother, my dad, and yours truly, of course. Now whenever the Scorched are around, the detectors will pick them up and broadcast a message to your Pip-Boy. All that's left is the means to fight them off. If you haven't already, check my terminal to read about the traps we've created for the Scorch beasts. Hopefully, they're still in working order, and they're your best bet at making those flying freaks manageable. Beyond that, the only ones with any real means were the Brotherhood of Steel. Obviously, they didn't last, but they packed some serious firepower. They took their last stand somewhere in the bog at a place called Fort Defiance. But, thanks to their code names, I have no idea where it is. You'll want to start at Camp Venture, Eddie's old survival training center. I've also put everything I've got on the Brotherhood under an entry called Fort Defiance on my terminal. Good luck out there. And thanks. If this holotape is playing, it means our lives and all this work meant something.
gold mine of material. At the Thunder Mountain power plant, a small group of agents moved across the region doing reconnaissance work. In the search for ammunition, a pair of scouts found the converted munitions factory to be a gold mine of material. At the Thunder Mountain power plant, a small group seized the plant and proceeded to hold it, fighting off small groups of raiders. They managed this until a paramilitary group surrounded the plant. Clearly remnants of some former military unit, this group, calling itself Taggarty's Thunder, demanded that they vacate the power plant, offering them safe passage out if they would leave peacefully. Unlike the raiders, these soldiers were organized and disciplined. When the Free States abandoned the plant, true to their word, the soldiers let them pass unharmed. As the sightings of the Free States members outside increased, word filtered back to the remnants of the local governments. In Harper's Ferry, the word that Raleigh Clay had been seen walking around led Mayor Miranda Vox to venture out to his bunker. She apologized for having insulted him before the war and asked if he would help the people of Harper's Ferry. Raleigh decided to see the conditions in Harper's Ferry with his own eyes, and he set out with his daughter Martha. When he witnessed the horrible state of those that were scraping by in the ruins of his hometown, he knew he needed to help. He returned to his bunker and put out a call to the rest of the Free States. While a prominent member of the movement, Raleigh wasn't their commanding officer. He could only request that they assist in the reconstruction efforts. There was a lot of bad blood between the Free States and their old neighbors. The non-Free Staters had beaten them up, banned them from necessary businesses, put them in jail, and even killed them. While it would be understandable for the Free Staters to turn their noses up at their former persecutors, many families did answer the call for help. The Free States began to turn things around at Harper's Ferry immediately. To protect the people of the town, walls went up, enclosing the streets, creating a safe zone, while formal patrols and watch duties were established to guard those walls. With the town secured, the Free States seized the reconstructed Harper's Ferry Armory to serve as their local headquarters. Within this structure, Neeraj Singh, a Free States engineer, widower, and father of two, designed an air scrubber. The general air quality in Harper's Ferry wasn't great thanks to the swampy conditions that had arisen in the aftermath of the bombs, but it was made all the worse by radiation storms that would blow new fallout in from neighboring regions. Neeraj's air scrubber worked, and thus the Free States would end up installing 15 of them around the town. Ella Ames worked to re-establish the Harper's Ferry Clinic, receiving the assistance of Neeraj Singh's daughter Abby, Raleigh Clay's daughter Martha, a former esthetician Lucy Harwick, and even Miranda Vox, who stepped down as mayor. In speaking with the former mayor, Ella gained an insight into the state of the environment of the region. Miranda explained that in late October 2078, an ambassador from Vault 94, a nearby Vault-Tec vault, had arrived bringing offers of food and supplies. Too busy to deal with this news at the time, she sent a delegation to the vault. Not long after, there was an explosion that rattled the area, and a fog was seen drifting from the entrance of the vault. Suddenly, the swamp, the monsters, the red strangler vines all made sense. Ella correctly deduced that there had been a mishap at the Garden of Eden creation kit, and that this had led to the radical environmental transformation. While she now knew why the area had become the mire, nothing could really be done about it, so she focused her efforts on the clinic. Soon, she would receive assistance in this effort from over the mountains to the west. At the time of the bombs, as the Free Staters were enjoying the fruits of their preparations, the first responders of Charleston, West Virginia were working their hardest to stem the tide of the chaos. While there was an emergency government formed from the remains of the state government, the first responders rapidly organized into the Responders, developing their autonomy until the Charleston emergency government became little more than advisors. When government scouts spotted Free Staters outside their bunkers, they told the Responders, and the Responders sent a scout over the mountains. Responder Derek J. Castle arrived in Harper's Ferry, and the two organizations made first contact. Derek promised Ella supplies when he returned, and soon a whole group of responders, headed by Maria Chavez, arrived. With the help of Maria Chavez, Ella Ames was able to properly restore the clinic to operational status, and the two of them would form a working relationship that would come in handy over the coming years as they studied the creations of the New World. A young Free Stater named Lydia, enamored of the responder to Andre, decided to go to work at the clinic to get to see him, and they would soon strike up a relationship. Trade opened up between the Responders and the Free States, leading to cross-mountain caravans. It wasn't long after they met the Responders that the Free States were again confronted by Taggarty's Thunder, the paramilitary force that had seized Thunder Mountain Power Plant from them. Now calling themselves the Brotherhood of Steel, they were now headquartered in Eddie Hayes' old survivalist training camp, which they had renamed Camp Venture. This interaction went much better for the Free States, as the Brotherhood was friendlier than before and started to help protect the trade routes across the mountains. The persecution and hate from the time before the bombs was fading, and the rehabilitated survivors of Harper's Ferry and the Free Staters were forming a community together. With protection, medical care, and trade established, Harper's Ferry was back on its feet. As for those Free Staters who had chosen not to join in the reconstruction efforts, life was not easy. In late September 2081, a small group of them was on the run from a band of raiders when they found refuge in a child's treehouse. They used the height advantage to take down the raiders, and over the coming 2 months they expanded the treehouse into multiple trees connected by walkways. This turned out to only be a temporary shelter, as they were assaulted again in November, leading them to realize that this new base wasn't as safe as they'd hoped it would be. Back in chosen not to join in the reconstruction efforts, life was not easy. In late September 2081, a small group of them was on the run from a band of raiders when they found refuge in a child's treehouse. They used the height advantage to take down the raiders, and over the coming 2 months they expanded the treehouse into multiple trees connected by walkways. This turned out to only be a temporary shelter, as they were assaulted again in November, leading them to realize that this new base wasn't as safe as they'd hoped it would be. Back in Harper's Ferry, while things had severely improved from the darkest days of the aftermath of the bombs, there were still many issues facing the town. New diseases ran through the population without known cures. Monsters stalked through the swamp, hurting, maiming, and killing Wastelanders. Lydia began to question her desire to work in the clinic after one of her friends, Connor, bled out in front of her after having had his leg torn off. The conditions in the clinic were too much for Abby Singh, and so she resigned her position, choosing to tinker with electronics beside her father, Neeraj. As bad as most of the monsters were, they didn't cause the psychological fear that was brought on by another new phenomenon. Wastelanders reported sick, shambling people that were known to violently attack without provocation or mercy. These people were hairless, with drooping skin that would slough off at times. Soon referred to as ghouls, there was little known about them nor the cause of their condition. Ella Ames began to study their corpses, leading her to pity them, as they had once clearly been just like anyone else in town. She and Maria Chavez performed many autopsies to try to find the cause of their ghoulification. While they learned that their immune system had effectively been replaced by radiation and that radiation could regenerate their tissues, there wasn't anything obvious about the cause of their condition. Why, when exposed to radiation from the bombs, they had turned into this instead of dropping dead. Though they didn't have any answers on that, rumors were beginning to spread that not all ghouls were mindless killers. Some were said to speak before they were killed. This was confirmed to be the case when Harpers Ferry resident Daniel Whitby was discovered to have become a ghoul. Daniel had been recovering from what most had assumed to be a bad flu, tended to by Lucy Harwick. When it was discovered that he had become a ghoul and that Lucy had been trying to hide his condition long enough to cure him, she was forced to flee town and Daniel was quarantined. Despite the work of Ella Ames and Maria Chavez, there was still a lot of prejudice towards ghouls at the time, due to just how new the phenomena of ghoulification was. While radiation had been correctly deduced to be most of the cause of the condition, there were those who feared that it was a contagious disease, and they wanted Daniel thrown out of town, either exiled alone, or sent to the Responders HQ in Charleston. Things did not greatly improve for the sentient ghouls over the next few years as they faced constant prejudice due to flu, tended to by Lucy Harwick. When it was discovered that he had become a ghoul and that Lucy had been trying to hide his condition long enough to cure him, she was forced to flee town and Daniel was quarantined. Despite the work of
Appalachia online, Captain.
I know most of you love America. Good old red, white, and blue. But those of us who served in Mariposa know something. America failed. Not because of its citizens. Lived clean lives filled with hardship in a never-ending war. Certainly not because of its fighting men and women. God bless them. No. Its leaders failed us. Senators, generals, presidents, all those guys. Their failure almost destroyed all mankind. But I look around here, and I see survivors. People too stubborn, people too damn ornery to die. We've fought, and we've endured, and we finally have a small patch of safety. But having a home isn't enough. Something more.
I know this place is going to change up when we officially get the Pit DLC, so I figured covering
Ella Ames and Maria Chavez, there was still a lot of prejudice towards ghouls at the time, due to just how new the phenomena of ghoulification was. While radiation had been correctly deduced to be most of the cause of the condition, there were those who feared that it was a contagious disease, and they wanted Daniel thrown out of town.
We do not look to the America of old for that purpose. We have to build our own. Tonight, as we break bread together, let us forge together something new, something stronger, something we can be proud of, something we can build upon. Preserve what's best of what's coming our way. We will reclaim what's ours. Let us forge.
Signal repeater seems operational. Time to head to the first uplink. Watch yourself. The first uplink calibration is starting up. Stay close by to speed up the process. And watch your back. is complete. We need both for proper connection. Head to the second uplink. Yes. I'm getting another uplink signal coming in. Stay on it, team. Almost there now. Position now. Hostiles are in the area. Fire at will. Sending out the big guns now. Take them down. Ad Victoriam.
I'll get you for that.
Pat yourself on the back, team. You done good. These uplinks are critical for the safety of Appalachia. Head home. Dodge out.
Either exiled alone or sent to the respawner's HQ in Charleston. Things did not greatly improve for the sentient ghouls over the next few years as they faced constant prejudice due to their appearance. They ended up forming a new community together in the ruined Valley Galleria Mall, where they could live without fear of persecution, at least for the time being. As for their spawner's headquarters in Charleston, it sadly had a shorter life expectancy. On Christmas Day 2082, the city was drowned in the waters of Summersville Lake when the dam holding the lake back was destroyed by raiders. This nearly broke the responders, and while they regrouped in Morgantown under Maria Chavez, it would take time before they could return to prominence. Over the course of that time, the Free Staters would suffer as well as more diseases swept through the mire, killing many. In early 2084, a familiar face appeared in Harper's Ferry. Sam Blackwell, having spent the majority of the past 6.5 years underground, came looking for his old friends. Mentally, he wasn't all that he'd once been. Fighting the dementia that had been diagnosed before the bombs required a constant fight, one that was waged with Mentats, either the store-bought kind or the homemade ones his daughter had synthesized. Sam had taken the threat against his family to heart, and thus even when Raleigh sent out the all-clear signal, he and his daughter kept to themselves. He was sure that the military-industrial complex that had made the threat against him was still out there, looking for him. He had left the bunker for walks, but he'd always avoided human contact. When he had once seen his daughter speaking with a pair of Wastelanders, he had watched and waited for her to leave. Once she was out of sight, he killed them both, fearing that they might be government agents out to get him or her. Sam and his wife Emily had divorced days before the bombs, with the court proceedings held in his absence. Judith was all he had left. In early 2084, Judith succumbed to a disease after a short illness, leaving Sam all alone. He buried his daughter on the hill overlooking the bunker. The disease which killed his daughter had bothered Sam, for reasons aside from her illness and death. He felt as though he'd seen it before, as though it were something he'd read about in reports from the Department of Agriculture from before the bombs. He felt so strongly about this that he'd prepared to drag her across the wasteland on a homemade stretcher to get treatment at the White Spring Resort. He knew of the congressional bunker beneath the site, and he knew that it played a part in the plans of the military-industrial complex before the bombs. He knew that if they were still there, they would execute him on arrival, but that they might save her life. Though he was willing to trade his life for hers, it was too late. She passed before they could leave. Weeks after her demise, starved of human contact, he traveled to Harper's Ferry. He was greeted by his old friend Raleigh, who respected his desire to stay out of the spotlight, letting him stay in the armory. Unfortunately, it would soon become evident that Sam's paranoia was justified. While standing in line for dinner, he felt a pair of eyes on him and realized he was being watched by a newcomer. Careful not to show that he'd noticed, he followed the man out of Harper's Ferry. Realizing that the outsider was sending a message, he attacked, killing the man and butchering the corpse to disguise his involvement. When people discovered the remains the next day, they worried that some new monster was on the loose. Sam waited, hiding in Harper's Ferry. When he heard his stealth aircraft hovering over the town that night, he knew that he'd acted too slowly in killing the outsider. As soon as the aircraft moved on, Sam ran back to his bunker. To protect himself from any presumed followers, he spread meat in the entry of the bunker, hoping to draw in predators. This worked better than he could have hoped for when Deathclaws entered the cave. Unfortunately, they wouldn't prevent his death. When word reached the congressional bunker at the White Spring that not only was Sam Blackwell alive, but that he'd killed the agent in Harper's Ferry, an assassin was sent to finish the former senator off. While they'd never managed to track down Quinn Carter and interrogate her as to Sam Blackwell's location, they did find her notes in the ruins of the Charleston Herald building and used them to track him down. The assassin, Agent Gray, tapped into the electricity of Sam's bunker to power a set of lures that distracted the Deathclaws, before descending the elevator into the bunker itself. While Sam Blackwell had a second layer of security in a laser grid, this wouldn't hold for long. Because of his worsening dementia, Sam was prone to forgetting things, and the bunker was full of helpful notes, including one that gave instructions on how to bypass the laser grid by cycling the bunker's power. Agent Gray did just that. Senator Sam Blackwell died at his desk, clasping a pistol firmly in his grip. As it turned out, though, the senator would have the last laugh. In cycling the power in order to enter the safe room, Agent Gray had deactivated his lures. As he exited the bunker elevator, he was set upon by a Deathclaw and killed. Back in Harper's Ferry, people were worried about what or whoever had killed the man they'd found butchered, while some Free Staters worried that the body itself might be Sam Blackwell, who had disappeared when it showed up. Soon there would be bigger things at play, though, than the death of one man. When Duncan McCann's wife and sons were killed by feral ghouls, Duncan went to a very dark place. He organized a posse to hunt down the ferals of the mire. 8 fighters, along with a Mr. Gutsy robot, set out towards Valley Galleria. They did not return, leaving the walls of Harper's Ferry undermanned in the coming days. This would prove to be a horribly inopportune time to lose so many guards, as events beyond the control of the Free States or the people of Harper's Ferry would soon bring a new apocalypse. Miles away to the south in an old mine, a monster had been bred that would bring about the deaths of thousands. Around the start of June 2086, strange silhouettes darkened the sky of Harper's Ferry. Enormous bats, the size of a family car, attacked without warning, biting, scratching, screeching, and dusting the defenders with some sort of toxin. Many of those that were hit but not killed outright turned on their friends and began to attack on behalf of the bats. Completely unprepared for an attack of this nature, the surviving Free Staters and people of Harper's Ferry ran for their lives. The 7 years of hard work to turn the ruins of Harper's Ferry into a hub of civilization was undone in less than an hour. The Free Staters returned to their bunkers, while the non-Free Staters fled to whatever shelters they could find. In at least one case, the shelter they sought ended up being a Free States bunker. The Sunday brothers, Jesus and Juan Diego, had participated in the rebuilding of Harper's Ferry, but they were always on the sidelines. Jesus, the elder brother, had never truly believed that Harper's Ferry could be made safe, and thus he contributed the bare minimum. While Jesus had focused on protecting himself and his brother above all else, Juan Diego had chosen to get more involved in the community. When he started dating a Wastelander named Brianna Hawk, Jesus was displeased. He didn't know why specifically, but he got a bad feeling about Brianna, a notion that led him to attempt to break them up every chance he got. When the attack hit Harper's Ferry, the Sunday brothers were at their cabin outside of town, and thus they were spared the horror.
Lizzie, what's on your mind?
A Brotherhood of Steel? What's that even mean? The men over here are confused.
We need to do something bold. We can't just stay the U.S. Army. What's going to happen, and this is only a matter of time, is some general or some goddamn politician is going to exit a vault and start ordering us around. And worse, they'll order some grunt to start the whole goddamn cycle again. Another wave of nuclear death, and if that's not enough, they'll do it again. No, they will, Lizzie. It ends with us. We won't let them.
I understand. But a Brotherhood? Knights? Am I supposed to call you, what, Elder?
Words have power, Lizzie. They build identity. Take on a meaning if you keep using them, even if it didn't exist before. It was the knights and the scribes, after the fall of Rome, that protected what was left of Western civilization. So we are the new knights, and our role is similar. But we'll need more than names. We'll need new traditions, our own mythology. Something people can believe in to their core.
Is this necessary?
What else can I do? Declare myself president? Make you a senator? Look around, Lizzie. Something's killing us. More than the rads and the freaks out there. Depression. People have lost everyone. Every goddamn soul. Wives. Kids. Loved ones. Even the goddamn mailman. We need to replace it with something. Otherwise people's souls will wither. We'll do little more than walking dead men.
I'll do my best to see the orders carried out, sir.
Give it time, Lizzie. People have a hunger to believe in something. Just let them work their way to it.
Of the assault. Jesus thought that he was free of Brianna until she showed up at the front door with a group of survivors seeking shelter. As Juan Diego attempted to let them in, Jesus knocked him out and fired into the air to scare them off. While this solution worked temporarily, Jesus soon discovered that when his brother was supposed to be hunting, he was actually meeting Brianna and giving her some of their supplies. When Jesus confronted Juan Diego over this treachery, an argument ensued. In a moment, Jesus lost the only thing in the world that was important to him, accidentally killing Juan Diego when he pushed him off a ledge. When they learned what happened, Brianna Hawk's people attempted to take the cabin and underlying bunker by force. Though he killed his attackers, Jesus was mortally wounded, succumbing to his wounds as he contemplated the afterlife due a man who murders his own brother. At the other Free States bunkers, grief rather than violence was the order of the day. While Neard Singh and his kids Abby and Calvin had returned to their bunker, the family they shared it with, the Cohens, were slain in the attack. Raleigh Clay lost his wife Trish and his daughter Martha. Raleigh immediately sent out a message telling everyone that they shouldn't attempt to reclaim Harper's Ferry. There was nothing to keep another attack from yielding the same result. He did the best he could to hold it together for his remaining children, but when he was alone, he drank and cursed Sam Blackwell, wondering where his oldest friend was and why he wasn't helping in their hour of need. While Sam was already slain by this time, he had actually encountered one of these enormous bats before. A couple of years prior to the attack on Harper's Ferry, before the death of his daughter Judy, Sam Blackwell had been out hunting when he saw a massive bat flying over the ridge. It saw him, screeched, and chased him as he ran for his life. Saved only by falling into a ditch too deep for the bat to reach him, he returned home covered in sweat, mud, and bruises, much to his daughter's concern. While initially she was fairly certain that this bat was a fragment of her father's demented mind, she soon had her own experience fleeing one of these massive creatures. Sam Blackwell said nothing of these experiences when he returned to Harper's Ferry, but whether he forgot or believed that the threat had passed, we'll never know. Even if he had warned Harper's Ferry, what chance is there that they would have both taken the threat seriously and actually made an effort to prepare for it? As it turned out, belief in the threat caused by these monsters would eventually become a major issue for the security and culture of society. During the trouble of Harper's Ferry, the reporter sent Derek to a castle to investigate. When he arrived, he saw the devastation of Harper's Ferry and heard the stories of the conversions of those who'd been attacked to the side of the attackers. Raleigh Clay told them that the Free States were sticking to their bunkers for the time being until they could find a way to battle these beasts that had attacked, a response that Derek felt was selfish. As it turned out, the first responder to arrive in Harper's Ferry would also be the one to announce its fall to responders. True to Raleigh's word, though, the Free States immediately started to work on plans to fight the enemy they'd named the Scorched, a reference to the red, scalded appearance of the skin of those infected by the bats. The disease that caused the conversion of the Scorched was named the Scorched Plague, and the bats that spread it, the Scorched Beasts. Ella Ames was the most qualified biological scientist group, naturally headed the study, just as she had been studying the rules. She soon discovered that the Scorched used unique radiation signatures to detect and hear signals from their use. Working with his daughter Abby, Neard began to create a system of sensors that would monitor the regions of the Scorched, to either give the Free States a target to attack, or a warning to take shelter. If the sensors detected the Scorched, they would broadcast a signal to the nearest radio towers, which would then relay the information back to the bunkers. There were myriad problems with this system that would require constant innovation and repairs as the Scorched detection system was put into place. Given their limited manpower, Neard also developed automated systems that would repair any issues with the radio towers as those issues might arise. Meanwhile, the Brotherhood of Steel pulled their forces out of Camp Venture and moved south to an old insane asylum they renamed Fort Defiance. Little did the Free States know that while they were working to stem the tide of the Scorched, the Brotherhood was locked in a life or death battle with the Scorched Beasts. A fight they lost on August 18th and 19th, 2095, as Fort Defiance and the Thunder Mountain Power Plant fell to an unending onslaught of the Scorched Beasts. The final radio message of Defiance has fallen served as a cryptic warning for the rest of cultural society. The Free States hadn't been close to the and this message was forwarded, leading Raleigh Clay to send an expedition to determine what had happened to her. This group, dispatched in March of 2096, soon discovered that the message did indeed mean that the worst had come to pass. The Brotherhood had fallen, and the Scorched Beasts were darkening the skies of the mire. As Ella Ames turned her research from the Scorched to the Scorched Beasts, she noted that as bats, they were likely susceptible to sound. She theorized that if they determined the proper frequency of sound, they could use that frequency to confuse the beasts long enough to help take them down. At the same time, Raleigh Clay ordered the salvaging of anything useful from Camp Venture, leading to the discovery of the sonic generator, a piece of technology the Brotherhood invented to draw the Scorched Beasts in so that they could be killed. Neard and Abby Singh used these two technologies to create the plans for the Scorched Beast trap, a device that the Free States would eventually construct in 12 locations across Appalachia. This effort required a near endless amount of work for the surviving Free Staters. Toward the end of 2096, the Free States found a man tampering with the Scorched Beast trap. It was Hank Madigan, a former Brotherhood of Steel member who had joined the responders when the Brotherhood had changed their mission from saving lives to saving technology. Hank Madigan was second in command of the responders' elite firebreather unit, and he'd been on a series of solo missions across Appalachia, trying to find a way to defeat the Scorched threat as it had now crossed the mountains into their territory. While the Free Staters were reluctant to trust a former Brotherhood member, he eventually talked them into accepting his assistance with a scorched detection system and the Scorched Beast traps. The Free States had hit a bit of a wall with the SDS, as they had needed to install an uplink for the system on the top of the ski resort known as the Top of the World, but they had been stymied by the raiders that invaded the resort from home. Pink Madigan offered to install the uplink and headed into the mountains. That was the last they saw of him, as he was captured by the raiders and imprisoned within the Top of the World. In November 2096 at the Morgantown airport, the Responders made their last stand against the Scorched and fell, leaving only the raiders to savage divide and the remnants of the Free States. While the raiders lasted a few more months, the Free Staters themselves were beginning to dwindle in number. While Ella and Neeraj had worked on the SDS, they'd made an unfortunate discovery. Neeraj was sick with a terminal illness, Parkinson's. While there might have been treatments for this in the years before the bombs, there was nothing that could be done for Neeraj. Although he recorded a message for his children to be delivered in the event of his death, he chose to keep his diagnosis to himself for the time being, knowing that it was a problem without a solution. Unfortunately, Ella, who was supposed to deliver the message, wouldn't survive long enough to do it herself. Along with Ella's work on the Scorched threat, she was also working to create better medications. This research required a lot of rare local flora. Ella Ames had many admirers in the Free States movement, both platonically and romantically, and some of these admirers were willing to perform dangerous tasks in the hopes of getting close to her. Sadly, not all of them would survive the tasks she gave them. One, who went by Cedric, died near Martha's farm. When she needed a rare flower that grew within the ruined Valley Galleria Mall, she dispatched eager volunteer Jacob Lerner. When he found himself surrounded by feral ghouls, Jacob was forced to spend the night in the mall before he managed to find the flowers. Upon exiting the mall, he was slain by the ghouls, but by Charlie Walker. His life was competitive for Ella Ames. Ella herself died in a trip to Raleigh Clay's bunker, where she had hoped to share her completion of a powerful anti-radiation drug, Rat Shield. Her death meant the loss of a vast amount of executed by the Free States, and it also meant that when Neeraj died, the message was spoken to his children stayed in its hiding spot in the wild. As the years went by, more and more Free Staters died. Soon, Abby Singh alone remained. A year after the death of her father, she decided that she wouldn't let his dream of the SDS die, and thus began a massive project. She did what she could do alone, but knowing that she might join her family and friends at any time, Abby created a vast series of recordings to guide anyone who might uncover her work after her death. In the end, she ran into the same wall that the Free States had hit before. There was no uplink at the top of the world connecting the system. While she could potentially fix all the sensors and connect them all to the radio towers, she couldn't bring the whole system online without that uplink. She recorded a goodbye should she never return and headed out to find the uplink. Alright, that just about does it for the story of the Free States, but I've got some things I want to say before closing this out. First, I want to note that Sam Blackwell's daughter Judith was not under threat by the Enclave when he returned her ground. The threat Sam Blackwell received was a call from Arthur Rosiak. Corporate Industrial CEO Daniel Horvath fixed it to scare him out of the public eye. Sam Blackwell has come out against the Appalachian Prosperity Act, a ballot measure intended to replace all human workers in state government with robots. Daniel Horvath stood poised to make a fortune should the act pass. And thus, he wanted to scare Sam Blackwell out of the picture. He specifically told Harper Rosiak not to harm anyone, but to scare him. After having been threatened by the Defense Department, Sam believed that this was the military-industrial complex that was after him. Ironically, Daniel Horvath's tactic might well have saved Senator Blackwell's life, as he had ample reason to hide in his bunker. In fact, we might be able to even credit Daniel Horvath with saving the Free States movement. In a domino effect kind of way, if he hadn't threatened Sam Blackwell, he might not have gone to ground and taken the rest of the Free States with him in time to avoid the bombs. Second, in the narrative, I have the Clay riot as the cause of the arrest of Raleigh Clay. This is speculation on my part. Other than the name Clay Riot, which came into the game with a Grafton pawn shop material in the run-up to Wastelanders, there's really no other information on the riot itself. We know that Raleigh Clay was wrongfully arrested at some point in late spring 2077, but as to why this happened, it's not listed. Third, in the narrative, I have it that Sam Blackwell handed Quinn Carter the documents announcing the secession of the Free States, but that's not explicitly stated in the lore. Simply put, Raleigh Clay wrote, quote, "Sam and I finally made the call. The Free States are officially underground. He handed over some documents declaring our secession, and that was that," unquote. Given that Sam Blackwell fled suddenly and was hesitant to leave his bunker even after the bombs, I think it's likely that he gave them to Quinn Carter when she came for the interview, rather than going out to some government office himself to hand them over. Fourth, in the narrative, I say that Raleigh Clay gave the all-clear to leave the bunker. While this is true, it's not the whole truth. Raleigh relates in his log that he talked to both Sam Blackwell and Ella Ames before they all agreed on the all-clear signal that he broadcast to the rest of the bunkers. I wrote it as I did in the narrative because I hadn't introduced Ella Ames yet, and Sam Blackwell wouldn't re-enter the narrative for a long time. And it flowed better to use the shorter version of the truth than the whole truth just in that moment. Fifth, we can get a glimpse of the pre-war view of the Free States from the Overseer of Vault 76. In her holotape, Overseer's log, Free States, she calls Sam Blackwell and Raleigh Clay damn traitors, and shows her misconceived prejudice as she says, quote, sounds like they let go of their paranoia long enough to seek out help from other survivors, unquote. This statement is comically incorrect. First of all, the Overseer knew about the other Vault experiments, so she still calls the Free States paranoid? Next, the Free Staters left their bunkers to help rebuild, sharing their resources with the destitute, hungry, and sick. The Overseer is not a fool. She's simply indoctrinated with the mindset of the pre-war America. Sixth, I think we can, at least to an extent, excuse Derek Castle for not understanding the magnitude of the attack on Harper's Ferry and the threat that the Scorched posed. He didn't see the attack with his own eyes, and the Scorched, the Plague, and the Scorched Beast stand out among the other denizens of the post-war world. The concept that bats the size of small planes spreading a disease that caused the infected to join their attackers is pretty out there compared to even threats as exotic as massive mutated bugs and super mutants. Along with this, he likely had the same pre-war view of the Free States as the Overseer of 76, that the Free Staters were selfish traitors who only looked out for themselves. This flight from Harper's Ferry probably confirmed his pre-war anti-Free States prejudice, but I admit that I'm attempting to read his mind here. Seventh, there's a piece of lore that I really couldn't fit in here, and that's the stained note from Grafton Steel. In this note, a worker at Grafton Steel details a plan to break robot pods in the administration building. They say, quote, won't stop them forever, but it'll at least give us time to regroup with Raleigh, unquote. I don't really understand why Raleigh would be tied up in this for sure, but I did consider the possibility that Raleigh was a union activist in the same way that Sam Blackwell was once a union activist. It does make some sense, but we don't get any indication of that anywhere else, or for that matter, what Raleigh Clay did for work before the bombs. Eighth, there are no dates on any of the later Free States lore items. There's no telling when Abby Singh walked out of her bunker for the last time. I had always assumed that the Raiders dying out in 2097 was the end of all non-ghoulified, non-mutated life in Appalachia. But it now seems obvious to me that Abby survived potentially even into 2100 or later, living alone in her bunker. It's just difficult to know because after March 2096, there isn't any dated Free States lore. Ninth, Abby could still be out there somewhere. Her body isn't found anywhere in the game, and while this is true for many Free Staters, she tells us that they're dead. It also seemed possible that they survived, but I really can't imagine Raleigh Clay or Eddie Hayes leaving her alone to continue their work. I think, in fact, that Raleigh, Eddie, and Neeraj may have all died together working on a Scorched Beast trap, but that's just speculation on my part. Anyway, even though she could easily be dead, there's a chance that she found she couldn't install the uplink and decided to try to find a community out there somewhere. 10th, Abby may have actually been survived by another Free States member. There's a note in her bunker from someone named R. Fields asking where she is. The note warns her not to go to Watoga, as it's too dangerous. This really feels like something she would know by post-2096. It could be that this is an old note. It just seems odd that she would leave it up in her bunker. Lastly, I've mentioned this before as it's a major theme of the game. Isolation and lack of cooperation are what destroyed the post-war society. Every time I dive a little deeper into the lore, it becomes more and more obvious that while the Scorched and the Scorched Beasts did the killing, there's no reason that the tide couldn't have been stemmed if the factions had worked together. There are 8 individuals that together could have saved Appalachia if they weren't part of 3 different organizations. From the responders, you have Dr. Claire Hudson, Amy Carey, and Sanjay Kumar. From the Free States, Ella Ames, Abby Singh, and Neeraj Singh. From the Brotherhood of Steel, Grant McNamara and Haley Abby Singh and Neeraj Singh. From the Brotherhood of Steel, Grant McNamara and Haley DeCano. Ella Ames and Amy Carey both separately discovered that the Scorched emit a unique radiation signature that can be used to track them with the proper sensors. Sensors that were built by Neeraj Singh and Sanjay Kumar, respectively. Haley DeCano discovered that the Scorched Beast built by Neeraj Singh and Sanjay Kumar, respectively. Haley DeCano discovered that the Scorched Beast nest could be found by monitoring for a specific frequency. Grant McNamara discovered that with a proper frequency, the Scorched Beast could be lured to a specific point, while Ella Ames discovered that there's another frequency that could disorient the Scorched Beasts long enough to kill them. Grant and Ella's tech was used by Neeraj and Abby Singh to build the Scorched Beast traps. While Grant McNamara and Ella Ames both wanted to sequence the genome of the Scorched Beast to look for weaknesses, neither had access to the equipment to do so, as it lay in responder territory. Lastly, Dr. Claire Hudson did 99% of the work to create a Scorched Plague inoculation, which unfortunately came too late for all three organizations when it was finished in 2102 by the dwellers from Vault 76. Not working together led to redundant work and missed opportunities. When Ella tried to convince Raleigh to work with the responders post-fall of Harper's Ferry, he told her that they didn't have the resources required to cooperate, which is foolish as their combined efforts would have yielded better results with less wasted resources. With their efforts combined, I have little doubt that they would have succeeded without having to resort to the nukes. Truly, this was a failure of leadership across the board, as the responders and the Free States leadership didn't trust the Brotherhood, and the Brotherhood practically ignored the Free States while they looted the responders. Alright, I think that's enough on the Free States. If you want to receive notifications when I launch these lore videos, you can follow me on Twitter at GamingWithMaps. If you appreciate what I do here and you want to support the channel financially, you can become a patron with Patreon. I want to thank my patrons, Mesothelioma, 76 of Texas, Jill AWS, Brian, and Dark Malcontent of Metaverse Studios for their support. This has been the Irresolute Cartographer. Thanks for watching. I'll see you again next time.
Civilization is being rebuilt. I need the foundation.
Fort Defiance itself, Scribe Grant used a military security system scavenged by Squire Weber in the time before he disappeared to secure the Fort Defiance elevator. This system only recognized those with military ID, a feature that Squire Belmonte outwitted with an AWOL weekend trip to the Army's automated trading post, Camp McClintock. For his efforts, Squire Belmonte found himself stuck in the elevator for 3 hours until Scribe Grant managed to fix the hydraulics. While Fort Defiance was housed in an old asylum, undoubtedly not one of the most welcoming places, many of the Brotherhood began to feel at home there, Scribe Grant chiefly among them. Meanwhile, at Grafton Dam, whether due to his relationship with Squire De Silva or some other issue, it seems that the higher-ups weren't thrilled with Knight Moreno's leadership, and he was replaced in this role by Knight Esposito. On the trip to relieve Moreno, Esposito viewed a rising threat in the Savage Divide. The super mutants were on the move. While Taggarty's Thunder had toured West Egg Huntersville when the smell inside had been the most dangerous foe, Huntersville was now swarming with mutants. The mutants were spreading out, threatening the cross-mountain trade routes. Unbeknownst to the Brotherhood, Thomas Eckhart and the Enclave had reactivated the FEV vats of Huntersville in order to accomplish a mission of their own. At Camp Venture, the Brotherhood stepped up training in order to have more forces ready for a large offensive. One of the new recruits in this effort was Tex Rogers. Rogers, a Texan, was somewhere in New England when the bombs came down. He spent the next few years trying to get home, traveling 400 miles on foot. When he saw the Brotherhood in operations against some raiders in Grafton, he was impressed. Tex was a veteran of the Anchorage campaign, and he saw the skill with which they operated. Knight Moreno struck up a conversation with him and invited him to join. Tex's experience in power armor made him a great candidate to join the Brotherhood, so he headed off to Camp Venture. It was there that he recorded holotape messages for his wife back in Texas in the hope that he would someday get back to her. He found camaraderie with the Brotherhood, food, shelter, showers, and power armor. Tex and the rest of the Brotherhood were soon on the move. In the spring of 2086, the Brotherhood and the Responders joined forces against the super mutants. Their forces encircled Huntersville, erecting barricades around the town. The fighting was fierce, but by the end of May, the coalition was victorious. The battle cost many lives, including those of Paladin Swafford and Squire De Silva. While Shannon Rivers, the Mistress of Mystery, was hoping that this success would yield a new order, with the Brotherhood and the Responders securing the region, a change was brewing in the Brotherhood. After eulogizing Squire Hannah De Silva, Elder Maxon handed down a new directive. The focus of the Brotherhood was shifting, from equally helping people and preserving technology to a much stronger focus on technology. Maxon's view was that, quote, helping your fellow man is a good goal, a soldier's goal, but this, we will be the catalyst that changed the world, end quote. As their Brotherhood began shifting into this new stance, events were unfolding in the congressional bunker beneath the White Spring Resort. Thomas Eckhart, the aforementioned Secretary of Agriculture turned Enclave President, ordered the release of the Scorched Beasts. While the occasional Scorched Beast had escaped containment, such as the one that De Silva's companions dispatched at Fort Defiance, they would now all be set loose on the unsuspecting population of Appalachia en masse. United under dissident General Ellen Santiago, much of the Enclave Officer Corps turned on their president. Pulling back from this story slightly, we see in Ellen Santiago a potential view into what may have happened to Elizabeth Taggarty and Taggarty's Thunder had they not joined Roger Maxson in forming a new organization, separate and apart from the United States Armed Forces. A colonel at the time of the bombs, Ellen Santiago had shepherded a sizable force of the Army out of D.C. in the days after the bombs. These soldiers had arrived at the White Spring, knowing only of the outward purpose of the secret White Spring bunker, a place for the United States Congress to run the country in the aftermath of the nuclear exchange. Her forces were integrated into the Enclave and were made party to the terrible and immoral acts carried out across the region. She stuck with the chain of command of the corrupt government of the pre-war. When the coup finally came against Eckhart, it was too late. The Scorched Beasts were free. It wasn't long before these monstrous bats appeared in the sky over Harper's Ferry, and in less than an hour, the 7 years of successful management by the Free States was brought down by the evil of the Enclave. Evil facilitated by Ellen Santiago. Even if the release of the Scorched Beasts had been in complete opposition to her desires, because she subjugated herself to the Enclave, she made their actions possible. As the Free States returned to their bunkers, the number of Scorched began to increase. The Brotherhood began to focus more of its forces on the Cranberry Bog. With this rising threat and the new directive from Elder Maxson, Paladin Taggarty ordered the abandonment of the Grafton Dam and the reassigning of Knight Esposito to Camp Venture. Without the trade opportunities on Harper's Ferry and the Brotherhood pulling back from guarding the roads, cross-mountain trade likely collapsed. The Brotherhood and the Responders, no longer in cooperation on operations, began to drift apart. When Responder Derek J. Castle investigated the attack on Harper's Ferry, he failed to understand the magnitude of the threat posed by Scorched Beasts, relating to Responder's command that he felt it was selfish for the Free States to retreat into their bunkers. This gross underestimation of the severity of the threat would greatly harm the relationship between the Brotherhood and the Responders. As the number of Scorched Beast attacks grew, and the Brotherhood needed more material aid, the Responders viewed their descriptions of the Scorched Beasts as grossly exaggerated. This led to worse and worse relations as the need for support grew. While the Brotherhood pulled back from most of Appalachia, their operations east of the Savage Divide, especially in the Cranberry Bog, expanded. In an effort to contain the threat of the Scorched Beasts, the Brotherhood erected a series of fire bases around the bog, attempted to create a ring of fire around the source of the Scorched Beasts. Some of these fire bases were no more than a small camp, consisting of a tent and an automated anti-air turret, while others, such as Forward Station Delta, were encircled with walls. In a somewhat comedic event, a pair of hapless squires at Forward Station Delta attempted to drive a 60-ton tank across the bog in the hopes of bringing it home. It sank in the very soft earth where it sits today. The Brotherhood also expanded their reach with a camp sitting at the eastern mouth of the Big Bend Tunnel, where they hoped to keep the Scorched from moving through the train tunnel. This camp also traded with the reformed cutthroat raiders that were eking out a living under the mountains. In a sign that not all of the Brotherhood was fully on board with the new technology over people directive, the head of that camp, known only as Melissa, potentially Knight Melissa Reisha, was known to make unbalanced trades with the tunnel dwellers, hoping to help them out. Regardless of the shift in priorities, the threat in the Cranberry Bog was rising. Many of the graduates from Camp Venture recognized the severity of the threat and were willing to lay down their lives if it meant that they could stop the Scorched Beasts and their minions from scourging Appalachia. Others began to view the cause as unwinnable. One recruit, known only by the name Henry, opined that the Brotherhood was training troops just to get them killed. For those that were willing to fight, though, the Brotherhood was the only force that had a chance of beating the Scorched, and thus they had nowhere else to be. Communications between the eastern and western arms of the Brotherhood began to worsen as the satellite infrastructure of the old world began to fail. Before the war, an extensive network of communication satellites had kept the world connected. Now, a decade after the end, more and more were going dark. Some reached the end of the life of their power supplies. Others, no longer maintained by operation centers, moved out of alignment, collided with each other, or dropped out of orbit. Regardless of the cause, communications between the Brotherhood in California and the Brotherhood in Appalachia were on a timetable that was coming to a close. There were no landlines crossing the whole of the country anymore, no network of radio stations. There would soon be a nearly 2,100-mile gap between the two branches of the Brotherhood, with no way to communicate. With the threat of the Scorched Beasts rising and the satellites failing, much of the communication time was spent on solving the Scorched Beast problem. Some of these efforts were more useful than others. While ultrasight power armor plans provided by the Western Brotherhood and improved by Scribe Grant would have been greatly appreciated in other times, there was simply no way to get the resources together to build what these plans entailed. On the other hand, the sonic generator device designed by Scribe Grant with input from Scribe Takano meant that the Brotherhood could bring the beast to them rather than simply intercept them as they reached the Ring of Fire. This mechanism lightened the load of the Brotherhood by allowing them to focus their forces at Fort Defiance. While this part of the communications between the East and West was made public, the overall analysis of the Scorched Beast threat was hidden from rank and file for fear of what it would do to morale. The assessment was this: the Scorched Beast threat was apocalyptic. The current way things were being run was unsustainable, and if an advantage couldn't be found to curb the growth of the Scorched Beast threat, there was nothing that would stop them from wiping out the Brotherhood, Appalachia, and eventually the world. On July 20th, 2093, Senior Knight Wilson sent Paladin Taggarty an email confirming the closure of all Brotherhood operations outside of Fort Defiance and Thunder Mountain. Due to its close proximity, it seems that the camp at the east end of Big Bend Tunnel was allowed to continue to operate for the time being. The new method of dealing with a Scorched Beast entailed using Watchmen to spot Scorched Beasts. This would then trigger the use of the sonic generator that would draw the beasts in, where a combination of AAA turrets and knights would bring the beasts down. Manpower was rapidly becoming an issue, and thus when missions failed, efforts to recover the lost were no longer attempted. A group known as Romeo Squad, likely a use of the military phonetic for the letter R and not a comment on their romantic natures, were dispatched to investigate the storm sewers beneath the city of Harper's Ferry. There is a rumor that this seemingly innocuous location was host to security turrets and advanced robots. Romeo Squad never returned, and their bodies were never recovered. As a side note, while it seems that Romeo Squad never discovered the reason behind these advanced security measures beneath Harper's Ferry, further investigation by the residents of Vault 76 eventually revealed that the storm sewers concealed a massive pumping station that sends vast quantities of water to the Enclave stronghold at the White Spring Resort. Back to the Brotherhood, though. Paladin Taggarty soon announced a new change in priority. No longer would the Brotherhood and Appalachia be focused on technology. The Scorched Beast threat was their only concern. Due to this increased threat, all scavenging runs into Watoga were halted. As the last known operational satellite came online, the Brotherhood on both ends of the connection made their last efforts to cooperate on the Scorched Beast threat. Scribe Takano gave Grant the recommendation that he get the DNA sequence for the Scorched Beast decoded, hoping that this would give them useful information on taking them down. She also transmitted plans for a sonic sensor module. Attuned to the frequency at which the Scorched Beasts echolocate, this module would allow the Brotherhood to track the monsters to their den. It was around this time that Paladin Taggarty requested authorization to use the tactical nuclear weapons contained within Appalachia's automated missile silos against the Scorched Beasts. Elder Maxon was outraged, refusing to sanction the use of any nuclear weapons in the aftermath of the last significant use of nuclear firepower in the Great War. Thus, Paladin Taggarty was stripped of a significant potential tool. It's at this point that we see that the Appalachian branch of the Brotherhood of Steel was entirely loyal to Elder Maxon and the chain of command. Even though their communications were out, and the region was under apocalyptic threat, the Paladin remained loyal to Maxon's directives and didn't attempt to gain control of and use the nuclear weapons in Appalachia's silos. While Paladin Taggarty's last communications had not yielded aid against the Scorched Beasts, Scribe Grant was determined to make sure that his last conversation with Scribe Takano did. In an attempt to analyze the DNA of Scorched Beasts to look for weaknesses, Grant filed Mission 099-01, a plan to activate the necessary labs within Vault-Tec University. A two-man team was allocated to this project, Squire Montgomery and Scribe Danny. The constant and increasing demands for aid and the recruitment of responders such as Rachel Price had left the responders on the edge of open hostility to the Brotherhood, and thus the duo had to sneak into Morgantown. Vault-Tec University was infested with feral ghouls, and the mission was seriously undermanned. Even though they gained access to the lab, Danny was killed. Scribe Danny was the technician. Without him, Squire Montgomery was incapable of restoring the lab on his own. Montgomery went down, cursing the Brotherhood for having sent him in so unprepared. As with Romeo's squad, there was no contingency for their recovery. Knowing the importance of the work at VTU, Grant requested a repeat mission, a request Paladin Taggarty denied. They couldn't spare the men, and they couldn't risk making the responders hostile. There was only one path forward that the Paladin could see, a head-on suicide mission to destroy the Scorched Beasts where they lived. Operation Touchdown was a fairly simple plan in terms of tactics, but it would be a horribly dangerous and bloody affair for all involved. A large squad led by Paladin Taggarty and Knight Moreno, consisting of several power-armored soldiers and many riflemen, would make use of Scribe Takano's sensor module to track the Scorch Beast to their lair. They would then use conventional explosives to collapse the cavern, killing or trapping the monsters within. In January of 2095, Operation Touchdown was initiated. In a last-minute act before leaving her office, Paladin Taggarty left a terminal entry behind for those who might come after should they
You're hearing me straight. I mean, the Brotherhood is dead. But I'm there is someone in you alive. I honestly don't care if you're Chinese, American, or whatever. You're a human being. Listen, I don't have much time, but the Scorched are more of a threat than you can ever imagine. I have to find a way past the security I installed. If you're former military, all you need is your government-issued military ID card. If not, find a way. I know, some ghost probably isn't very persuasive, but look past your own skin and consider there's so much at stake. We did. And that's why I'm going out to die. Ad Victorium. Scribe Grant signing out.
fail. Having stayed loyal to Elder Maxon to the point of potentially forfeiting her life in an effort not to use nuclear weapons against the Scorched Beasts, she prepared a contingency. The entry she left detailed the means by which the nuclear weapons might be accessed, listing the known presence of former Senator Sam Blackwell, whose membership on the Nuclear Energy Committee might have left him in a position to retain information on the nuclear silos in the region. She knew that, quote, if touchdown fails, the nuclear option may be our only option. Maxon's orders be damned, end quote. She might have been loyal to the point of death, but that's where she drew the line. Operation Touchdown's personnel moved quickly across the bog, setting up small outposts to hold the line as they utilized the sensor module to scan for the Scorched Beast's lair. The readings took them through the heart of Watoga, where they were forced to battle a robotic horde. They retook the abandoned survey camp Alpha temporarily. Rarely, as the signal brought them through the old firebase. The sensor then led them deeper into the bog, to the old Atomic Mining Services drop site V9, and finally to the entrance of an old AMS mine. They had found the source of the signal. The Brotherhood fought a pitched battle every step of the way through the mine, coming up against scorched creatures of all types and a handful of the scorched beasts themselves. More and more men fell until only Pallid Integrity and Knight Marino remained. In the final voluminous cavern beneath drop site V9, the two old rangers found something they hadn't been prepared for, the Enclave laboratory that had bred the monsters a decade before. With no time to stop and investigate, they detonated their charges placed throughout the mine, sealing the passages and killing themselves in the process. Back in Fort Defiance, it had been 2 days since they had heard from the Paladin, and they feared that Operation Touchdown had failed. Suddenly, the earth shook violently, and cave entrances across the region collapsed. On February 2nd, 2095, Senior Knight Wilson recounted in a log that it had been 5 days since the shaking, and the skies were free of scorched beasts. It appeared that the lives of Pallid Integrity and the other members of the Operation Touchdown team had not been sacrificed in vain. Despite a low number of scorched beasts in the sky over the coming weeks, Scribe Grant was worried. He petitioned Senior Knight Wilson for a follow-up mission to 099-01, hoping that they could finish what Squire Montgomery and Scribe Danny had started at VTU. Senior Knight Wilson refused, telling Grant that with all the people they had lost on Operation Touchdown, they didn't have the manpower to run that operation again. And besides, the scorched beasts were dead. Within weeks, the numbers of the giant bats began to climb again. At this point, Senior Knight Wilson couldn't afford not to request material aid from their spawners despite the potential backlash. On one of these missions to Morgantown in March of 2095, a responder let slip that Amy Carey, an independent scientist, was working on a piece of technology that could detect scorched contamination in the environment. The Brotherhood recognized that this tech could be used to set up a sensor network to detect incoming scorched attacks. A week later, the Brotherhood returned to Morgantown, demanding not material aid, but information on Amy Carey. While the responders refused to divulge her location, the Brotherhood sent knights looking for her. On April 16, 2095, she abandoned her shelter at the Tigert Water Treatment Plant to avoid potentially falling into their hands. These expeditions to find Amy Carey ended as the Scorched Beast numbers continued to increase. By June, the battle with the Scorched Beasts was again a common event. Scribe Grant made one final plea to finish mission 099-01 at VTU. Senior Knight Wilson again refused, telling Grant that they were in the trench they dug, and they couldn't spare a single man with the harrowing fights that ensued every time the sonic generator spun up. He acknowledged mistakes, the hunt for Amy Carey, but he couldn't devote anyone to a task outside of defense. In a note, Scribe Grant reflected on a senior staff meeting that now consisted of only himself, Senior Knight Ted Wilson, and Knight Tex Rogers. This was all that remained of Taggarty's Thunder, now that Squire Esposito had fallen in a battle against a trio of Scorch Beasts. The end was obvious, but there would be no desertion. As the summer wore on, the number of Scorch Beasts only continued to rise. On August 13th, 2095, Senior Knight Wilson noted that there were now too many beasts to contain with the sonic generator, and some were escaping the bog. As the Scorch Beasts and their minions on the ground laid siege to both Fort Defiance and Thunder Mountain, Scribe Grant prepared a message for those who might come after, imploring listeners to look beyond their own needs and to help their fellow man. By August 18th, 2095, it was clear that the end had come, and Grant left one final note. The generators were out of fuel. The attack was unending. The Brotherhood had fought a good fight, but their defenses were failing. Fort Defiance did not survive the night. The next day, Squires Rosencrantz and Squires Rosen and Gilden at Thunder Mountain recounted their own story of unending attack and failing defenses. A final radio message played out across Appalachia. Defiance has fallen. Across the wasteland, the message had an effect that ranged from confusion to disbelief to fear. The responders, having viewed the Brotherhood as bullies, making outlandish claims about the threat they faced for increased aid, sent a mission to Abigail Singh's Free States bunker for more information on what Defiance was, and to make sure that the Brotherhood were okay. Abby Singh remarked that the Brotherhood had been the only force that could go toe-to-toe with the Scorched Beasts, and they were gone. Free States leader Raleigh Clay broadcast a message telling the other members to stay in their bunkers if at all possible, while he gathered a group to salvage what they could from Camp Venture. The dwellers of Big Bend Tunnel went to the east end when they noticed an increase in the Scorched, and they found the Brotherhood camp abandoned. Despite early confusion on the meaning of Defiance has fallen, the lack of the sonic generator operation at Fort Defiance meant that the responders soon saw Scorched Beasts for the first time and realized just how wrong they had been. As the Scorched Beasts and the Scorched came flooding over and under the Savage Divide, the responders were soon facing the same fight, but without the benefit of military training and power armor. In March of 2096, the Free States sent an expedition to inspect Fort Defiance that was forced to turn back near the bog town due to the sheer quantity of the Scorched and the Beasts. Strangely, in early August 2096, someone is said to have left Flatwoods with supplies that they hoped to use to aid Fort Defiance, despite the fact that it had fallen almost a year prior. In 2103, a bit over 6 years since the fall of the Brotherhood, Jonah Ito came to Fort Defiance, where he can be found mourning the loss of his sister, Katie Ito, a knight who fell with her brethren in the Last Stand. 2103 also marks the return of Initiate Vernon Dodge. Dodge unintentionally deserted the original Appalachian Brotherhood while in training. He'd been attempting to keep a friend from going AWOL when the two of them were captured. Dodge then endured a decade of slavery, returning to Appalachia to fight in the Watoga Civic Center slave arena. He managed to escape his servitude and took up residence in the ruined Watoga Towers residential block. With some persuasion, he'll travel to Fort Atlas, where he will join the new Appalachian Brotherhood that has arrived with Paladin Romani. Dodge is the last known living member of the original Appalachian Brotherhood of Steel. Something that I had trouble finding a place for here is the air power of the Brotherhood of Steel in Appalachia. The Brotherhood were in possession of vertibird aircraft, as evident from their crash sites. This is mentioned nowhere in any lore that I've found. I have to assume that these were easy prey for the Scorched Beasts, and thus they likely went down sometime in the mid to late 2080s. This was likely around the same time the Brotherhood lost their transport bots that carried tech from Camp Venture to an off-site depot. Anyway though, that's everything of consequence I could find on the Brotherhood of Steel in Appalachia, but I have a few things to say about everything I've recounted. First, I think that it's important to say that this Brotherhood, the Appalachian Brotherhood, was the Brotherhood. That is to say, it was just as much the original Brotherhood of Steel as the one in California, due to the constant contact. You could say it was more in step with the California Brotherhood than any subsequent chapter has been. I don't even know if I would call it a chapter of the Brotherhood, as that seems to me to imply a level of separation that isn't warranted. The members of the Brotherhood in Appalachia loved Maxon for his speeches and missed him when the satellite communications went down. Next, when Elder Maxon changed the priority of the Brotherhood from helping people in securing technology to just securing technology, it was a huge miscalculation. When the Brotherhood ostensibly stopped caring about their fellow survivors, it lost recruits, support, and prestige. Collecting and archiving tech before it rots away is an absolutely important objective. That being said, it's too esoteric a goal for people trying to survive day to day to support. If the Brotherhood asks for food and they just saved your farm, that's one thing. When they ask for food after having just archived the technology required to make Scotch tape, that's a little bit less welcome. Next, not bringing a responder or two to witness the nature of the Scorched Beast was another massive mistake. I will grant his opposition to this idea that the responders knew how Harper's Ferry had fallen and didn't give them enough thought. But there's a big difference between hearing about a Scorched Beast and seeing a Scorched Beast. A little influence at the top of the responders and the Brotherhood may have gotten all the support and manpower they needed. This also falls to an extent on Paladin Taggarty, who didn't trust outsiders. If she had made a little bit bigger of an effort to get the responders on board, it might have made all the difference. Lastly, cooperation could have saved the Brotherhood and the rest of Appalachia. This is related to the previous point, but it's bigger. The Brotherhood had power armor, the sonic generator, and the heavy weapons. Scribe Grant was on the verge of cracking the DNA code of the Scorched Beasts. The responders had medical personnel and researchers that nearly had an inoculation for the Scorched Plague. Amy
Hey, patrons are required to take a number and wait for the automated number terminal to call their number before being serviced. Have a nice day.
Shit, I remember this quest. They fucking put the DMV in fucking Fallout. Department B.
C-39. Calling C-39. Please report to Section B, C-39. N-14. Calling N-14. J-47. You are urgently needed at Section C. J-47. C-40. C-40. Now, a message from your governor.
Voting is your patriotic endeavor. This November, you, my friend, get to decide on the future of our way of life. I know many are concerned with automation, and I know firsthand how it has affected our livelihoods in the short term. But automation will lift our factories, our towns, and our very homes into the future. So I urge you to vote yes to the Appalachia Prosperity Act.
N-15. Calling N-15. Loud chant N-15. C-41.
C-41, where are you? Let's take you down.
C-41. Fraud is a serious crime. Make sure all forms are filled out accurately. Remember, only a Tommy commits fraud.
Really? Capitalists can't commit fraud? That doesn't sound right.
N-15. Last chance. N-15. C-12. C-12. Now calling C-12. J-47. Again, you are urgently needed at Section C. C-44. Calling C-44. Please report to Section B. C-42. Calling C-42.
Alright, that's me. Oh shit.
C-42. Please report to Department B. C-42. C-42. Last call.
Oh my god, this seems so much more annoying when I did it last time. What? Oh, fuck this shit. I need the letter. Oh, whatever, let's listen to this.
Overseer's Law, Charleston Capital. If automation still rules West Virginia, then Charleston is the heart of the sheep. Bureaucracy still pumping away without any people to serve. That's a lesson. Dealing with these terminal systems like it's just a normal day in America is somewhere between disturbingly comforting and completely insane. But there's a lot of secrets in this old capital.
Hi, sweet.
We'll need to find.
How did I just unlock that? I have no clue. I mean, technically I could stop here, but I kind of feel like I should just finish this. Because this quest is such a bitch to complete.
Amy Carey's scorched contamination detection system would have been invaluable in keeping the threat bottled up. The Free States had excellent engineers and doctors of their own. Appalachia had enough people in all these groups that they may not have even had to resort to the nukes if they had continued to work together after the Battle of Huntersville in 2086. The fall of Harper's Ferry should have galvanized society against the threat that was the Scorched and the Scorched Plague. 2086 was the year that the post-war society fractured. Together, they could have survived. Apart, they were picked off one by one until they were gone. All right, I think that'll do it for the story of the original Appalachian Brotherhood of Steel. If you want to receive notifications when I launch these lore videos, you can follow me on Twitter at Gaming with Maps. If you appreciate what I do here and you want to support the channel financially, you can become a patron on Patreon. To this end, I want to thank my patrons Mesothelioma, 76 of Texas, Shetland, and Jill AWS for their support. The trade deal secured, the Initiate returned to Fort Atlas with the Hellstorm launchers in hand. Paladin
Ending in
through this back. Gotta. That's now. There's a page of this. Meh. Still in caution, so there's a few more. Got a bit of. Meow. It's like, oh. Full.
And there's some junk mail in there. Junk just over here. To travel that far, there's like a circle, you know, near junk mail. Past it if you're not careful. And there's some junk mail in there. Junk mail? Perfect. A mailbox. It's just over here. Here.
Hey, what is up, folks? It is the Black Rose here, and I have a great one for you today. Who or what is Fallout's mysterious stranger? I've researched this thoroughly, and early on I found a big thing that most fan theorists that have covered this have missed, hence the title. Now let's go over some background. In modern Fallout games, the stranger is a man who shows up sometimes during VATS, so long as one has the mysterious stranger perk. His appearance varies game to game, and he is always male. However, the mysterious stranger has actually been part—
Scanning.
1203 Grape Street.
Does not match address on DMV AT21C, Mr. Resident. Acquire DMV AT21C-V. Authorization from Charleston Courthouse. Have a nice Greetings, C-42. Male identified. Scanning. Scanning.
1203 Grape Street.
Does not match address on DMV AT21C. Mr. Resident. Acquire DMV AT21C-V. Authorization from Charleston Courthouse. Have a nice day. Greetings, C-42. DMV AT21C-V. Recognized. Processing. Processing. All required paperwork for ID renewal is in order. Error. Department B is for renewals only. Department C is designated for new IDs. Have a nice day. Greetings. Department C requires patron to re-queue to be helped. Grab a number and wait in our well-appointed lobby. Have a nice day. Greetings. Department C requires patron to re-queue. Grab a new number and wait in our well-appointed lobby until it is called. Have a nice day.
J47, you are 21 years overdue. Please report to Section C. A2, calling A2. Last call for A2. J47, calling J47. A3, calling A3.
Department C is currently busy. Mandatory second coffee break in progress. Ending in 5, 4, 3.
This is, you can't make this shit up.
1. Coffee break terminated. Scanning. Error ID 34B /1. Valid birth certificate required.
No.
Consult the helpful error assistance.
Fuck you.
Have a nice day.
It's not your priority. Error code 34 B1 B/1. Don't have a valid birth certificate. Okay, I just need governor seal. Please tell me I don't. Okay, I can stay in this building, yeah? Thank God.
Part of the Fallout series since the very beginning. In the original two Fallouts, they appear sometimes in combat, but not in bats because there was no bats back then. Also, they weren't necessarily male. They spawned as whatever gender the player was. Additionally, they had a random inventory, and they even remained after combat and had a few bleak lines of dialogue. So who is the mysterious stranger? Well, I think the exact vision for who or what they are has actually changed since the Bethesda acquisition. I'm fairly certain that they understand that Black Isle Studios had an this character, but I think Bethesda has expanded upon that. Though I want to be clear that I don't think they've abandoned Scott Benny's original idea, I just think they've added more. The main addition they made is they expanded the mysterious stranger into the paranormal sphere that they added to Fallout. Many fans do make a connection between the two and the stranger in this campus. However, I don't think Black Isle's stranger is based in Mother. You folks actually have the wrong office. I'm convinced that Scott Benny actually took the mysterious stranger on Mark's plane. Very early in the Silver Seas video, I stumbled Stranger, but unfortunately he never finished. He was toying with two different rough drafts of the story, so I gave one of them a read, and it wasn't long before I was like, yeah, I'm following the right trail here. The story is about a young boy named Theodore who becomes friends with an angel. And this angel constantly intervenes in human affairs in order to influence outcomes. He does this by teleporting, shape-shifting, and even altering time. Furthermore, one version of the story is titled Number 44.
Alright, we're in the governor's office. This guy was corrupt as all hell. Letter from the president. Impossible about them. I can't take the governor's seal, dang. Well, let's see what I can do with the governor's terminal. I'm so sick of this quest. I remember it from the first time I ever did it, and I did not like it. It was not fun. To be fair, I'm more patient this time, and I do have weed.
A3. Paperwork identified. Scanning. Everything is in order. Proceed to the photography station to receive your governor's ID card.
Oh, finally. Let's see. Oh, thank God.
Please wait for your number to be called. Please wait for your number to be called. Please wait.
Oh, thank God. We're finishing up soon. Now that I did that, I just wanted to finish that part up. It's actually so, because I popped this one XP boost, or rather challenge boost, and apparently you can get a lot of, wait, actually here, I'm going to listen to something about that. Let's see,
Hello, everybody. Hope you're having a fantastic day today. Thank you so much for checking out the video. Today, I'm going to be going over technical data and where to get it and what kind of rewards we'll be getting from it. I collected well over 100 of it, and I'll be showing you what I got from it and where to get it. So yeah, let's get into it. Okay, so the best place that I get technical data from is actually inside of West-Tech. So if you're like me and you like to rank up a lot, then you can actually farm technical data while you are leveling up. Now, I do recommend just grabbing it when you go downstairs and you're waiting to respawn the super mutants. You can get it from all these cabinets, and there's actually some other ones upstairs as well. You can see that I found it here. There's actually a room over across the way there you can get it from as well. And you can get more than one as you're at West-Tech. Like, they'll just keep spawning. I've gotten up to 3 or 4 from an hour's buffs. Another good place to get technical data is Sugar Grove. I also heard that you can get it from the silos, which I'm going to show as well. As you can see here at Sugar Grove, there's tons of cabinets as well to get it. And where was the other place I was thinking of? Oh, yeah, you can get it from the military wing in the White Springs bunker I wanted to mention as well. And like I was just saying, all the silo locations where you launch a nuke from that I'm showing here. Now, I tend to start looking for the technical data as soon as I start the launch progress, because there's tons of cabinets or whatever you want to call them in here that usually have lots of technical data. Just in this room alone, I have found up to 4 technical data. And this is the places you can deliver the technical data. You can deliver at Camp Venture, but if you have a lot of it, I do recommend going to Fort Atlas because there is a stash box close by in there. Now, if you happen to have a lot of technical data on you, make sure when you deliver it, you put it in your stash box first and do it one at a time, or when you do deliver it, it will remove it all at once. As you can see here, it removed 8 on me rather than 8, finished missions, which would have been a lot nicer. So what you have to do is just give her one at a time, and after you give her one, you can come over to the stash box here and grab another one. Again, one at a time. This took me like an hour almost to do to give her all of these one at a time, but lots of XP from it. Actually, I ranked up like 2 or 3 times doing this. You can see I got 6,000 XP. This was with all the buffs going in double XP, so just keep that in mind. But there is the aspect that you can get lots of XP from doing this. Now, these are the rare power armor plans that you can get from this, and they are somewhat rare. Like, it will take you more than a little bit of technical data to get all of these, and as you unlock each rank, you will not be able to get another plan. You can see I got 2 plans for this one right here. That was because I didn't learn it. If I had learned it, I probably would have got the next rank. And yes, you can drop these and give them to your friends, as I am showing here. There seemed to be a little bit of confusion about that. I hope I cleared that up there. You can also get the shielded lining for the Brotherhood of Steel Under Armor, which is, somewhat rare. I'm sure this will sell in a vendor fairly fast. And this is what I got from after I handed in 128 technical data. I got 5 paints for the T60, a lot of outfits that I'm going to be showing, and mostly purified water and stim packs. There wasn't really too much else that I got. So you're really, best going to be doing this for the rare power armor plans, maybe some outfits, and probably some XP is your best motivation to deliver these. Now, these are the power armor paints that you can get. Unfortunately, they will only go on the T60, but you can see that as you get a higher rank, they get a little bit, I would say cooler looking. Now, these are all the rare ones except the Elder paint. I couldn't get all of them, and that was with 125 technical data, so start saving them up. Now, these are the outfits that I got. Now, this is probably one of the more rarer ones. This will sell for 500 caps in your stash box or in your vendor, I'm sure, which is the bomber jacket. This is the Brotherhood scribe outfit. I got about 4 or 5 of each of these from all the technical data I delivered, so I wouldn't say too rare. Engineer's uniform here. This is the Science Scribe's uniform. To be honest, I don't see people wearing these too often, so would be fun to definitely collect, I think, at least. And here's the Field Scribe's uniform, which is, really cool with that backpack, I thought. And that's pretty much it for technical data, everybody. I hope I covered everything I need to. If not, I'm sure there'll be some comments that'll, bring to light of stuff that I may have missed, so pay attention to those if you can. And again, thank you so much for watching, everybody. Have a great day.
Congratulations, Appalachia. Paladin Taggart told me of your victory at Huntersville. I know it was costly, but future generations will thank you, as I am thanking you now. It makes me proud, but that's not why I'm calling. One of the Brotherhood's standing orders is being on the lookout for valuable technology, anything that would help us in our efforts. But as I look in every direction, I see chaos. The lights are out, and men have become little better than barbarians. Civilization.
Wow, yeah, I can't believe it took me this long to figure out how to get there. Alright, so I'm a member of the Brotherhood of Steel now.
To rebuild that, reclaim that, our successors are going to need the secrets of the past. And those secrets are in danger of slipping through our fingers forever. So far, our scribes have been tools to help protect our lives things around it. That needs to change. Brotherhood is more than arms. Civilization. So we have to grab every schematic, every policy, every book, every goddamn note that holds the building blocks that we hold before it's too late. Our scribes will hold on to the reserve, perhaps even progress beyond nice. Protect them. The hardship of the precious. One day at a time, that seed will grow, and a new civilization will be born. This is why we were born. Don't you see it? Helping your fellow man control the soul. This, we, the catalyst that changes the world. I'm sure you have questions. Paladin Taggart is fully free. I have every faith in you, Appalachia. Welcome back, actually surviving. Distrust. All these emerging groups, the Saunders, Brotherhood of Steel, whatever, separately they had everything necessary to keep the odds. Brains, brawn, and bravado to spare. And what did they do? Close ranks. Get paranoid. Refuse to work with one another. And it cost them all their lives. People of Vault 76, if you're listening, do not fall into the same trap. You find each other. You work with each other. Only together will you win. This is your overseer. And I'm begging you, please, save our country. shifty enough to go with any corruption.
Listen, we've racked our brains over here, and we've come across a solution for where you can use this program. Vault Tech University. Can you get there?
BTU? That's in the heart of this water territory.
That's not important. If the facility is still operational, they have a fully automated research lab. It's perfect.
Do you have any other options?
No, we don't. Keep transmitting any viable DNA sample you get from these scorch beasts. We'll help as long as we can, but if we go dark, that lab can give you the information you need. Our preliminary research, well, it's a possible mass extinction event if the threat is contained.
Let's see, so what are the weeklies I have to do? I mean, I always could pop another one of those. I just don't want to if I don't have to.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to another Fallout 76 video. Man, I know just as much as the next person that trying to find caps in Appalachia can be rough just starting out. Only getting a handful of caps from enemies here and there can leave you thinking that you'll never have enough to get your hands on those plans or legendaries you so desperately crave. If you follow every one of these methods, your money flow will be coming. Caps from enemies here and there can leave you thinking that you'll never have enough to get your hands on those plans or legendaries you so desperately crave. If you follow every one of these methods, your money flow will be coming in at an exponential rate, leaving you rolling in more caps than you'll know what to do with. We'll go over some lucrative methods, ranging from just popping out of the vault to much more rewarding approaches once you've got some levels under your belt. There will be timestamps below if you want to jump around. If you know of a method that you think is as good or better, drop a comment below and let the community know. As always, if you find this helpful or entertaining, hit that like button and subscribe for more content. It helps the channel tremendously. Let's get started. Although the first couple methods are geared toward folks just starting out, I highly recommend just grinding it out to level 50 so you can access the bulk of the game. That's just where everything unlocks, where you can access basically everything. And if you want to level up quick, check out our level up guide in the link in the description below, after watching this video, of course. Alright, so first things first, get your vendor open up as soon as possible and use price checkers such as Fed76 to get a much better idea of what your loot is worth. Knowing what items sell for before just throwing them in your vendor at random prices will make it a much more pleasant, less stressful experience. One of the biggest mistakes that newcomers make is selling items at the price the game suggests. The value it tells you is 100% wrong at all times. When you go to sell a fixer and your vendor suggests it to be 1,057 caps, that's a big no-no. Most items sell for much more, especially legendaries. Go around and visit some other vendors to see what they are selling their items for. Getting into this rhythm and learning how to sell your goods with your vending machine will make your income grow so much faster. One of the most important things you'll need to get your hands on early on is the Hard Bargain Perk card. Located in Charisma, this card increases and decreases how many caps you can sell or buy your items for, respectively. Charisma alone affects your prices as well. Each rank of the Hard Bargain Perk card acts like 3 Charisma, in total giving you 9 when it's maxed out. This card is a necessity. Alright, now with the basics out of the way, let's get to some actual techniques and methods. Now, one of the very first things you can do at the lowest levels is to get your hand on the water purifier plan for your camp. You can grab this plan from the Charleston Capital DMV from the Overseer's cache, located right inside of the front door at any level. The DMV is located in the Ash Heap, which is directly south of 76, to the right of Poseidon, about southeast of Poseidon. Or from the Responders bot at White Springs Resort once you are around level 20. If you need the generator plan to power your water purifiers, head over to Poseidon Energy Plant which is south of Vault 76 near the Rusty Pit. Complete the Powering Up Poseidon event that triggers when you get there for a chance to receive one of the handful of generator plans, and you'll be set. Place down several purifiers at your camp to start producing your purified goodness. You can sell your waters for around 5 caps a pop, and that might not sound like much, but it adds up. And if you have 10 purifiers going, you'll start making bank. There's one small thing to note, and that's your camp already produces 1 water at each tick, regardless of how many purifiers you've built. This means having more purifiers just creates space for your waters to spawn in. This allows you to go out and grind to come back to a bunch of full money-making machines. This method is great for low levels, but it isn't anywhere near as effective as the following methods. After you're feeling a little more froggy, this next method will easily become one of your daily grinds for your first couple hundred levels. It involves getting a lot of weapons and a lot of steak. Yum. If you see the Uranium Fever event pop up on your map, go to it immediately, especially if you're struggling bringing the money in. This will be one of the most lucrative events when it comes to cleaning out that robot vendor down the hill at White Springs Station. These mole miners in there drop all kinds of loot. Loot everything off their bodies. Leave nothing behind. If you aren't crawling toward the station filled to the brim with weapons, meat, and junk, you aren't taking advantage of this golden opportunity. They drop massive amounts of glowing meat, which can be cooked into steaks, which are worth around 11 caps a piece. What's left of the vendor's caps after you sell them all your delicious steaks, you can sell mole miner gauntlets to get the rest of the 1,400 caps that he has. If you get a shot on all the mole miners that spawn in the event, you'll have plenty of guns left over that you can scrap down into steel. And if you have the scrapper card on an intelligence, you'll end up with more junk than you can handle. Uranium Fever is one of the best events when it comes down to making caps quickly and getting a ton of junk while you do it. Alright, so while we're on the topic of events, it's worth mentioning a couple others real quick. One being Colossal Problem. Don't be scared to jump to these nuke events every chance you get. The Wendigos from the Colossal Problem event drop screws, purified water, fiberglass spools, stim packs, ammo, and all kinds of goodies to sell. Fiberglass spools are one of the few types of junk that you can sell to the vendor, and you'll be getting a lot of it. And the screws, oh my gosh, those are probably one of the best items in the game to sell to other players. They can go for around 5 to 8 caps a piece, and people tear them up. Screws are pretty scarce otherwise, so you'll be supplying them to those that are reluctant to run the event, which happens to be more than you think. And just like the other events I mentioned, Scorched Earth is great for getting basically every type of junk and loot in the game. While the Queen is on the ground, she spawns a horde of random mobs that swarm the area. This means all the weapons that the Scorched drop and all the junk and meat that the rest of the mobs drop, you can wobble your way over to the Toba Station after the event and max out your caps there. Alright, so we've covered getting weapons, junk, and aid from these events, but it gets even better. Every time you complete an in-game event that's triggered by a nuke, whether it's Colossal Problem or Scorched Earth, you'll receive a few fluffs. Although this stuff is great for crafting camp items and making ammo, that's not exactly what we'll be using it for. One of the most profitable routes in this game for making caps fast is crafting mutation serums. They sell for up to 500 a piece to the robot vendors and around 300 to 500 to other players when you throw them in your own vending machine. The plans to make these aren't cheap though. You'll need to become a general by completing the Enclave quest line. This will automatically start by completing the Brotherhood of Steel quest line via the Uncle Sam quest, or you can trigger the quest Bunker Buster by exploring the abandoned waste dump in the mire. Once you become general, you'll access the Enclave vendor, allowing you to get the serum plans. They're a bit pricey at around 17,000 caps, but they're definitely worth the investment. When it comes down to it though, getting only 1,400 caps a day from the robot vendor, no matter how you do it, just doesn't cut it when you want some quick revenue. So as I mentioned earlier, the absolute best way to get caps is to learn how much items are worth to other players using your camp's vending machine. Any 3-star legendary you come across, look up on a site like Fed76 and throw them in your vendor. If they aren't worth anything, you can sell them for 500 to 1,000 to other players for scripts, or script them yourself and take a shot at rolling something better at the purveyor. Go hit up Colossal Problem every chance you get, keeping your vendor stocked with screws. Each time you complete the nuke events, you get a guaranteed 3-star legendary that could be worth 1,000 to 20,000 or more. Once you're able to launch your own nukes after completing the Enclave quest line, you'll start getting more legendaries and caps than you can handle. If you want to learn how to launch a nuke in less than 5 minutes, check out the card at the top right of the screen. Real quick, looking at the vendor, bloody pieces are always good things to sell, especially if they have 25% faster fire rate. They could sell from anywhere from 2,000 to 10,000, at least a few thousand each. Fixer and handmaids are gold mines. Really, any fixer or handmaid that has faster fire rate, people will buy for at least a couple thousand. People also love their quads and two shots. They tear them up. One of the best things you can do is get the fixer plan from the encrypted event and just start rolling them yourself. You will roll a nice fixer that you can turn around and sell for a decent amount of money. For armor, people love unyielding armor, especially with AP refresh, or the Sentinel, which is 75% chance to reduce weight while standing still or while sprinting. People tear them up. Unyielding and Vanguard will be your most selling pieces probably. And then any piece of combat armor, just go around and look around and see what people are selling them for. Keep your vendor stocked with serums and it'll be a constant flow of income. Nuclear key cards sell pretty good, although not so much. Sometimes nice to keep in there though. Also getting your plans, the daily op plans and the generator plans, lights, everything, they sell pretty good. Run daily ops as much as you can and sell those plans after you learn them. Also, as much as serums are nice to make and put in your vendor, since they're so expensive, if you need to make some income first, you can just make ultracite ammo, because I believe you can make ultracite from the start. As long as you have plenty of steel and lead, you can stock up on some ultracite ammo. Ultracite ammo flies out of your vendor, ridiculous speeds. Everyone's buying it. As soon as you put it up, it'll be gone within a day or two. You want to keep 45s, 5.56, and 5mm in your vendor, and sometimes 50 caliber. And not to forget, but camp items in general. People love anything you can get, like I mentioned, from daily ops, the seasonal events, like from Fast Knot or Meat Week. People will always buy those after the fact, so it's good to save them for later. Did I mention screws? You gotta keep screws in there. I'm telling you, that is probably one of my biggest money makers by far, is keeping screws in your vendor and keeping them in there. They will go fast. They will fly out at 5 a piece easily. Sometimes you can put them in there for up to 8. At the robot vendor, they sell a pack of 10 for 20 of them, so that's 10 a piece. Selling it a little bit less, people are gonna always come to you before hitting the store. But yeah, guys, that about sums it up. I hope I got everything. If I forgot anything, please drop a comment below and let the community know. We gotta help each other get started, because we all started somewhere and people helped us. So what we know, we can spread our knowledge to others. If you guys found this helpful or entertaining, hit that like button as always, and subscribe if you don't want to miss a thing. Catch me live on stream Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 6:30 p.m. on YouTube. I would love to see y'all. And most importantly, tell someone you love them today. And I'll catch y'all later. See y'all. Peace.
Cause I love you, baby.
Oh, one second. Alright, so having some issues in terms of the game getting frozen, and I can't do anything about it, so on that note, I'm just going to end the stream. But this was fun. I definitely did it too long, but I'm trying to get through this quest line before they release the other stuff. But anyway, on that note, until next time.
Want to tell the Rebbe the words of the new song that we're singing with Mashiach, right? So I'm just going to read them. Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to wait. Okay? We want Mashiach now. We want Mashiach now. will be. And because of the while Mashiach now